Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Monday. It's the 27th of September. Christmas has arrived in one garden centre anyway, where Father Christmas was greeting children and the parents were queuing. The car park was full from 8 in the morning like they had petrol. And talking of petrol, you can't get away from it. There isn't any. Well, we've got loads of petrol. It's just in the wrong place, which is a little bit of a problem. So they might bring in the army. Whether they're trained in actually getting the petrol out of the vehicle. Somebody told me earlier on they actually saw somebody in a petrol station in one of those sort of vans of whatever they were doing, and they were filling buckets in the back of the van with petrol. I mean, seriously, you can't believe the mentality of some of these people. A little bit embarrassing. Although, actually, if you join the queue at the Monaco Yacht Show, the super rich are splashing out. Minimum 150 million on a yacht. I put my name down immediately. And Prince Andrew... I won't believe this one. This is a real cracker, I think. The Queen's going to give him a Platinum Jubilee medal. I hope we don't have to put up with seeing him. That's all we hope, because he's still hiding. Oh, peekaboo, peekaboo. Hiding up there at Balmoral. As long as he stays there, we don't really care. Cubby Broccoli's wife, Barbara Broccoli, says 007 will always be a man. Even though there's a few people out there going, I mean, you know, is there any reason that it shouldn't be a woman? Yes, because it was written for a man. That's why it's called James Bond, OK? Why people don't get it, I've got no idea. Waitrose, get rid of plastic bags from today. So I warn you, because otherwise you're going to be trying to get your shop... And it's no good standing there going, oh, I don't know how to get it out. Because you can buy a 50p bag. They must be minting it down at Waitrose, wasn't they? Trying to claw back everything. Because these bags can't cost 50p. Seriously, they can't. Because they've been doing them in the shops for ages. So, you know, the 10p bag for life is replaced with a 50p carrier bag. Yeah. Just rip us off, please. Rip us off, please. Why can't we have plastic bags? Couldn't they make them out of Hessian or something like that? You know, they're twice as the environment. Honestly, these people just jump on any old bandwagon, don't they? Are we going to help the environment? Really? What, because you were cajoled into it? That's what it is. Shane says, Steve, Father Christmas arriving early? Yes, please. Well, come to this garden centre. Come to this garden centre. It's all there. Oh, the Sussexes, well-known hypocrites of this parish, taking another private jet to go and do another little Netflix bit of filming and everything else. You suddenly realise when you see Prince Harry, he's about as boring as he became years ago when he stopped drinking. He was much more fun when he was having a bevy and you got him kicking photographers outside clubs, which I thought was great fun. There's a bloke in the paper today. It's just cheap publicity. You knew it was cheap publicity when Gemma Collins was pictured coming out of this bloke's restaurant. And you think, blimey, if you think getting her on there is good publicity, you're obviously aiming at the wrong market. Definitely. He charges £700 for a steak covered in gold leaf. Pfft. I mean, I'm sorry, dear. And they call him, you know, the latest trendy chef. Nothing trendy. All the other chefs must be wetting themselves dying. Gold leaf is edible. You know, you can hammer out an inch of gold leaf to cover a football pitch. Seriously. If you buy a book of gold leaf, you can go and buy one for a few quid. You take it off there. It's wafer thin. You can put it on furniture with a little brush and you can fix it on there. It's wafer thin. I mean, to be honest with you, I could have my headphones done with it. That's when you see gold. It takes time to do it and it's very messy. But he's sort of putting it on meat, which has been done in Indian restaurants for donkey's years. Donkey's years. He's way out of touch. And also 700 quid. Yeah, obviously rent's a little bit high in Mayfair, are they? I can't imagine anybody apart from the GC who'd want to go there. And to be honest with you, looking at the size of her coming out, I think suggests maybe she eats more at the salad bar, but they charge about 23 quid for a salad. I mean, go somewhere else. Seriously, ridiculous. What was the other one? Happy birthday. There you go. Gemma Collins tucks into steak covered in gold on date. And then they name the place. Freebie, was it, Gemma? Was it Freebie, love? Can't see you coughing up. We haven't got enough money at the moment. So I don't know how you're surviving. A little bit embarrassing. Oh, throwing stones at lions in a zoo. Who would that be? Let's have a think. Oh, it's the Taliban again. Yes, bless their heart. They're out there with their little guns and they were throwing things at... because they're a bit sick, aren't they? Poor souls, honestly. Straight to hell. Prince Andrew, sorry to mention him twice on a programme, but in fact 3 times. Actually, we're only 4 minutes in and already 3 times. He's vowed to fight back. Lawyers, I mean, every time you hear another lawyer's name mentioned, you can always work out it's even more money. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Most of them charge well in excess of £1,000 a day. Ka-ching. So that's good because he bought a chalet with good old Sarah Ferguson. Good old Sarah. Can't afford her own house, so she has to go and live with him. I'm assuming she's got her own bedroom up there and her own bathroom and everything else, but one can only hazard a guess. But anyway, they bought this chalet in a posh place where people go skiing. You can rent it for about $20,000 a week. But anyway, they actually bought it off this woman, and they've got a mortgage with her. I don't know how that works. Anyway, they should have paid back £6.75 million. That's what they owed on this thing, and they didn't pay it back, so she went to court. She got an injunction out against them to pay this money back. Now, you know that Prince Andrew has never actually had a proper job. He's always been a bit of a sponger, always been somebody, you know, call me sir, and bow and scrape and all the rest of it. But anyway, him and Sarah had rented this place before from this woman when they'd taken Eugenie and the other one for their sort of holidays there, and then they rent it out. Anyway, they're having to sell it. Well, I thought that this is a story going back nearly a year. I remember telling you this story, that they're having to sell it because they haven't got any money and they can't afford to keep it. Because the moment he goes there, the press will descend on it. And it's not like it's hidden behind sort of locked gates or anything else. You can go right up to it. I mean, it was alleged that they hadn't paid up. But now the owners dropped the charge. But so it's on the market. They think they're going to get 17.3 million, and then the owner will be paid. That now means, think about it, he owns no property anywhere. He doesn't have anything abroad. He's got nothing in this country. And perhaps he'll have to pay the Queen back as well. But seeing as he's sort of one of those people, I think it's highly unlikely. But they haven't been to the chalet. How can he go to the chalet? He won't leave Balmoral at the moment. He's hiding like a little scared person because he doesn't want somebody to take pictures of him. So he's hiding on 5,000 acres of an estate, which is fine. But the very idea, if somebody says, should we go to the chalet? No! I love it. I love it. I love the BBC's fuel reporter, Phil McCann. I mean, that's it. You couldn't have made it up, could you? Couldn't have made it up. And, something that really annoyed me. I'm a bit funny about cemeteries. Not funny about them in so much as far as I'm concerned, that is the last resting place of the dearly beloved. People who, over the years, have had their bodies committed to the ground, dust to dust, ashes to ashes, and they go there. And you expect people to go there and be fairly reverential because that's somebody's loved one's last resting place. They had an ale festival taking place in this little village, and I think the Grade 1 listed church. People are sitting on deck chairs and their own camping chairs in a graveyard, putting all their drinks on people's graves. I couldn't believe it either. These people are peasants. I'm looking at a picture, and here they all are, and these are elderly people. They're not young, and they're sitting on people's gravestones like it's the most normal thing to do in the entire world. Residents were shocked. It's the Norton Beer Festival held at the Grade 1 listed Church of St Mary the Virgin. And seething churchgoers took to social media. These people are disgusting. What peasants. Yet they're using one of the graves as a table for putting their food on and belongings and everything else. What disgusting pieces of filth are they? Who does stuff like that? I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable. And as night fell, they were drinking, leaning on the grave, sitting on the gravestones. I mean, really, they set up chairs and drinking beers next to a monument dedicated to villagers who died in World Wars I and II. What peasants are these? Let's name them. Let's find out who the hell they are and stick them in the papers and go round there and let's do some door knocking, shall we? Churchgoers said the real ale fans would be devastated if it was their family's final resting place used as furniture. Somebody says, why couldn't they sit on the green? Because they're peasants. They are the most disgusting people I've ever seen. As I say, they're old. Very old. I mean, put it this way, they can't be far off being buried themselves. They wouldn't like it, would they? You don't do stuff like that. Really disgusting. Really. Oh, dear. Steve, the no-bag policy is having a nightmare effect on supermarket deliveries. I usually order about 100 items, and each one has to be taken out one by one at the time of delivery. Well, they come in boxes, don't they? Most of the delivery stuff, doesn't it come in plastic boxes? Are they put in bags? Not anymore. You'll have to pay for it. But that's your own fault for not getting out of the house and going down and doing that pleasurable thing, which is called shopping. I love it. I mean, I've got loads of bags at home. I went down to my brother's yesterday, to take, because he's going to do a car boot sale. So I had a little bit of a clear, not really much of a clear out. I mean, I didn't. I seemed to fill the car up, but what I'd done, I'd woken up early on Saturday morning, very early, which I always do. I'm generally up by about 2 o'clock in the morning, so I pootle about, have a bit of toast or something like that, watch a bit of telly, have a bit of a lie-in later, which I quite like, actually. And I thought to myself, it hadn't crossed my mind before, but I suddenly thought, I've only got less than a quarter of a tank full of petrol. I need more than that to get to my brother's and back, because he's down Southampton neck of the woods. So I thought, I'll get in the car. So 3:30 I get in the car, and I go to a garage down the road from me, which is on the way to the motorway. And there was only 2 other cars in there. So I pulled in and went to use the first pump, which was V pump. And the bloke's looking at me through the window going, no, because they didn't have any V petrol, but they had unleaded. So I filled up the car with unleaded. So the tank was full, which was lovely. And as I looked to my left-hand side, and I wish now I'd taken a photograph of it, buffoon of all buffoons, he was filling up plastic water bottles with petrol. He was that thick, filling up plastic water bottles with petrol. He had 6 of them. 6 of them. And a lot of people have been doing that. They're filling up cans and everything. I think people should be banned from filling up any cans at all. It's only for cars or vans or police vehicles or ambulances. Not stockpiling it, because you remember the story, don't you, of the woman who was a bit thick and she filled up a metal bath in her kitchen with petrol because there was a shortage and it was on a bit of a ration. And she didn't realise, because she wasn't intelligent, that petrol fumes float on the air. If you could see them, they float like a sea. And she had it in the kitchen, and she was cooking on the cooker. Gas. Blew the kitchen up. I laughed so hard it couldn't stop me. I derived great pleasure for other people's misery, because if you're that stupid, you don't know how petrol works. And this bloke was filling up all these different things. And I'm thinking, the bloke in the sealed unit, which is where you have to go and pay your money, didn't notice it because the bloke's boot was up and he couldn't see what he was doing, because it's illegal. You're not supposed to put petrol in stuff like that, but he looked a bit thick. But anyway, I filled up, and then I go down to my brother's yesterday, set off, pootly, and go down the motorway. And I suddenly thought, I feel like nipping in and getting a burger or something for my breakfast or something like that, or KFC or whatever it happened to be, or go to M&S on the motorway service station. And I pull off. I'd been past one motorway service station. I pulled into the next one, and you have to go past the garage bit of it before you get to the actual shopping centre bit. And there was only about 4 cars in there. And so I thought, well, I might as well pull in, because I'd used just over a quarter of a tank already getting that far, and pulled in. Looked at the first set of pumps. They didn't have anything on that one. But the next one, there was a car parked there, and he was obviously inside paying, but also doing his shopping. And you know what people are like? When they're actually parked at the pump, they think they can park there for the remainder of the day. Well, he was in there for about 10 minutes. What a stupid person he was. But anyway, so he then pulled off eventually, as opposed to getting in the car and pulling around the corner to be useful. He was determined to be a complete, what's it. And so I then pulled in, and the only petrol they had was unleaded. So I put 30 quid's worth in, and that then filled my car up again. And so I'm back where I started, which is good. Good. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So, if you're one of those people who's queuing at this time of the morning, you'll probably discover, as indeed, London people must be the worst ever. You've got sort of, the Petrol Retailers Association has said as many as 2/3 of its membership of 5,500 independent outlets are out of fuel. The rest of them partly dry and running out soon. So it's hardly worth it, is it really? It's hardly worth it.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Now, the more I think about those people sitting in that graveyard using other people's loved ones' gravestones as some table for themselves, the more angry I get. And the more I think, you peasants, you absolute heathen peasants. Even going in a graveyard, most people go into a graveyard. You're either visiting loved ones, or it's just somewhere nice and peaceful to read a book or whatever else. You don't start using it for a booze up. And then you look at a picture of these fat, bloated old people sitting there around this graveyard. They're at least in their 60s, if not 70s and 80s, some of them. And they don't see the error of their ways. I hope they're hearing this programme this morning, because you really are disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Hope to God nobody starts eating their food off your gravestone. Did you know that sporty boys have fewer mental health problems? No, I never thought about that, actually, and to be honest with you, I couldn't really care less. Really couldn't care less. Yeah, good for them. The Rolex honey trap thieves targeting golfers. I've told you this story before. What they do is they come up with a clipboard and they ask you, oh, would you like to sign this for us? You don't have any money. And what they're doing is they're sizing up your watch and they'll rip it off your wrist. They sort of fall into you and then they rip it off. They're commonly known as sort of pickpockets. And it's happened quite a lot. They've got quite a number of Rolexes that way. I've often thought, lovely though it must be to own a Rolex, why don't you just use your telephone for telling you the time? Or failing that, buy a fake. I mean, I couldn't advocate actually buying fakes, but to be honest with you, most people could spend 30,000, 35,000, 60,000, 100,000. I looked at something the other day, hilarious. Country Life I get every week because I like to pretend. And I've seen a few houses over the years that I've liked the look of, and I thought, should I buy it? Unfortunately not without a win on the lottery. And they had a feature this week on kitchens. And I thought, oh, that'd be nice, have a new kitchen put in and all the rest of it. And years ago, the Gas Board used to do kitchens when you could find the Gas Board in the high street, and they would come and do a kitchen. And we had them round, and they gave us a quote when I was in Staines for £1,600 for a new kitchen. That was taking the old one out, putting a new one in. It's a fairly straightforward thing to do. So I was amazed when I looked at some of these, and now there's some very expensive kitchen companies out there. And one of them, it looked like fairly basic. And then it goes, prices from £200,000 for a kitchen. Stick it. Who wants a kitchen at £200,000? Ridiculous. Well, just like kitchen cupboards, like everything else. Kitchen cupboards. Oh, and it's sort of a workspace in the middle, which had a tap at the gold leaf. Yeah, stick it with that restaurant. That'll be interesting, won't it? And Steve, it's now only 89 days till Christmas. Lovely, isn't it? 89 days till the bells ring, which is good. And 84850. Another one here. On police interceptors, they were struggling to keep up with one of the few cars that can outrun a cop car, says Roger. A Bentley Continental. Yeah. And Richard says, checking you're not putting Super Plus. There is no Super Plus unleaded. Are you deaf or something? Have you been to a filling station? Do you know what a filling station is? They haven't had Super Plus unleaded for weeks. Weeks. That's the first one that went out. They haven't had deliveries of that. Yeah. And you can use standard unleaded, Richard. You really can, I promise you. I've filled up twice now with it, and it works perfectly well. Perfectly well. But no, there's been no Super Plus unleaded for weeks now. I'm surprised you don't know that. Perhaps you haven't read the news. Never mind. Steve, Christmas movies have started this weekend on digital TV channel. Well, I was watching them yesterday, actually. I was watching Christmas films yesterday. I watched Scrooge. I watched two versions of Scrooge. And I've got Santa Claus the movie. I've got to watch that one as well. I've got all my box sets have started arriving. So I'm a bit excited now. So, I've got everything. You name it. I've rebought it. If I couldn't find the video... Sorry? I'm a bit like HMV at the moment. I had one that arrived yesterday, which was the... I can't remember who's in it, actually, but it's another Scrooge version. I've got so many Scrooge versions. I've got the Albert Finney one. The music is fabulous. It's Leslie Brickus who's done the music. And when the joy of Christmas... It's so festive. It's really, really wonderful. And Leslie Brickus is just... fantastic. He's 90, I think, now. I interviewed him years and years ago. He had a book out, and a couple of friends of his brought him in to see me, and we did an in conversation. And so talented. He did the music as well for Petula Clark in Goodbye Mr. Chips with Peter O'Toole. And he's done the music for so many different people. But this Scrooge version with Albert Finney is really good. He also did the songs Goldfinger, You Only Live Twice, Can You Really Read My Mind? From Superman, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Dr. Dolittle, Goodbye Mr. Chips, Scrooge. I mean, seriously. And also Le Jazz Hut with Henry Mancini for Victor Victoria. And he was born in Pinner in Middlesex. He was so interesting. He did a partnership with Anthony Newley, who came in to talk to me years and years. Obviously, he's been dead for some time. But he's married to an actress, Yvonne Romaine. They have a son called Adam. He resides in California. He was lovely, and it was only when I was watching Scrooge I suddenly realised how blooming brilliant the music is. Dan says, Christmas, so depressing and boring. Really? Oh, I don't think so. You must have a very lonely life, actually. And Terry says, do you ever stop moaning? No. I'm sorry, I'm British. Are you a bit thick? What do you? I suppose you've never moaned in your life, Terry, haven't you? Or I could just imagine your pub. Well, I heard it on the news the other day, running out of petrol and all these. But you're one of those little curtain twitchers, aren't you? We know what they are. Steve, I've been sat here in my car, waiting for my transport manager to try and find a petrol station so we can fuel the vans and lorries so we can make delivery of our donuts. Says Mohammed. No chance. Not all the ones I passed when I came in. All the pumps were, tied up. There's no petrol at all. And as you just heard from the Road Haulage Association, they're way down on it. Way down on it. But, what can you do? What can you do? Another one here, which says, you make the word peasant sound funny. I wish it was funny. I really wish it was funny. That somebody was eating off somebody's grave in a churchyard. But as I say, you want to go around to these people's houses, put them on the front page of the paper and go, these are these people who really don't care. So let's find out where their family are buried, shall we? I mean, I was so horrified by it. People have got no idea at all. I hate Mondays, but you've made me laugh my head off. Thank you. The GC always gets me. I know, poor old soul, honestly. Yeah, do you think she coughed up 700 quid? Shouldn't imagine she's got 700 quid. Poor things. The repair shop. Hate the repair shop. I used to like it. Now it's boring. They're trying to make a celebrity out of one of the people on it. And what were they doing the other day? Who's that very, very camp weatherman from the BBC who plays the drums? Owen somebody. Hasn't he got a job presenting on the One Show or something like that? Oh, no, he's on the radio. I mean, I wasn't actually sure whether or not, if that was the right thing for him. I think Zora told me. That's right. He has been on the One Show too, but I think he's got a job hosting on the radio. As long as he doesn't play his drums, we should be all right. I mean, he is about the campest thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen anybody as camp, apart from Rylan. And he's doing it. There you go. He hopes he could replace Louise Minchin on BBC Breakfast. I do hope not. I mean, but the trouble is we're not turning on the television now to watch people. You turn on the television to catch the news and to catch all the little bits and pieces. He has no plans to make the switch to hosting the show. Well, I think they've already made that decision for you. I don't think they've ever done that. Yes, that'll be handy, won't it? Oh, by the way, Ryland's definitely getting a divorce. Him and Dan couldn't make it work, but we still don't know what it was. Not that anybody cares. We really don't care. And Natalie Wood was in Miracle on 34th Street, says Sylvia. Hello. And do I sound like an uneducated person who doesn't know who's in movies? Of course I remember. And you remember who Natalie Wood was, don't you? Okay, check it out. Faz says, no petrol for the school run. Kids are over the moon. Make little blighters walk. Stick them on a bus. Stick them on a bus, for goodness sake. Honestly, why do parents take their kids to school? There's buses, there's trains. Stick them on a riverboat cruise or something like that. But I mean, not just don't go on my bus. Can't bear it when the kids take over. I want to be the bus driver saying, these seats are for disabled people. Get off. Works so much better that way. Watched the new Manhunt TV series with Martin Clunes last night. You Brits, says Shane, make great TV. And one of your favourite movies was on yesterday. Babe. Haven't seen it for ages. I thought it was one of your movies, actually. I thought it was an Australian movie. The Martin Clunes series was brilliant. We've already seen it. You're sort of catching up a little bit later. I went to Costco for petrol, 15 minutes in and was out again, says Brenda. Okay. So does that mean you got petrol or you didn't get petrol? Just cute. But we don't have a filling station at our Costco. In fact, at any of the Costcos that I've been to, there's Brentwood. I'm not driving to blooming Brentwood. We've got petrol to get down to Brentwood. Matthew says, just snow needed now. Well, you don't have to wait so long. I tell you for why. They've predicted the next 10 days in the weather world are going to be absolutely atrocious. It's going to be rain, wind, just about everything you think of. Steve, the people partying on gravestones are disgusting. When I visit graves for family and friends in GB in Brazil, I pray for and respect all, help others too, hugged and lifted people up who I've never met before, says Conrad. You imagine? I mean, I just can't even believe that they can be that stupid. That's what annoys me more than anything. I mean, I'm hoping that, somebody like Jan Moyer decides to put in her column these filthy people who eat off people's gravestones. I mean, it doesn't get any worse as far as I'm concerned. Bonfire night may not go with a bang. Why? Might be a shortage of fireworks. I love it. And the most lethal James Bond of all time, Pierce Brosnan. He killed on average 34 people per episode. 34 baddies went to meet their maker. Hope not in that women's cemetery we were talking about a minute ago.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Yes, welcome to yet another day with no petrol. In fact, you can sit outside petrol stations all you like, because if they've got the cones in front of it. I saw somebody arguing on the television earlier on with an ambulance driver. They tried to block the ambulance coming in. I mean, people like that should be arrested. I'm sorry. I fail to understand how anybody can behave like that. And yet they'd be the first person to call the ambulance out if they fell ill or a relative of theirs fell ill. And yet, they're not bright enough to understand anything else at all. Captain Sir Tom Moore is now a stamp. They've turned him into a stamp. So obviously some kids have done a picture of him, and that was good. And I love the story of the banned driver. He used to brag on social media for ages about losing the police. And anyway, they caught him the other day, sent him to prison for a year. I love it. I love it. There was the holidaymaker who plunged 100 foot on a quad bike and has a miracle escape. And, the amount of people who have sort of disasters on quad bikes. It all started with Sharon. Yes, good old Ozzy Osbourne. I mean, but you wouldn't let him anywhere near a vehicle, would you? And then there was somebody the other day, some big lottery winner whose son was driving on his land and his daughter was on there, and the son had an accident on a quad bike. They seem quite dangerous to me. I could understand it if you were in a cage or something like that, but you're not in a cage. That's actually the problem. Bit of a shame, isn't it? Wayne Rooney's mother says shutting the school down would be tragic. She's worked there for 24 years. I thought it was because she wanted Wayne to get an education, but obviously wrong again. And a blind activist jailed for a BA glue protest. He climbed onto a plane and glued himself onto it. Cost them about 40,000 quid. We've sent him to prison for a year. Should have been 10 years, but, that's about the most you can get for something like that. And Cheryl Cole, what's-her-face, Cheryl Fate, Tweedy, has pulled out of a gay pride event after Sarah Harding's death. I mean, I would have thought, actually, that was the worst excuse you could ever come up with. Surely you would go there in memory of Sarah Harding, if, of course, you were sort of really trying to get something out of it. But you've known about this for ages. To just do it on the spur of the moment strikes me as a little bit something else, but there you go. Daniel Craig told how the Queen improvised in the Bond sketch when she did it. Yes, Mr. Bond. And she walks down the corridor with him, which is good. And the Range Rover from the Essex murders is going up for sale. Apparently it needs an MOT. They have cleaned it up inside. You remember the Essex murders, don't you? The drug dealers and all the rest of it. And they take them down this country road. They didn't twig. 3 of them sitting in the back of it, I think. And the blokes in the front, drug dealers, yes. Yeah, oh, God, yes. It was drug wars. And they turned round and they blasted them with these shotguns. And then they just dumped the vehicle there. And they went back in another vehicle. I mean, it was years ago. But I think they used it as part of a movie. And I think it's sort of Essex Boys was based loosely on this, because whatever it was, you'd think, wait a minute, where are we going? We're just going down this secluded, dark track at night time, and then they just kill them, and then they just leave them there. So the police found the bodies, or I think the farmer found the bodies in the back of this vehicle, and it's come up for sale. As I say, it does need an MOT, and I believe they have cleaned it. One hopes so, anyway. It's odd, isn't it? But you can't get it away from anywhere because there's no petrol. Which reminds me, actually, as you know, coming up on the 8th of October, LBC and all our sister stations here in the global family are going to try and raise as much money as possible for Make Some Noise. I've got something, which I can't tell you what it is. But you're going to have to be quick on it. The reason I tell you that is because the item that we've got is only in limited supply. And if you think that sounds like a cheap ploy, it's not. We've only managed to secure a small amount of them, and we're only going to be selling this item, I think, for a week, and that's it. Whereas before, we've sort of kept it on a bit because we had some left over. We won't have any left over on this at all. But today, I've got something for you which is so of the moment. That's all I'm going to tell you. It's when I first looked at it, I thought, oh, that's interesting. And now I've looked at it more carefully, and I've thought, I think my audience are going to like that. I think my audience. Last week, you remember, it was the holiday. I mean, you won't need to worry about petrol, put it that way, for this particular item. But anyway, so last week it was the holiday to New York with a helicopter ride and dinner and £1,000 spending money. Today, can't tell you what it is, but it'll be details after the 6:30 news. Should we do it after the 6:30 news? I'm going to make you wait for it because it's a nice one. And the good thing is that I've said each and every time when we do these items which have been donated to us, we want to raise as much money as possible, and none more so than last week with the holiday. And this is what there might even be another one next week. I don't know. I have to wait and find out, but I'm sure you will keep listening to the programme. Is your item a gallon of petrol? Now, do you know, that would be clever, wouldn't it? That would be clever. We're not that limited. Steve, you were lucky getting petrol. Well, I didn't think I was lucky. I just, if people just filled up with petrol when they need it, it would work so much easier. But if people, there was one woman pulled up in front of a friend of mine, and because there's no shortage of petrol, is getting the stuff to the garage. £3.33 she spent. She was just putting a little bit extra to top up. What a stupid old bag. What a stupid old bag. Honestly, it's ridiculous. The Essex Murders is in a movie called Essex Boys with Sean Bean, says my friend Ian. Thank you. I thought it was. Either way, there was no messing around. No messing around. Somebody said, it's not Prosecco, is it? You might better get some Prosecco. I live in Gidea Park, and says Joe, went out at 7 on Saturday morning because my reserve light was on. Went to 7 garages. Well, 7 was leaving it far too late. Far too late. Got home and now I've got to cross my fingers I'll get to a garage when they finally get it sorted out. Those greedy people ought to be ashamed of themselves, but they won't be. No, people were. There was a fisticuffs fight on a forecourt. People arguing over petrol. I mean, these people are pathetic. Honestly, dreadful, isn't it? Really. Steve says, our ancestors not only had a drink at their forebears' graves, but they brought their bones to the celebrations. What's wrong with that? What, you're advocating that they dig them up as well? One can only hope it's on your grave. Apparently the GC charges £250 a minute, £15,000 an hour for personal appearances. We don't need to. Just hang outside a food place and you'll see a waddling out. Don't need to pay 15,000 quid. Fights breaking out between panic buyers, unnecessary queuing. I mean, what is the point? Tempers flared at Chichester. You know, footage online showed a father and son scrapping with another father and son. Oh, pathetics. Absolutely pathetics. They wrestled each other to the ground. Saddos. Little saddos, honestly. You know what sort of people they are, don't you? People who will have a little bit of a fight. Somebody else saying there's no petrol for the school run. Well, that's all right. Don't worry about it. As I say, make them get the bus. There's loads of kids get on our buses and stuff like that. You know, why shouldn't you just let them get on buses? You know, unless they're really tiny, and then you send them down with an older brother or sister. But parents who get the cars out, I mean, that would just be stupid in this day. Look at them, they're fighting in this garage. Look at them, honestly. You could tell what they are, can't you? They're older people who sort of dress too young. Oh dear, look at them, honestly. I love it. I think it's just so funny. What is the point of them arguing? You know, you wish you had one of those things that Mr. Spock had, where you go up to them and just go, bzz, and they vanish before your eyes. They go, oh, look, you're fighting nobody now, are you? Shane says, my credit card is ready for next month. I have the tea towel and the Prosecco glass. Ooh. Oh, you haven't got the tote bag. You've missed out on the tote bag, the Steve Allen memorabilia. And you wait till you hear what we got for you this time around. Even I'm excited by it. But I get excited for all of them. Happy birthday to Diane Abbott. She's no, she's not. She's 68 today. You remember Diane Abbott? She was very against public schools, which is rather a shame, because I think you'll find that Keir Starmer is thinking of taxing private schools so they can raise a little bit more money. And I was sort of thinking, but that's a bit hypocritical, isn't it? Diane Abbott was so anti-private schools. And yet years ago, I was listening to LBC, and who phones up? Diane Abbott's son, unbeknownst to her. He phones up and he says, I forget how old he was. He could have been anywhere between 9 and 13. Anyway, he phones up and he says, oh, I go to a private school. And the presenter says, oh, right. And then the kid goes, because my mum's Diane Abbott. And we all went, what? What, Diane Abbott the hypocrite? The one who doesn't want you to go to private school, but sends her son to a private school. And he was chatting away for ages. It was quite remarkable. But there again, you can't believe a word Diane Abbott says. She can't get figures right at all, can she? How much does it cost to have policing in London? £1? £10 per officer. Sorry? 10 pence? Doesn't know a thing, does she? Also didn't know her son obviously went to a private school. But there you go. Don't do what I do. Do what I say. It's, wait a minute, somebody asking what else is coming up. I like the idea that your credit card is ready, Shane. I'm all in favour of that. The more money that we make for Make Some Noise, the happier we are, because you have been incredible over the years. We've raised millions, and it's really been quite fantastic. So let's see whether what we've got for you this time round is going to be... He's going to be making money. Stephen Stockwell says, I really miss Tower Records at Piccadilly Circus. Good God in heaven. That was years ago. Years ago, Tower Records. Several floors, a complete heaven of videos, CDs and DVDs. I could have spent 3 hours or more there. Yeah, but then it had to close. It was too big. Tower Records then became a clothing store. Years ago, Tower Records were at Piccadilly Circus. It was huge. We used to go in there and wonder why, more stuff wasn't being nicked. Because it was just, they didn't have... It became a Virgin Megastore, did it? Then it was clothing. Now it's closed. Closed completely. It's all boarded up. All boarded up. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Well, yeah, like everything at the moment, except round Twickenham way, where we've got shops opening. We're just about to have another Tesco Express open up on the high street. We've already got one. Now we've got another one. Which is sort of, they're obviously getting a bit greedy, aren't they? What if they're going to do carrier bags? Because if you missed the beginning of the programme, from today... No more carrier bags at Waitrose. You have to buy one of their 50p bags or take it. Why did it just really annoy them? Taking a Marks and Spencer's carrier bag, because they've still got them at Marks and Spencer's, and just take that and go, oh look, I shop at Marks and Spencer's. That'll really annoy them, won't it?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Self-employed courier Steve unable to deliver parcels today due to the idiots hogging the fuel pumps. Oh, I tell you, it's going to be murders. Murders at McDonald's and KFC and everything. You know why? No little motorcycles, because they can't get the petrol. They can't get the petrol. So, in fact, you might actually have to walk to outside to actually go and get the stuff. Dave is very... No, it's not Dave. It's an angry driver. I do beg your pardon. An angry driver in South London says, unable to get fuel anywhere yesterday. Thank you to all those people filling bottles. I mean, to be honest with you, I blame the garages. But think about it. One garage the other day, normally on an average day, they take £17,000 in petrol. The other day, £51,000. They literally ran out of everything. So you go into a garage now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 petrol pumps. There's the main petrol pump and there's 3 either side of it, sometimes 4. So that's how many tanks they've got under the ground to keep all the stuff in there. So if they can take 51,000, why should they care? They couldn't care less. Ridiculous, isn't it, really? Steve, great that HMV is still on the high street in some towns. Must be very few towns. Who buys anything from HMV now? The only reason you go there is you can see what the thing looks like, but you can go on to Amazon and get it probably cheaper, and you have it delivered. I mean, I had something delivered the other day, and they said it had been delivered, but it wasn't. But then luckily it turned up yesterday, so I was quite pleased. And they sell headphones. What, on Amazon? Oh, HMV. That's a selling point, is it, headphones? Oh, right. Games. Well, you can buy all that on Amazon, can't you? I prefer to have it delivered through my letterbox. I like it when Pop It In Pete, the postman, comes round and sort of pops a little parcel through your letterbox, which is very nice. Steve, I did my stint cycling in the New Forest. Only one thing, while cycling up a steep hill, an insect flew into my eardrum. It was trying to fly out. I actually thought I was going mad. It eventually died after 2 hours. Went to hospital. They scratched my ear, so the said insect's still in there this morning. I'm going to an ear specialist, says Sidcup Julie. Oh, my Lord. Have you tried the vacuum cleaner? You know, I mean, if I've got a vacuum cleaner, it's got a long hose on it. Well, I mean, most of my vacuum cleaners have got long hose on it. Could you not sort of aim that near your ear and then pull it out? Can't they do that in hospitals? Haven't they got a little, like a suction thing? Well, I mean, how else are you going to get it out? I use the hose for everything. So, but no, I mean, if they couldn't get it out in hospital, so the insect is still in there. I used to tell people years and years ago that earwigs in your bed they're called earwigs because they climbed into your ear and laid eggs. People used to write in going, no, don't like things like that. I said, well, I don't like earwigs either. But why are they called earwigs? I don't know. I have no idea. I really don't know. They've got little pincers at the front. I mean, I'm assuming it's got something to do with that, has it? Don't know. Earwigs. Doesn't make any sort of funny name for a little thing like that. The common term is derived from the Old English eary, which means ear, and wicga, which means insect, or literally beetle. Entomologists suggest the origin of the name is a reference to the appearance of the hind wings, which are unique and distinctive among insects and resemble a human ear when unfolded. Oh, right. They are not known to purposefully climb into ear canals. There have been anecdotal reports of earwigs being found in the ear, because the wings look like ears. Oh, right. They're abundant, found throughout the Americas and Eurasia. As long as they stay there, we don't care. But, yeah, they're don't even like looking at them. What a horrible thing. Horrible thing. Oh, God. You know, did you ever, what was that film? I can't remember. Anyway, Tommy says, I'm an Uber driver, unable to work because I can't get petrol. Ubers will be very expensive this morning due to the lack of drivers. I'm not at all surprised. Also, the black cabs. Because, I mean, I don't know how many of those are hybrid cars. I mean, not as many as I probably think. So they won't be able to get stuff. Antonio says, my girlfriend, who is a carer and works nights, had to queue for an hour to get petrol at 7 a.m. Well, I was out at 4 in the morning. And it's all because people are sort of taking up petrol that they really shouldn't be. I think there should be a means test when you go into the garage. Show us your petrol gauge. You've got half a tank. Go away. Or a limit like they've imposed on some of the garages. 30 quid. 30 quid in my car ain't going to get you very far. Probably quite a lot of other things. It was Antonio who told me that turkeys don't vote for Christmas anyway. They would if they had the choice. And Steve, I honestly feel like the world is against me. I'm a driving instructor in Nottingham. Spent 55 minutes on Saturday queuing and managed to get some petrol. But honestly, will people please stop it? There's loads of fuel. Please think that people who must work or get to work, they don't care. They don't care. That's the trouble. I mean, you know, I'm sure you could... I've seen people pushing cars into garages. Have you seen that one? Pushing cars in. And then I've seen people standing in the garages directing cars to go to the pump. I mean, it's ridiculous. Steve, I'm driving up the M1 past a load of wind turbines that finally seem to be running. Hopefully the wind and sauna this week will improve the situation with the gas shortages, which is being used to generate electricity. Don't hold your breath, though, says Dan in Bedford. Listen, I have no intention of doing anything like that, but it is absolutely ridiculous. But all those people who order their McDonald's and stuff like that in the mornings, and they go to Paul and they go to, you know, all these other bakeries. I mean, it seems now people are so bloody bone idle. They just go pick up the phone. Hello, could you send me a croissant? You know, yeah, it's £1.99, but there's £2 delivery charge. That's all right. Thank you very much indeed. And then you put the phone down, you get these little people with their L plates on. So they've not passed any test to be on the road. Most of them look a bit dirty to be handling food, if you ask me. So I wouldn't want them touching any of my food. Thank you very much indeed. And it's in bags, thank God. Because you look at them and you think, oh, they look grubby. And, well, how are they going to deliver? They can't get petrol. They're in exactly the same situation as the rest of us. Admittedly, they don't take as much petrol as the rest of it. But for those people who didn't put petrol in, you have to queue up behind all the cars. Because believe you me, you try and jump queues, there's going to be fisticuffs in garages. Don't want to sort of mess that out. Steve, the insect is still inside my ear, says Julie. The nurse tried to tweezer it out, but accidentally scratched the eardrum. The insect was buzzing for 2 hours. Oh, my godfathers. Oh, dear. Bit of a worry, isn't it? No. But you imagine going to the hospital and it's going... There was somebody the other day had an anaphylactic shock. They got stung by a bee. And they were on the ground, and it was one of these emergency helicopter kind of things. And she'd been stung by a bee and she had a nasty reaction to it. So they sort of put her back on drips and all the rest of it. She eventually came back. Steve, the 3 Texaco petrol stations in our area have hiked their prices from 134.9 to 147. Of course they are. I don't know why we should be at all surprised that the garages are ripping you off. Mind you, you feel like paying them back, don't you, afterwards? When this all gets back to normal, you feel like paying them back, saying, I'm not going to shop here ever again. But, of course, where else can you get the stuff from? That's the trouble. It's not like you can go and sort of, buy it in Sainsbury's. Although, actually, you can. Of course, petrol you can go and buy in Sainsbury's. But, of course, they don't have any at the moment either. So it's not... And, of course, the more you drive around, the more petrol you're using. I don't know. And, Steve, if you put water in to your ear and turn your head on one side, well, that's it. If you're using a thing, you go and buy it from the chemist. Have you never done that from the chemist? You can buy this ear stuff, and you put it in, and then you put your head on one side, and then whatever's in there drops out. But you still you buy this over the counter, this stuff. No, I'm recommending it. You have to. You buy it in the. I've used it before. If you get something in your ear and you think, oh, I haven't done that, you put it in there and you just put your head like that, and all of a sudden you go, and you can hear. It's called ear. You can put it in on Amazon. You'll find it. There's loads of them. God, there's enough stuff. I'm not recommending you sort of stick your finger in your ear. Mind you, you're not supposed to put cotton buds in your ear. I've been using cotton buds since I was 7. 7, never done anything else. Always done it. But yes, there's this ear stuff, and it's for sort of cleaning your ears and getting things out. It's a liquid. It's a liquid. It's a bit like toilet duck. Except it's not toilet duck. No, don't put that in your ear. But it's a lubricant wash kind of thing that you put in your ear, and it gets stuff out. There you go. Otex. There you go. Otex Express Combi Pack. There you go. Smart ear cleaner, £30. Electric ear cleaner, $12.85. Ottozan ear spray, olive oil. There's tons of it. There you go. Try using oil for an insect. The foreign object is an insect. Tilt the person's head so the ear with the insect is upwards. Try to float the insect out by pouring mineral oil, olive oil or baby oil into the ear. There you go. Mind you, I wouldn't advise you doing it by yourself. Do it with something else. There you are. Somebody else has said Otex. Yeah. Tons of it. You've never seen them before. Yeah. I mean, the little vacuum cleaner thing there, it's battery operated. And it will get, to be honest with you, but they say don't use cotton buds, but that's what I spent. What else do you use cotton buds for? Dean says, how often do you do your sugar levels? Not very often. You know why? Because I've been diabetic for so long now, I know if I'm ill. I can tell if I'm ill. I can feel it. It's like I was talking to my brother's wife the other day, and we were talking about cancer, because both our parents died of cancer, our mums. And my mum knew it had come back. She said, I know it's come back. I can feel it. And Marion said her mother exactly the same. Said, you just know. And for diabetes, exactly the same. I can tell if I'm feeling ill. If I'm having a day where I think, that doesn't quite fit, I can feel it in my stomach. But I'm very good with my medication. In fact, I'm almost too good with my medication. But I'm being very good at the moment, actually. Being very good indeed.
This is LBC.
Did you see when they were doing Strictly Come Dancing the other day? There's a deaf girl on there dancing, but they'd all learnt a little bit of sign language. And when she was dancing, they were all holding their hands in the air doing that, which is applause and really good. And then I noticed Toss Daly knew a few words of sign language. Well, she'd have to, living with Vernon. And so I thought that was quite sweet. And she got an interpreter as well, which was very good. It's obviously quite an expensive thing to have done if you go on to Strictly and you're deaf. But she feels the music through the vibration on the floor, which is exactly the same as Evelyn Glennie. Yeah, I thought she was a good dancer. I was quite surprised, actually. Quite surprised. You wouldn't normally expect somebody who's come off EastEnders to be able to do anything at all, apart from run a fruit and veg stall or, work behind the bar in the Queen Vic or shout, get out my pub, or something like that. But no, I thought she was very good. Although the papers have made a big thing about two men dancing together, and I find it a little bit patronising and a little bit naff, I'm afraid. It's I thought H had done that. Yeah, but was he dancing on ice? He was dancing on ice, which that's the best place for him, actually. Now he's done that, you can't do it again because it looks a little bit like, professional homosexual. And people sort of go, it's two men dancing together. Big deal. Big deal. God in heaven, did you ever see the film The Killing of Sister George? And there's a good film, actually, which I haven't seen for a while. I wonder if you can still get it on Amazon. It was with Beryl Reid, who played an ageing lesbian who was in a soap on the radio. And she was Sister George in this thing, and they were going to kill her off. And it was a really good film. They filmed it in a gay club in London, a lesbian club, and so a lot of the people in the scene are just genuine customers who were in there, and they said, "Listen, do you want to be in the film?" And it was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. The Killing of Sister George, 1968. It was. There you go. Beryl Reid played June George Buckridge, and she had a relationship with a younger woman, Susanna York, and I thought it was brilliant. The first time I saw it, I remember thinking, it's so, because I didn't quite get it. The Killing of Sister George was her character was Sister George in the soap, and they killed her off, and it was almost the same as, do you remember Crossroads years and years ago, when Meg Richardson was axed from Crossroads? She was the matriarch of the Crossroads Motel, and they did a spoof on the television. I think it was French and Saunders, or was it? No, it was somebody else. It was somebody else did a spoof of her coming out, and I think it was Julie Walters who played Meg. Acorn Antics. She came out, she said, so how do you feel? How do you think I feel? And it was all a bit dramatic like that because they axed Meg Mortimer from the show, and nobody had ever heard of it before. I mean, she was the main reason for it. You had the David, who was her sort of sidekick in it. I've got the whole box set of Crossroads. I must sit down and watch it one year, because I'm going to need about a year to watch it. I've got the whole box set. They brought it all out again, and I tell you, came in to talk to me about it, Miss Diane. Miss Diane, who was Susan Hanson, who was married to Carl Wayne, and she came in to talk about it, and they gave me the box set of all of it. I was so excited. But Noel Gordon died years ago. I mean, she appeared in Gypsy at the Haymarket Theatre, and Call Me Madam. Her last stage appearance was at the Theatre Royal in Plymouth in The Boyfriend, but in fact she became ill during the run and had to be replaced. But she was big business. I mean, she was huge in this country. She stayed with the programme until she was sacked in 1981, when ATV was in the process of being into a new company, Central Independent Television. They were obliged to continue ATV's commitment to Crossroads. However, the head of programmes, Charles Denton, and the head of drama, Margaret Matheson, wanted to end the soap opera in favour of a more expensive production. So the decision to dismiss her, Noel Gordon, the show's most popular cast member, was taken in the hope that viewers would desert the show, giving Central a valid excuse to axe it. I mean, isn't that disgraceful? Absolutely disgraceful that they would do something like that. So you'll all desert it, then you can watch our other thing because we've ruined somebody's life. I mean, really? Absolutely. But I mean, she was on there. And you know who made their appearance on there, driving the car at her wedding when she got married? Because I think Noel Gordon was gay. I'm pretty certain. That's what I seem to remember. I mean, I might have got that wrong, but I mean, she's not with us anymore, so it wouldn't make any difference. She never married. I think she was what they used to call confirmed bachelorette. And who was the chauffeur at her wedding in Crossroads? Come on. Nick Ferrari? No. Larry Grayson. Larry Grayson turned up as the chauffeur, of course. Hello. And it was you couldn't make it up. And she sailed away on a ship. I think they came down to Southampton and filmed her standing on their thing, and she sailed off to Australia, I think, in it. But it was all a little bit, like QE2, it was all a bit dramatic at the time. But I remember it very well indeed, very well. Steve, I don't know why, but I remember that Tony Hatch did the Crossroads Motel theme. He did, yes. Dun, 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 dun. Tony Hatch did loads of those theme tunes. They did Neighbours, didn't they, as well? And, Steve, I was thinking about The Killing of Sister George just last night. It's a brilliant film. Why don't they put them on the telly box? Well, now that we've mentioned it on the programme, I can almost guarantee that London Live, which we get obviously in London, because most of the stuff that I mention a week later pops up on London Live. They should put The Killing of Sister George on because it's a great piece of British cinema, and Beryl Reid is at one of her very best. And I love it. Tony Hatch wrote the themes to Crossroads, which I said before, Neighbours, and Emmerdale as well. You can imagine the royalties must come flooding in. I don't know where they go to now. There must be somebody who picks up the royalties for that. Is he still alive? Is he? Good Lord, what a dreadful thing to say. I love it when I sort of kill people off unintentionally. I'm so sorry. He's still alive. Is he? How old is he? 82. Happy next birthday. That's all I can say. Steve, 84850. lbc.co.uk. Shane says, I've ordered the DVD Stage Mother. Jackie Weaver plays a mother who takes over a drag queen club. It's a comedy. Have you seen it? No, I've never even heard of it. Stage Mother. Jackie Weaver plays a mother who takes over a drag queen club. Wow. Nurse Kim says, be careful with cotton buds. Years ago, I used a cotton bud in my lug, perforated my eardrum and ended up with a nasty infection to boot. Still not the same. I've been using them for donkey's years. And I'm always very careful because I'm well aware of the problems. Steve, I'm sorry, I just flicked the wrong blasted thing here. Somebody says, I rang my local Sainsbury's last night and they said there'd be a delivery overnight, so the other half left to get up there for when it opens at 6, and he's just phoned to say he's 7th in the queue, so he's very happy. That's good. That's very good indeed. Cotton buds are now banned in the UK. I bought them only the other week. Yeah. Oh, no, I tell you what they are. No, what they're made of. Yeah, single-use plastic straws, cotton buds and stirrers are banned from sale. It's because of what they're made of. Businesses are asked to switch to paper-based alternative. So I've got paper buds. Yeah, because the other ones are quite stiff. And it's better if you've got something that's a little bit more flexible. But no, I've been using them I always buy 2 at the same time. Or if you go to Costco, you get 3. But they're made of like straws. It's like a straw that you suck liquid up with. Well, they're like that, only with the cotton bud bit at the top of it. What you use them for, I've got no idea. I thought they were automatically used for sticking in your ears. What do you use them for? Cleaning your bicycle or something like that? I mean, I don't know. If you're not supposed to be sticking them in your ears, what are you supposed to be doing with them? Who is that? That is the main news. Is that Angela Rayner there? Does she just stand there and go, like that? I know it's just a photo, but she was doing this, didn't she? I'm quite sure. She's obviously desperate for attention. Desperate. She's the Deputy Labour leader. Is she really? Good Lord. Not surprised they're in a terrible mess at the moment. She was the one who was rude about the Conservative Party. No need for it, but of course she thinks she's being really clever. All I kept thinking was, wrong colour eyeshadow. That's me. Just me. I'm sorry, yellow, dear. So dated. Paul McCartney and Wings did a cover version of the Crossroads theme used in later episodes, says John. All right. And Steve, Victoria Wood's Acorn Antiques is a deliberate parody of Crossroads, so perhaps Julie Walters in the Meg Richardson role, says Chris and Chelsea. I think you're right. And she used to be on at tea time, Crossroads. Remember the man in the wheelchair? Sandy. Yes, in Crossroads. Yes. I'm trying to think, was he actually in a wheelchair in real life, or was he not in a wheelchair? Because Ironside. Do you ever see Ironside? You're aware of him. Well, he was gay in real life, and he wasn't actually in a wheelchair. He just played a character in a wheelchair. It's like the bloke from Glee who's in a wheelchair. He's not in a wheelchair in real life. Well, they just finished making Glee, haven't they? What do you mean wouldn't be allowed now? I think you could do that. A lot of people told me that when they did the London Marathon, a lot of people in wheelchairs weren't necessarily wheelchair bound. You could actually enter into that as a wheelchair user, but they weren't necessarily people who used wheelchairs all the time. You learn all these things, don't you? Somebody else talked about the killing of Sister George, which is good. But, ironically, Larry played the chauffeur but couldn't drive, says Jeff. Yes, I seem to remember that, actually. He couldn't drive. But I always remember him. I always tell people, oh, that's nice, isn't it? Is that the Blackpool Tower? Brighton, is it? Of course, it's the Labour Party conference. I don't know what they go to Brighton for. They either go Brighton or Blackpool, don't they? Keir Starmer's been a bit dull, hasn't he? I mean, I'm so waiting for a little bit of injection of personality. Come on, and then sort of people make that. That's very high in Brighton, isn't it? Is that thing on the seafront that kept breaking down all the time? Because a friend of mine's in Brighton. She's going to the theatre. It's the British Airways thingy, isn't it? So it's obviously sponsored. Oh, look, heavens above. There's Jeremy Corbyn. I don't know, he's still going. Apparently so. He'll be celebrating with Diane Abbott today, won't he? Be sending her a birthday card. Memories like the corners of my mind, misty watercolour memory. Yeah, British Airways. You can glide up to 450 feet. Yes, it's like a tube going up the middle of a thing that goes round, and you go all the way up to. Frightens the life out of me. I'd rather go round the big wheel in London. Thank you very much indeed. Which is quite nice. The London Eye. I like that. Oh, there's Keir Starmer going for a walkabout. Nobody taking a blind bit of notice. It's always the way, isn't it? Big speech on Wednesday, of course. Big speech Wednesday. Let's hope it's a big speech. Otherwise, we're all in trouble.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Mark in Purley says, I've been listening to you long enough to remember when you broadcast live from the London Eye. Do you know, I don't think there's a place that we haven't broadcast from. I'll tell you what I've always wanted to broadcast from. The Tower of London. Although the time I'm on in the morning, I don't want to be at the Tower of London when it's all dark. You know, and headless people are walking about all over them. No, thank you. Yeah, a bit like, oh yes, I'm a celeb. They were saying there's ghosts in this Welsh castle. They're trying to flog it to you, but I mean, there aren't any things called ghosts anywhere. Although, at St Peter ad Vincula, which is the church inside the Tower of London, they've discovered loads of bodies who are buried under the floor. Loads of very famous people there as well. When they were sort of doing excavations, they found all sorts of people who they've been able to identify. But no, not from the plague, were executed inside the Tower of London. You're either executed outside the Tower of London, and there's a plaque and a commemoration thing there, or inside the Tower of London. They've got the place where they think the execution block was, because one of them, was it Lady Jane Grey? She watched her so-called lover be brought back. They'd executed him outside the Tower of London and brought his body back, minus the head, past the window. And I think she was only 16, 17. And she was executed inside the Tower of London. So she'd seen his body come back in again. I mean, to be honest with you, it wasn't even like have a sip of brandy. You know, they didn't waste any time there at all. Very embarrassing. But they found all the sort of the people who've been buried at St Peter ad Vincula inside the Tower of London. I just love saying that, ad Vincula, because it makes it sound quite posh. And Mike in Staffordshire said, how much money would you be willing to bet the next Prime Minister will be gay / lesbian? What, both? Good Lord above. And why wouldn't you recommend that bet? Well, because not an awful lot of politicians are out. And it wouldn't actually... I mean, do you think it would make any difference, Mike? Probably to you in Staffordshire, it probably would. There's a county riddled with it. And why would it make any difference whether the Prime Minister was... I'm sure in the past we might have had, you know, like speakers of the House of Commons. There must have been a few gay people there. And there must be gay people... I mean, some people are out and some people aren't out. But I don't think it would make any difference at all to this country. I mean, mind you, if it was on the BBC, they make such a big thing about it. They'd have to make a big thing about it, wouldn't they? Same as, you know, two blokes dancing on Strictly Come Dancing. It's a case of, oh, isn't this exciting? And aren't we being sort of pushed? I know, it's the year, 2021. Steve. Will says, I flew with British Airways last week and tried coffee without milk. My friend told me once you go... Yes, I know. Actually, the funny thing is, I can't drink coffee with no milk. I had a cup of tea the other day. Somebody said if you go to a Chinese restaurant, they serve tea without milk. And I thought, why don't you go to a Chinese restaurant and have tea? You know, people go, oh, it's nice to have a cup of China. If you go to the Wong Kee restaurant, they serve China tea and it's loose. What? That's the one with the rude waiters. It's owned by 4 different families. Can we sit over here? You sit here. Oh, seriously, it's worth going, but the food is dirt cheap. It's dirt cheap, you know. I mean, let's face it. I mean, how expensive can it be to have rice? I had egg fried rice yesterday. I'm quite cordon bleu in the kitchen, actually, with meat. Yeah, frosted. No, I just had it with some little bits of meat. I chopped up some meat and just sort of had it. It's a fairly simple meal. Sometimes I have Ben's golden vegetable rice, which I quite like as well. But the egg fried rice I quite like. And they were doing a special offer in Iceland. 2 packets for a... Was it two packets for £2 or something? £1 a packet. I thought it was quite good value. So that's 2 meals. The NHS website strongly discourages the use of items like cotton buds in the ears. Go away and read something properly. I love it when people sort of read the internet. You know, the NHS website I was reading the other day. I was in Waitrose and found out about the bags. They told me the other week, actually. Would have made more sense to keep the bags, but paper bags. Well, you see, in America, they've had paper bags for ages. Nothing new. I mean, for that past 40 years. I only need a few things. A paper bag would suffice. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, actually. Morrison's, I think, are trialling paper bags, but I don't want to go shopping in Morrison's just to get a paper bag. I might as well just pick up a Marks and Spencer's bag, trot along there, and go and pick up my shopping. But you're right, in America, paper bags all over the place, which is good. Very nice. Steve, ITV made some great shows in Birmingham. Crossroads, The Golden Shot, New Faces. ITV hardly exists in Brum now. It's a terrible shame, says Cyril. Cyril? You're not really called Cyril, are you? Remember that record? Nice one, Cyril, nice one. Don't you remember that? It was a football song. You know, you don't remember Nice One, Cyril? Anyone under 60 called Cyril? I shouldn't think so, no. I don't know, actually. No, you might be surprised. But you're right, it sounds like an old person's name. It's like Doris. Doris would be, you know, you don't find young people nowadays. Or Gladys. Gladys. I think Gladys is such a good name. It just reminds me of smelling mothballs. I don't know. It's Gladys, isn't it? My grandmother on my mother's side, her whole flat smelled of mothballs. I'm sure that's all she had. Everywhere there were mothballs. You know, you'd open up the cupboard and there'd be mothballs smell coming out. Which I quite like. Steve, the doctor on Saturday, says Sidcup Julie, told me to go to the pharmacy this morning to get some olive oil solution. If the insect doesn't come out by Thursday, I'll have to go back to hospital. Can't bear thinking about it. The olive oil should work a treat. It should work a treat. It generally does. Check, but I'm going to a special pharmacy who uses suction to get wax out. Yes, and presumably, I mean, it depends how big the insect is, isn't it? I mean, if it's the size of a tarantula, then you're going into a major panic, I should imagine. They used Noel Gordon's own Rolls-Royce for the wedding in Crossroads, says Ian in Cardiff. And apparently, cotton buds are used a lot in the beauty industry for makeup, smudged makeup, for example. Ah, right. There you go. We live and learn. Actually, I'd heard that before. Trucker Phil says, wasn't Ted Heath a confirmed bachelor? I believe he was. I believe his house is opposite, I told you, the main door to Salisbury Cathedral. You go in through an arch and you're in the close, and it's like the cathedral's in the middle of a field, and all the way around the outside are all these lovely houses, and Ted Heath's is a museum, I believe, now. So that's he lived in Salisbury. He died donkey's years ago, didn't he? He always looked fairly ancient to me. I remember, who is it? Was it Pete Murray? He said to me, I was interviewing Ted Heath because he had a classical record out, because he loved classical music. And Pete Murray, I'm convinced to this day, he was winding me up. He said, you know the one thing he loves? I said, what's that? He said, fish and chips. Fish and chips. Ted Heath loves fish and chips. He said, you ask him about fish and chips, he said, he'll go into raptures over it. So I get Ted Heath up on the telephone and we're chatting away about this classical music album. And then I sort of decided to stick in, for no logical reason apart from I thought it would sound quite good. I said, I hear from a little source that you absolutely adore fish and chips. Bleh, can't stand fish and chips. He hated fish and chips. I felt such a fool. Honestly, I said to Pete Murray after, I said, you are a tinker, honestly. Yes, Sheila's back today, says Joseph. Yes, lovely Sheila Fogarty. We'll be back at 1 o'clock today. So Gary says, thank you. Yes, I knew that joke as well. I think people assume that I've only just sort of emerged from a shell or something like that, but I haven't, I promise you. The clapperboard. You know the clapperboard, there you go, scene 1, take 35, like that. Action. The one that they used in Jaws. They've still got it. Somebody's got it. It's worth about 30,000 quid. £30,000 for a clapperboard. I mean, you know, how do you prove stuff like that? It's been snapped up. Right, you're barred. Not anything like that. Ridiculous. In the papers. Everything's in the papers. Britain faces a festive crisis. Do you know, I think the papers are fueling this. The papers are fueling it. You know, who is the idiot? Who was the idiot in the government who said, don't panic about the petrol? Who was that? What idiot came up with that one? Stupid person. Amateur. Rank amateurs. Because the moment you say to somebody, don't panic, is the moment people go, panic. It's like the pilot on the aircraft. And he says to his co-pilot, he says, listen to this. He said, let's have a bit of a laugh. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is your captain speaking. There is nothing to worry about. And then he clicks off. And all you can hear from the back of the car, people worrying about it. So if you say to somebody, don't panic, you're going to make people panic. Grant Shapps told people not to panic on Friday. What a fool. Why would you say that? Because I'm led to believe This hasn't just come up on the government immediately. This has been known about for ages, that there was a shortage of drivers. In fact, we were reading this out 2 weeks ago. What have they done? Nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. It's ridiculous, honestly. Steve, the character Sandy Richardson, played by Peter Tong, he actually developed some illness which required him to use a wheelchair. Yeah, he didn't have it to start with, did he? He was, and you're right, then he became ill and then he had to use the wheelchair. But I liked Crossroads. The one who was the worst one was poor old Amy Turtle, who was the housekeeper in there. She couldn't remember her lines for toffee. She'd been making mistakes all over the place, which is the Julie Walters character was based on her, based on Amy Turtle. She was terrible. Oh, you know, people used to laugh about Crossroads and the set. The other one which I loved as well, Mrs. Overall. Trust you to know that. The other one that used to be in the kitchen was Shuey McPhee. Do you remember him? The Scottish chef who was as camp as a Christmas tree. He turned up in a few Butch movies, which were, yeah, things set in prisoner of war camps and stuff like that. But in Crossroads, he was Shuey McPhee. And there was an elderly chef in there whose name I can't remember. But you never saw them cooking anything. It was just wonderful. And there was Sandy Richardson and then his sister Jill. And there was David. Did Crossroads come back? I couldn't remember. The place where it was set was King's Oak, wasn't it? And David, whose boyfriend was an antiques dealer, I believe, in real life. And he used to listen to a lot of classical music. He was in another world. But there was something, if you get the opportunity of watching any of the Crossroads programme, you should watch it. Because we used to laugh about the set that moved, you know, because it would wobble, because it was a bit cheap, actually. Because it was Crossroads, later known as Crossroads Motel and Crossroads King's Oak. It ran over 2 periods. Original to... Now, you're right, actually. There was a short revival, 2001 to 2003. And Crossroads became a byword for cheap production values. For that read, you know, a budget of threepence. Created by Hazel Adair and Peter Ling. And then Central Television did it, and it was cancelled in 2003, which was a shame. Written by, loads of people. Loads of people wrote it. It had a sort of a cast of... And I couldn't tell you any of the storylines at all. I just know that David, who laughingly got married in it, his wife became an alcoholic. And so she lurched all over the place in these series, and nobody was too sure what was going on, actually. Carlos was the Crossroads chef. Carlos. And so now we know. Mr. Neil, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Neil was recommending that people who go to garages, although why you'd want to queue for hours to fill up your lawnmower, I can't imagine. Although if you did do that, it doesn't take very much petrol, but surely you could stick a hose down your petrol thing on the car, couldn't you? And suck it out. We used to do that when I was younger. Didn't you ever used to do that? No, just me again. It's always me, isn't it? Why is it always me? I'm sure there must have been things, you know, you stuck a hose in, you go, and then just when it sort of started appearing, you put the thing down. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend it now, but that's what we did. Mind you, we used to drink the water out the garden hose. And I'm still alive, thank you very much indeed. It's only debatable, I think. Benny and Miss Diane. Yeah, do you know what he ended up running, the bloke who played Benny? He ended up running a lap dancing club in Birmingham. And Miss Diane lives down in Kingston. See? I'm a mine of information.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC.
Jackie Trent wrote a lot of theme tunes with her husband Tony Hatch. And can you stop talking about ear problems and headless people? I'm feeling really sick. No, I'm going to carry on doing it. If it winds you up, I've got to do it. I mean, now you've laid your cards on the table. I can't wait to do it even more. Did you win the Euro Millions? Nobody won the Euro Millions. Nobody won it. So I believe that tomorrow it's 122 million. Nobody won it. I did buy my tickets. But it doesn't really matter, does it? And Steve, perhaps we should announce another shortage of toilet paper. It'll take people away from the petrol pumps. There's no shortage of anything. That's a stupid thing. The only thing we've got a shortage of is lorry drivers. And unless somebody's going to start producing babies left, right and centre, You know, we're not going to have any lorry drivers because it's the lorry drivers that we need to sort of get the things. I mean, I listened to Andrew Castle over the weekend, and somebody was saying they're going to bring the army in who are going to drive the petrol tanks. I'm thinking, well, I hope they're qualified, because you can't just drive a petrol tank and then sort of ditch your load. It's got to be, you know, you've got to put the pipes onto the side of it, then it's got to go into the tanks. I mean, it's quite sophisticated. It's not just like delivering a lorry with a load of toilet paper on it. It's completely different. Completely different. And Steve, chef was Carlos. Thank you, TJ. And yes, we know. Apparently, you might like the name Gladys, but it's been the curse of my sister Angela's life. It was her middle name after her godmother. It was not cool as a teenager, says Nigel. Everybody used to rib her by calling her Glad. Yes, everybody used to say Glad, didn't they? All right, Glad. I seem to remember hearing that in a film, and I can't remember which film it was. But no, Gladys was an old-fashioned name. Apparently, hundreds of soldiers could be drafted in to drive a reserve fleet of 80 tankers. It's understood it would take 3 weeks to fully implement, because some of those mobilised may already be on other deployments and other could be reservists. Imagine, join the army, drive a tanker. Fantastic, honestly. I hope they get extra money for it, because they don't get much money in the army. And, you know, if they're offering big amounts of money, well, then let's make sure that the drivers get it. Much easier. Niall says, I visit a microsuction ear removal clinic every 9 months. They advise never putting anything in your ear, including olive oil. Well, they need to get their facts right, because that's what the NHS are advising. They're advising. Yeah, they're just saying cotton buds. But now we've changed the cotton buds. But no, the NHS are advising. In fact, her doctor has just advised olive oil. Where'd you get olive oil from? The chemist. That's what you do. Also, Hazel Adair and Peter Ling also produced the TV series Compact, which had Ronald Allen and Moray Watson, says Paul. Yes, Ronald Allen was the one. The elderly chef in Crossroads was Mr. Booth, apparently played by veteran actor David Lawton, says Anton, who's still alive and recently turned 98. Good Lord above. Shuey McPhee turned up playing Steve McQueen's sidekick in The Great Escape. And it was the voice I recognised first, says Kim. Yeah, I knew he'd been in a Butch movie. He'd been in a Butch movie. But, do you know, I can't remember if I ever saw The Great Escape. That was where at the end the motorbike goes round the field and then he jumps over the barbed wire, doesn't he? I seem to remember. But that's all I remember. And I think the bike came up for sale a while ago. I think that was what the end of the film was. Famous music. What, for Great Escape? Yes. Yeah. As there were in loads of those. So I couldn't sing it to you. I mean, I could do most. My favourite music was the Battle of Britain. And Laurence Olivier comes out and looks up into the sky, and this music starts dun da da dun da da dun 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 da da dun dun dun, and up there it goes. This is how many pilots died during the Battle of Britain. It's a super film. Everybody in it you can think of. Every British star from Lovejoy up and down the social spectrum. Really good. Ari says, Ari. That's all I need, isn't it? Gladys was my nan's name from Richmond. Elvis Presley's mum was Gladys. Yes. And Jeremy Vine has won £2.40 on the Euro Millions, says Grant. I think I won £4.60. I think it was £4. I know, yeah. Call me rich. Twice as good as him. Well, of course I would have to be, wouldn't I? And Anila has retweeted me about the Welcome to Monday. I'm with you at 4. Don't be late. I like it when people do that. It always makes me smile. Actually, Anila, as you know, is a correspondent for 5 News, ITN, BBC News, politics, topic. She does everything. There's nothing she does not do, and she's a freelance award-winning writer. She covers issues and all sorts of things, and she follows us very early in the morning, a bit like Dawn Neeson, who seems to... when does this woman ever sleep? I don't think she ever sleeps. She'll be sort of tweeting late at night about, oh, you know, I've got to do so-and-so tomorrow, and I'm thinking, when do you sleep? Mr. Neil has sent me a photo. Tell me that's not in your house. Please, before I tell everybody, I don't want to sort of malign you in any way, shape or form. But it's a picture of somebody's bathroom piled high with toilet rolls. I've still got some toilet rolls left from the first time round. I bought a big multi-pack, but I never, because then by the time I bought them, we went back into normality again and people started being a bit more sensible. You know, perhaps they will this time round. Perhaps if I start, there's going to be a shortage of poppadoms. Perhaps we'll have sort of a rush on poppadoms. There's 1 week of the weekend before the autumn blows in. And they've said here, the cold snap to end the Indian summer, they reckon could be a mix of sunny spells and showers, possibly snow. Possibly. How exciting. I might have to get my toboggan out. You know, somebody will capitalise on that. Somebody will be stockpiling toboggans. And they'll go, we've got toboggans out, and I love stuff. Did you ever heard toboggan when you were little? Like a sledge, yeah. Sledge, yeah. When we were in Lapland, they just had, like, plastic things. You could sit little kids in them and pull them along. But some of the proper toboggans, we had one with metal runners and slats on it and everything else, and it was really good, because in Yorkshire we got loads of snow because God hated us, and so we'd all suffer with the snow, and we'd go out there and you'd get dressed up and you'd be out there 10 minutes, you're bloody freezing. It was God. There you go. That's what we used to have, a vintage I don't think it was vintage, but they're quite nice. £100 used. Now that's what I call a proper toboggan. It's a sledge beach, as in beech wood. But that's what mine looked like, except mine had red runners on it. And it was, like, we were very posh, you know. We had a sledge. And it would sit in the shed all year, just hanging up on the wall. And then when we got the snow down, we'd go and get the sledge out. Yeah, and you could spin your brother round on it so he'd fall off and hurt himself. And then you got the sledge to yourself. Always great fun, actually. Linda Evangelista has filed a lawsuit. You know, she's talking about this cosmetic procedure that she had over in America, and she said that they always, when they put down what they're suing for, you seriously can't believe it. And actually, it ties in very nicely with something that Ricky Gervais has just said. She is suing because she says she's become a recluse. She's seeking damages for lost income and emotional distress, failure to warn of negligence, misleading advertising. What does she want? 36 million. Apparently, money now cures everything. So in other words, you know, you can be the most disfigured person in the world, but if you give somebody money, they kind of forget about it. Ricky Gervais has blasted stars who moan about their lives. He said, I cannot moan about my life. He said, you know, celebrities who complain about it. He said, you know, he said, in the pandemic, people were saying, how are you? And I was saying, I'm fine. There are people doing 14-hour shifts. I'm fine. He said, it annoys me when I hear celebrities whinging about their life. Oh, they all whinge. Oh, I've got this, I've got that. Feel sorry for me. Oh, I'm too fat, I'm too thin. Oh, I can't do this. Oh, it's awful, isn't it? And you think to yourself, why don't you just shut up? You know, it's like Rylan Neal, you know, and his whatever his name is, Rylan. And you think, and so he's getting divorced. Who cares? Nobody cares. Why don't you try and, you know, deal with stuff as an adult? We don't care what you do, whether you split up, whether you stay together. I don't care. Not affecting my life. It doesn't affect your work, does it? Does it affect your work if you can't do things like that because you're getting divorced? Dad says, I've got severe tendinitis in my foot and can't walk. Oh, have you ever had it? No, I haven't, actually. I don't think so. Harry says, petrol queues already in Stanmore. I'm not at all surprised. It's 6:45 in the morning. This is normal, isn't it? You know, most garages are opening a little bit early because they can't wait to sort of fill the tills up with what little petrol they've got. Steve, I'm at a Tesco petrol station. I'm queuing. It's not too bad. I like your attitude. I listen to you every morning. Of course you do. Because I've got petrol. No. I've got a great competition for you all this morning. I mean, I seriously have got a good competition. And it's so apropos for this particular moment. And I want you to have a go. Because last week we offered you a lovely holiday in New York. So good they named it twice. And we're raising money for Make Some Noise. And today I've got something. You're going to go, Steve, I can't believe it. I can't. You're not really. And the answer is yes, I am really going to do that. Steve, which Spice Girl can still get petrol? And here we go, the old recycled one, Jerry can. I mean, seriously, these went out with the Ark. Yeah, been waiting 20 years for that to come out. Dear me. Carlos from Crossroads played a drunk chef in the episode of Fawlty Towers where they had a gourmet night. Are you sure? I don't know. I mean, I do remember gourmet night where Manuel, I love him. Manuel going, no, Mr. Fawlty, I don't want him. Actually, I loved Fawlty Towers, but it's so funny when you watch it back again, you see the mistakes that they left in. There's so many different bits. Mind you, same in Mary Poppins. There's a lovely mistake where she arrives and her gloves change colour from white to black. And you think, where did that happen from? Because she's clever. Loads of guest appearances from the microphone. Oh yes, the microphone came into shot because you know why? There was a man sitting there, and it was on a boom thing, and sometimes it was there. One of them you see Basil standing in the doorway, and somebody obviously goes now, and he then goes and goes in, which is good. I mean, you can still watch them, and they still make you laugh and cringe in equal. I'm taking a break. I'm just explaining about faulty. God, I see. You do your best in a pandemic with petrol crisis. You're trying to tell a story to lighten people's lives, and all you get is the producer going, "I think you'll find you have to take a break now, Stephen."
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Welcome to another miserable day queuing up at filling stations. And it's going to take them, even if they manage to get drivers in, it's going to take them a few weeks to get people trained up enough to start delivering fuel to the station. I mean, there's still this sort of, it's trickling through. It's not that we've got any shortage of petrol. There's no shortage of anything. But when you get silly people who are saying, oh, you know, don't panic, that's the first thing that they start doing. Ridiculous. Steve, when you were talking about Crossroads, I thought I would buy the DVD box set because I haven't seen the show. It's unavailable on Amazon. Oh, right. I have it. I have it. Steve, do you think the petrol crisis has been engineered to get people to buy electric cars? Are you serious? What, punch-ups and things like that in filling stations and ambulances being practically railroaded so people fighting? Saying, why are you pushing in front? Because they're trying to get people to hospital. It's like police cars take precedence over you if you're queuing. But as I say, I mean, it's going to be a bit difficult. Deliveroo will be collapsing, all these little people on their little motorbikes and everything else, you know, because they can't get any petrol. So there you go. Steve. Wait a minute. Liz Fraser was glad in Carry On. Ah, that's right. Thank you, Mark. I knew somebody'd know. That's the advantage. Gladys, yes, yes, I know Gladys Knight, yeah, but nobody called her Glad. The Dave Clark 5, maybe the Pips. The Dave Clark 5 had a big hit with Glad All Over, okay, and I'm feeling glad all over, baby, I'm glad all over. So yes, she was glad. She was very, very good, actually. I liked that. I went round her house. I went round Liz Fraser's house a few times. She was a listener. She was lovely. Absolutely lovely. Noel Gordon also presented a weekday ATV 1960s lunchtime show called Lunchbox. I do remember Lunchbox. But I can't tell you, what it is or what it did. There were so many programmes that were on lunchtime on the television. And she was the Steph of her time. No, she was better than Steph. The Steph programme, it's just such a horrible mess. I mean, it is unbelievably. They've got too many guests piled onto it. There's no continuity. There's no structure to the programme at all. It's just an absolute nightmare. It really is. And it's not turning her into anything apart from bland. A little bit like watching poor Dan Walker dancing or attempting to dance on Strictly. Can't wait for Piers Morgan to have a go at that one, which is very good. Also in the paper today, there was a lovely little bit, actually, because now you're going to get loads of people talking about Strictly and people dancing and how they're doing this and how they're not doing that. And here's a picture of Wayne Rooney's mother. She doesn't look old enough to be Wayne Rooney's mother, this woman here. Her name's Jeanette. And, I mean, is that really... That's it? Yeah. I mean, she's changed her look. She's had her hair bleached. And she looks like she's had some work done. Because, to be honest with you, she doesn't look old enough to be his mother. She looks like she could be his sister or something. I'm looking at two pictures, one where she looks like his mother, and the other picture where she just doesn't look like his mother at all. She's lost 7 stone. Has she really? Crikey. But anyway, she said it would be tragic to shut the school where she's worked for 24 years, and doing so would rip the heart out of the local community. She's a dinner lady at the De La Salle Academy. Yeah, she doesn't look old enough to be his mother. Does she? I mean, really, really amazing. No, and because she's bleached, I think people who dye their hair, they always look quite good, don't they, really? Because it's, blondes. She's 54, is she really? Blondes have more fun. I like Brian Reed's column today. He's more bitter than I am. He says here, I know it's not possible, is it? It's not. He's obviously just copied my style. Frank and fearless, they say. He says a PR has inquired if I'd like to write about Craig Revel Horwood's doing a solo tour next year in which he will talk about his life, reveal backstage gossip and perform the soundtrack to his career. And I'd like to oblige by writing that there's as much chance of me going to that show as there is me chaperoning Nadine Dorries to an audience with Edwina Currie whilst mainlining Hemlock. Actually, somebody said to me the other day about Nadine Dorries, she doesn't know diddly squat, does she? Why don't they give the job to somebody who at least knows what they're talking about? She doesn't know anything. Nothing at all. Anyway, at least Craig Rebel Horwood got loads of plugs in for the show, courtesy of Brian Reed, who is frank and fearless and funny. So there you go. What have we got here? Oh, yes, there's a lady in the paper. There's quite a few ladies in the paper, but this one's special. She's 103. Her name is Doris Dacre. She's known as Doll. She's 103. And what is her secret to long life? What's her secret to long life? No, not Steve Allen, no. I mean, to be honest with you, if she had the choice, she would be. No, it's a daily dash of whiskey in her tea. I mean, to be honest with you, she's so far gone, she's got no idea where she is. She might have died 20 years ago. We have no idea. A dash of whiskey in your tea. When I went to Toll Cross years ago, I met the ladies who worked for United Biscuits, and they used to put whiskey in my tea. They say, "You'll have a wee nip, Steve." And that was some of the blokes talking. And they used to put a tot of whiskey in your tea. I mean, I used to stagger out of the laundry room in this building in Toll Cross. That's terrible. So I've never heard of it. But she says but I wouldn't recommend it because it might not work for you. Might not work for you. I mean, I don't think she does that. Steve, limiting people to just £30 worth of petrol means people have to visit petrol stations more frequently. We surely need to be reducing the queues, not increasing them. Yeah. And Steve, some old-fashioned names are making a comeback. My mum was named Eva. Yeah, I mean, Eva, will you behave? Cut the naughtiness, you cheeky girl. Thought for a second my old mum was paying the shops a wee visit. I jest, Steve. I adored my mother. Yeah, Eva. My mother was Jean. Margaret. And I think Jean is so you don't find people called Jean. That's quite an old... Yeah, I mean, I think all names are indicative of the time, aren't they, really? Or, depending on... I mean, the amount of children you hear called Kylie. Kylie, come here! You know, mainly in Essex. The producer's mum is called Sue. Don't get many baby Sue. You don't know Sue. Is it short for Susan? Oh, right, short for Susan. Don't you get many Susans? Susan Calman, she's that funny little comedienne. She's not very young. No, she's not very... No, you're right. Perhaps it's not a young person's name anymore. But I mean, we went through some names the other day, and to be honest with you, I'd never heard of half of them. You know, I went to a garden centre, and they had all these Christmas cards with people's names on. And I remember thinking, where's Steve? Where's this? Steve is... Whether you don't... It's not a popular name, Steve. It really isn't, no. No, it's not sort of... I don't think it's ever been in the list of top 10 boys' names in this country. I'm a little bit disappointed, because I was expecting it to be. It's like Ollie. You don't find people called Ollie now. I mean, the most popular names of babies. In girls, okay, I'll just give you the top 4, okay? Girls, Ava, Amelia, Emma, or Olivia. And in the boys' names, number 4, Elijah. How many people do you know called Elijah? I've never heard of anybody called Elijah. Oliver, yep. Noah, very biblical. And Liam. So there you go. But I mean, Elijah, who's called Elijah? I've never had any texts or emails from anybody called Elijah in my life. Maybe in 20 years' time. Yeah, well, I won't be here. 20 years, honestly. I love the way you joke about that, honestly. 20 years. 20 minutes would be nice. And, Steve, my gran smoked like a trooper and drank a bottle of whiskey a day. She lived to 96. I thought there was going to be the gag there. She smoked like a trooper and drank a bottle of whiskey a day. She died 40 years ago. Danny in Eltham said, do you remember Pebble Mill at 1? I do. Yes, I do. I liked Pebble Mill. It was a nice sort of easy thing. But this ghastly Steph programme. As I say, too many guests. And also, she's a bit sort of airy-fairy. How she survived on the BBC Breakfast Time, God alone knows. Here's a picture of James Argent. He's lost weight. He was in Malaga partying at Elliot Wright's restaurant, Olivia's La Cala. Well, he has to go there. There's nowhere else for him to go. And, of course, he's had a gastric band fitted. That's why he's lost the weight. He hasn't done it for any other reason. He used to go out with Gemma Collins, hilarious, because in one of the pictures he looks like Gemma Collins. He was just absolutely enormous. Now he's lost this weight. And, but I mean, you don't want him back in Towie. Thank you very much indeed. It's a bad place for him because he Well, he's better off in Malaga. Let's leave him over there, shall we? Much nicer for him. The Germans facing months of uncertainty after the knife-edge election is the front of the Times this morning. And what's Prince Andrew's next move? Because they're now admitting he has been served with these papers. He's not been charged with anything. He's denied any of these allegations. But where he go? He's still hiding in Balmoral. I mean, you thought he'd be a big boy by now and come back down, but he knows damn well this would not be a good move.
This is LBC.
What a miserable day, honestly. The weather's going to turn. But the good news is, up and down the country, people are in garden centres queuing to see Father Christmas. Today, heavy rain and a moderate breeze. I've got to go out today and I've got to go and buy an engagement present for my brother's eldest. Yeah, I don't want to tell you. A bit exciting and a bit of a surprise, I think. My brother's eldest, it's her birthday on Sunday, and she's got engaged to her boyfriend, Seb, who's in the army, based in Whitehall. He's a colonel, but he's going to be a major. I think you go to major school or something. It sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, really? You go to major school. He'll be driving a petrol tanker any time soon. And so they're engaged, and then they're probably going to get married. But I said to my brother, you better start saving. This could be an expensive one. Very expensive. But today, 18 degrees, heavy rain, moderate breeze. Tomorrow, heavy rain, 17 degrees. 15 on Wednesday. Here we go. Picks up a little bit Thursday, rain again, 17. Friday, rain, 18. Saturday, cloudy, bit of sunshine, 16. Sunday, rain, 16, and so it goes on. But today, 18 degrees, heavy rain, moderate breeze. Not so good. And another one that says, this is from my resident baker in Walthamstow, Ellie. My son is now 18. He's called Elijah. Do you know, I knew I'd get loads of them. I've got loads of them now from people writing in saying, Steve, my son's called Elijah. My grandson is named Elijah, Steve. So there's lots of Elijahs out there, which is good. John in Smithfield says Steph didn't last on the BBC Breakfast. Well, she wasn't very good on it, and she's no better on this dreadful programme at the moment. Steve, any drivers from the army who come to deliver fuel will have an ADR licence, which means they're already trained to do so. Well, let's get them. I mean, don't talk about it. Let's get them out there, for goodness sake. Why are we wasting time faffing around? Do you think do you think Boris is going to be queuing up at any filling stations? The Cabinet might meet today to discuss. What do you mean might meet today? What else have they got to do? The biggest crisis is no petrol at the filling stations because you need people to drive the lorries. They might meet today. Oh, diddums. What are you having? A little bit of light breakfast? Get off your fat bottoms and get out there and do something. It really is pathetically awful, isn't it? I mean, do you think there are queues in filling? It might be easier to drive to France. Go fill up in France, actually. I don't know, honestly. So let's hope, Chris, the truck driver, they get them out there, which is an awful lot easier. And this one here says, drove up the A5 Saturday at 10:30, past petrol queue price 134, came past again going back around 4:30, and it was a queue, and now 148. Must be the same fuel as no tanker refill in the same day. How cheeky, says Linda. Oh, they're going to be ripping you off royally. Of course they are. They can put anything you like on, and people will pay it. People actually pay it. Christine says, happy 23rd birthday, Google. All right. Happy birthday to Google. We use Google all the time. I use Google. It's my go-to search engine to find out anything that we need to know. We were looking at pictures of some of the LBC staff online, invented by 2 students in a garage. How much are they worth now? Are they worth a lot of money? Have they become immensely rich? Really? Oh. I spoke to somebody the other day. I can't tell you what it is, but they have a website, and it's a website for a television programme, and they've kept it quiet from the family. So far, they've bought 2 extra houses on the strength of the money coming in for the adverts. Larry Page and Serge Brin. And they invented it. They're worth 100 billion each. Are they really? We like them. We like them a lot. 100 billion each. Why do we not? If I said to somebody, the only Larry Page I know is an orchestra leader, the Larry Page Orchestra, because I had one of his albums years ago. It's not him, I don't think so. And Sergey Brin, 100 billion each. How lovely. I feel quite depressed. Bet they don't worry about fuel. I bet any of the government ministers are not worrying about it. Do you think the government are filling all their cars up? Of course they are. Their worth rose by 40 billion in the last year. Each. No. If only I'd thought of it. But it doesn't matter. Steve, thank you for brightening our day in the Philippines. I'm sure you remember Emergency Ward 10 and Dr. Kildare. I do. I couldn't tell you any of the stories, but I'm not sure. And somebody says, if there's not a cabinet meeting, it could be Boris's mother's funeral today, says Bev. Could be, I don't know. We shall find out. They're called centibillionaires. Centibillionaires. There's only 8 in the world because they've got £100 billion. What do you do with £100 billion? A bit of a spend up in Costco, I tell you. Bit of a spend up there. I'll take the whole shop, okay? £100 billion. There's only 8 in the world. Oh, that'd be nice. I love it. Steve, Judge Judy is on television at the moment. She's very cranky. She told the sheriff to evict a man in the court, says Shane. Yes, she's the richest person on television. She makes more money than anybody else. She's not a centibillionaire, but she's certainly very, very... And she's about 75, 80, I think. See, big queue for petrol at Asda in Colindale already. My son is called Warwick. Warwick. See, that's okay. The judge is worth just £440 million. Judge Judy is worth £440 million. I mean, she can't take it with us. With us? With her. I like the idea. Steve, if we all believe the opposite of what the government tells us, perhaps the government should say there's going to be petrol shortages. Yes, then we're going to, yeah, whatever. No, they need to get people out there, don't they, as quick as possible. The poor old military drivers will resolve the problems and they're on a third of the wages, says Glyn. Think the fuel company should be asked to contribute to service charities. Absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt. Listen, if you've learnt to drive a lorry in the army and you're going to be driving a lorry for the pittance that they pay you in the army, I think they should earn the same money that the lorry drivers should do. The official advice is if you don't need fuel, don't buy it. And there won't be a shortage. But of course, people are panicking because they start thinking, oh, maybe next week I've got to go somewhere. You know, so I've got 3/4 of a tank of petrol. And, if I manage to find some at some point this week, I shall top it up again because I've got to go a long journey and then back again. There's no point in just going halfway. That doesn't work at all. So military drivers, I think you should definitely get the same wages that the tanker driver would earn, a bonus, or it goes to a charity or anything like that. But they should definitely get something extra. You can't, I mean, that's just an insult, isn't it? Steve, I filled my 5-gallon petrol tank up last month. It'll run my lawnmower for a year. It probably will, actually. Lawnmowers, or I think even some of the little mopeds that deliver the burgers to you because you're too bone idle to get out the house and go and walk down the hill to the burger place. You know, or get the car out and you can't get the car out, can you? Because very shortly there'll be no home deliveries. No home deliveries. People are worried about that. Will the doctor be able to come out to see people? Where are they supposed to get it? Do they get an exemption on it? You know, chemists, will they get exemptions? Because people are still using these NHS passes that they've got so they can park anywhere they like because they go NHS. I don't know whether or not that still applies anymore. I'm not sure. 90% of garages are dry. Drivers, according to the front page of The Sun, are trading punches. Ministers urge calm. Well, you started it. You started by saying, don't panic. Don't panic. Honestly, goodness sake. No time to drive. Desperate drivers queue night and day. I don't think there's any point, is there really? I mean, come along, get a thimble full of petrol. Government tears up the rules so the fuel firms can share. And police officers jumping the queue on the A10 because they're allowed to. They're allowed to. They're police officers, like ambulances and things like that. And there's somebody here, an ambulance crashes trying to get through the traffic. People were blocking it. They're that stupid. There's a lorry delivering fuel here being blocked in West London. People have blocked the lorry driver and he's got the fuel on board. You feel like saying, I tell you what, sod it. I'm going home. See you later. Good luck. You sit there all day. These people are so dumb. But anyway, anybody who is stockpiling it in their vans or in their houses, be very careful. Be very careful. Just make sure you've got insurance at home, okay? Just in case, because petrol is highly flammable. I have to tell people that because they might not understand. Steve, I've just run out of fuel and I'm parked 100 yards from a Tesco petrol station, which is advertising, sorry, no fuel. It's a nightmare, says Elijah from Swindon. There you go. I knew we'd find one in Swindon. There's got to be somebody down there. Steve. One of the petrol suppliers has just paid out 50 million in share dividends, and now the taxpayer is subbing them. Oh, there's loads of profit in petrol, let me tell you. But, of course, the government make the most. The government make the most because of the tax that they put on it. But the petrol stations are royally ripping you off at the moment because they're going, you need the petrol, you'll pay for it. But I don't remember toilet paper going up in price. I seem to remember when we had the pandemic the first time round and people running around like headless chickens, the shelves were stripped bare of fruit, veg and stuff. What were they doing with it? Tinned fruit was very popular. Pasta was very popular. Very popular. I wouldn't want to eat in their house, but there you go. Another picture. Britney Spears has taken the final steps to seize back control of her life. She might be doing an interview with Oprah. Yawn, yawn. And weather really does affect people's aches and pains. And we thought that anyway, didn't we? If it sort of gets a bit damp or something like that. Here's a model. She's called Adriana Lima. I've never even heard of her. But they'd have a picture in the paper of her and she's showing a bit of bosom and legs, so she's a model. In this country, of course, you'd be called candidate for Geordie Shore or something like that. Strictly plunged into crisis. Tom Fletcher and Amy Dowden both tested positive for COVID. Well, of course, because if one gets it, the other one's going to get it. Makes perfect sense. And these ghastly people sitting in a graveyard eating their food off people's gravestones. This is appalling. This is at a place called Norton on Teesside, St Mary the Virgin. The organiser said at no point were chairs put around gravestones by staff, and it was certainly not recommended for people to sit on them. Well, what were we doing about it? Nothing. Nothing at all. There's loads of pictures in all the papers of these ghastly people sitting there. After the pictures were posted, Laura Ann Emerson said, aren't we meant to set an example to the younger generation? Dreadful. There will be more chairs and signage at future events. Dreadful people. Dreadful. And elderly as well. Even worse. Even worse.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
20 minutes past 6. The reason I tell you that is because you might be queuing outside a garage. I mean, people are writing into me now saying, there's queues everywhere and most of the garages don't have anything. About 80% of garages apparently don't have fuel, but we could have fuel. People stop panic buying. And panic buying is when you go and put £3 in your car just to keep topping it up because you think, or failing that, putting it into jerry cans. I don't think anybody should be allowed to put it into jerry cans. I really don't. And bottles and stuff like that, it either goes into a vehicle or you're not having it. Just don't. I mean, if I was operating the pump, I'm not turning the pump on. You can sit there all day pumping air in. Scott, these petrol panicking people have forced me to abandon the car and rely on Shanks's pony, which is walking. By the way, a 4-mile around walk on a rainy autumn morning is not fun. I am soaked. These people need to get a grip on life. He's in Littlehampton. Aptly named, I always thought. Littlehampton. And Steve, always happy to hear your dulcet tones. Rather than getting the army to drive petrol tankers, couldn't we get them to step in and help out the care sector instead? No, we need petrol. The care sector need petrol. Apparently 400 BP, Shell, Esso and Texaco petrol stations have put a £30 limit on petrol. So you can only have, if they've got any. So that's 400 BP, Shell, Esso and Texaco petrol stations. Because there's no point in you running your petrol down to the ground and you've got nothing. And then you pull in there and they go, sorry, only £30 worth. Well, to be brutally honest with you, where does 30 quid go nowadays? I'm assuming the buses have their own petrol supply. I don't see any buses pulling up at an Asda service station to sort of top up, Number 33, here we go. Ting, ting, fill up the petrol. No, so they must have their own petrol. Let's go and take some of theirs. We don't want buses. Who wants buses? We're not advocating it, but where do they keep it? That's what I want to know. I'm going to find out. I shall find out today. Some of my friends who are bus drivers say to me, we've got it at the garage, Steve. We've got tons of it. It's all in jerry cans. I wonder what sort of petrol it is, actually. Sunil says, what about my petrol lawnmower? Well, you can't use it. You can't use it. I mean, put it this way, that would be considered a luxury. A lawnmower. Unless you're using it to drive to work on, it's not going to happen. I have to use a jerry can. No, you can't. Okay, no more grass cutting. No more grass cutting. Not for a while. Definitely not for a while. I mean, you can have that, a little bit later on. Steve, I went to 3 garages to fill up on the way to work, and they were all dry. Probably got a couple of days in the car left. I'm a tanker driver, and there's definitely no shortage of fuel. until the public went berserk, says Graham. Yeah, I mean, but that's it. I mean, queuing. I mean, I wouldn't queue. I seriously wouldn't queue. If I see a queue, I mean, the only time I queued is only one other car at the pump. So I went behind that. He put his money in. I filled my car up, and that was that. You know, it's ironic that I've had 2 things to go to, but I've got enough petrol to get down to the gig next week and then get back again. And then hopefully, that's another week gone by. And so we should be. I don't need to use the car this week at all. I was sort of. I mean, hopefully my taxi has enough. Well, I don't need to worry. They're hybrid cars. All of my taxis are hybrid. But of course, the majority of the black taxis in London, they're not hybrids. There's a few, but there's not very many because they're so expensive. And most Uber cars could be off the road. I would think. You think they're hybrids? Really? I'm not sure about that. But I mean, some would be, but not. They're so expensive to get, aren't they? And then, as I say, it isn't just that, it's everything else. It's all the people who've got businesses. What about carers who need to get round to see patients? People who are relying on them to come round and do injections and do their medicine and stuff like that. What about the chemists who need to get in to work, to open up their shops? Most Uber cars are hybrid or fully electric, are they? Blimey, I must have had some really dodgy ones then in my time. I saw one the other day. I mean, frankly, I thought it had hamsters on wheels inside the engine. It certainly wasn't anything like that. You need a Class 1 to drive petrol tankers, but most of the military had Class 2. I don't know. So that won't help out right away, says Sean. Well, we know it's not. The trouble is they're not going to be able to do anything right away because they haven't even had a meeting about it yet. They're still faffing around. Steve, some of us make a living cutting down trees with the use of a petrol chainsaw. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how much petrol you can put in a petrol chainsaw. Probably not a huge amount. Probably the same as if you were using a motor mower, something like that. And Richard in Knightsbridge said, Steve, there's no shortage of anything except some people's complete lack of common sense. Yes. Apparently, Spencer says, Steve, the bus depots have their own fuel stations. Could I use one? Is it possible? I'd pay extra. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Steve, both the Strictly dancers double jabbed. Yeah, well, one gets it, the other one has got it. But we never said that. We said it, it's stopping an awful lot of people from actually getting COVID. But they're only going to isolate for, what do they say, a week? They're off the show this week. But they'll be back next week, apparently. Tony says, will you use public transport more rather than the Bentley? I don't use it very often at all, Tony. I use public transport all the time because I get it for free. So that's why. So I don't need to worry about it. And now we know that the buses are going to keep running because they've got... In fact, most of the buses are part electric as well. There's a lot of part electric buses. So I don't use the car at all. I might use it at the weekend. Once, twice, and that's it. So, to you. Worrying about things like that. Honestly, don't be so silly. Steve, it's now 6... Oh, I've lost the blooming thing. Where's it gone to? 6:20. 6:20, and 3 of us drivers are still sat in the cars, in the car park since 3 a.m. as the others have gone to look for fuel for the lorries, says Mohammed. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Well, and what are the government doing? Having a nice night's sleep, and then there'll be a little light breakfast, and then maybe, at some point today, they might actually pull their fingers out and do something. That would be a miracle, wouldn't it? Meanwhile, the Labour Party conference drones on down in Brighton. They can't do anything about it. Nobody appears to be doing anything about it. It's very disappointing. Very disappointing. And what proportion of our country can work in care, says Mike? I've got no idea. But there's loads of people. Loads of people. What they're doing, the government is going to suspend competition law, but this I'd heard about ages ago, to allow the oil firms to target fuel deliveries following the recent panic buying. Officials said the move would make it easier for companies to share information and prioritise parts of the country most at need. Well, but don't give us this baloney. Get down there and do something. It could be examined at a possible cabinet meeting on Monday. Only could be. Only could be. It's a remote... I think they might have to do some shopping or something like that, But they don't need to worry about getting petrol because all the government cars will be full to the brim, I promise you. Steve, I'm a GP, says Sarah. Unless they fill up the stations today, I will not be able to go to work the rest of the week. Exactly. How are they supposed to get to work? There's going to be loads of business, even just in my little area, in Twickenham. There's going to be people who drive into work who can't get the petrol. Because if you drive into work, there and back, you're going to use a certain amount of petrol. I mean, Paul Cooper and his staff, they've got vans to go to market, pick up the stuff. Then they don't live on top of the shop, they live out of town. And if you can't get what are they supposed to do? Where's the petrol supposed to come from? I mean, unless the government pull their finger out and they do it quickly, the situation is going to just degenerate. It's ghastly. Terry says that one woman round our way filled 4 jerry cans in the boot and was selling on Facebook for £10 a litre. Well, you see, I don't think any garage, they should be prosecuted. Any garage that allows people to fill up jerry cans. I'm sorry, you can put petrol in your car. The moment, well, if they're limiting to 30 quid, you're screwed either way. You can't get the petrol out, and you're not going to fill up jerry cans on that lot. Who even has jerry cans nowadays? And Phil says, no problem up here in North Wales. People here are more rational. Well, you don't have cars, do you, up there? So, of course, the petrol stations are all absolutely full. And Steve, bus garages have fuel storage tanks with diesel for the buses, but they're too filled by tankers every few days. You're keeping me sane, says Jane. There you go. Jane Sane.
Albert Einstein here. Chico and I are out for walkies in the park. My watch tells me we've walked exactly 3,004 steps, our personal best. Our steps aren't the only thing we track. Our smart meter display at home tells us how much energy we use daily, weekly and monthly, which can help me make changes to save energy. And now my watch tells me it's time to head back for a cuppa. Right, Chico?
For extra help managing your household budgets, search Get a Smart Meter today. Consumer action required. Eligibility may vary.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Sue says, if the army will make a big difference, why is it making a difference with the government who are dawdling? I asked the same question as everybody else. They go, oh, they might be having a meeting today. What do you mean you might be having a meeting today? What else have you got to worry about? The country's going into lockdown because people can't get the petrol. All you've got to do is find some people, but you knew about this months ago. You didn't just wake up one morning and go, oh, look, we need 100,000 drivers of lorries. Ridiculous. And Steve says, Shane, great prize. It is a good prize. It is a good prize, actually. It's a very, very nice prize. Because when they first said you actually have a car, and I went, that'll be nice. And they went, no, it's an electric Mini. And I went, really? Because I've had 2 producers. Well, I've had more than 2 producers, but 2 who've had Minis. Chris has a Mini, and Corey, who told me proudly the other day he started going to the gym. He I mean, I don't think he's ever going to reach, sort of Roman Kemp standards of sort of, turning his body buff, but at least he's made an effort. On June the 23rd, the Road Haulage Association wrote to Boris Johnson on the 23rd of June. Where are we up to now? Just coming into October. Warning of critical supply chains failing unless the HGV driver shortage was addressed. But they say the call for temporary worker visas to be issued immediately was ignored by the government. And finally this weekend, without a word of apology or anything, they've decided to bring it back in. So we're going to bring the drivers back in on 3-month contracts. So come Christmas Eve, all these drivers who are materialising from God knows where will be going, oh, by the way, you can go home now. Where you're supposed to live for the 3 months. Thank you very much indeed. We've had the work out of you. Now you can on off. Seriously. How ridiculous. Where are they supposed to stay? What are we doing? Putting them up in hotels for free? And so Christmas Eve, the time that 95% of people who live in Europe who could be coming over to take these jobs celebrate Christmas. They celebrate Christmas Eve. We do it Christmas Day. So on their, holiest day, or the day where they say, oh, get out. We've had enough of you now. Great, isn't it? Absolutely great. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And just arrived home from Portugal after a super holiday. 1.5 hours to get through border control at Heathrow, then a queue for petrol, but luckily we're able to fill up. Welcome home, says Vib. Thank you. I was able to listen to your show while I was away, which is fantastic, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Stuart Manning says the queues at petrol stations are mad. I've got 140 miles left and I'm not going to be panic buying. No, I mean, do you know, it's amazing how many people have got have got a thing on their car that tells them how many miles they've got left on the drive. I've not got that. Perhaps I need an upgrade. But, a little bit worrying. Dawn Neeson, because my name was up in lights in Twickenham the other day above Sandy's, because he's got this new electric curtain, which is fantastic, and it said, "Morning, Steve." So I was very excited by. And somebody says, you don't know why some of these people are in the queues for fuel. Not everybody's panicking. Don't be so stupid. Of course they are. What do you think they're doing? Sitting in queues. Why, they have to get to work, so they're panicking because there isn't any fuel. There isn't any fuel, And then somebody says, actually, it's the garages by not stopping people from using illegal jerry cans and other things to carry fuel. Well, they should. They should stop them because they're limiting now. More than 400, I think, are basically saying 30 quid top whack. So that's the way it goes. Steve. If anybody is struggling to get petrol, let me know, says somebody in Gravesend. He said, my mate Jerry can get it. We were trying to work out why they were called jerry cans, actually. But there was somebody caught the other day putting it into a bucket. Petrol into a bucket. Why are there not people patrolling the forecourts of filling stations saying, no, you're not having it, not putting it there, just turn them off. So there you go. So, and people are struggling. People are struggling to get it. And John says, I live in the Midlands, no problem with getting diesel. Well, I'm sorry, you live in the Midlands. We're down in London. I mean, I came in this morning, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 filling stations closed. It's as simple as that. No petrol at all. And, as Stuart says, the queues at petrol stations are mad. They are there, whether you like it or not. I mean, the answer is from the government, because they're classic, aren't they? Don't buy petrol unless you need it. If you're just topping up, don't bother. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way to queue up outside a filling station. If I happen to be going down the motorway and I pull in to go and get a burger and I see that there's nobody queuing at the filling station, I'm going to put some petrol in the car, but I'm certainly not going to queue for anything. Thank you very much indeed. And somebody else saying, we hope that maybe the government will sort it out. Well, they're dragging their heels, aren't they? Somebody says, I'm going back to working from home. See, the Esso garage in Twickenham on the Staines Road, the queue's starting already. Wow. Took the 490 ages to better move away from the bus stop. Late for work as it is, says Emma. See, that's the thing. People were queuing so much down the road. The police had to come along and go, out, because they were blocking. Because what happened was, we had it in Twickenham the other day, some idiot stopped in the middle of the road and blocked people because they didn't want other people who were coming into the garage from the other direction to get in there. These people are thick. Really. It's just absolutely unbelievable. That's why there are people who are having arguments in filling stations, because you've got two sets of traffic converging into one queue, and one side is not going to let the other ones in. There you go. Somebody says 30 quid will get your roller about half a mile. That's a shame I don't have a roller, but it's very sweet of you to offer one. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, aren't I the lucky one? Grant Shapps is my MP. Not that I've ever seen him, says Sarah. We've only ever seen him in the papers or on TV. I think I live the wrong side of Welwyn Garden City. Do you think he's got petrol in his car? No, he'd have a ministerial car. He doesn't need to worry about it. Honestly. Says it all, says John. Southerners for you. Well, because we're busy, aren't we? Busy.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC.
I'm trying to smile through today. It's a little bit difficult, especially when they've just said to me, the producer said, do you know it's going to be really heavy rain today? I thought, well, that'll be useful, won't it? At least you won't have to take the car through the car wash. Just sort of leave it there. But the worst people are the people who pull into a filling station, having queued for goodness knows how long. They put the petrol in the car, they go in and they start doing a shop. There's people sitting behind them going, what are you doing? Dim people. Dim people. Steve, says Ian in Somerset, we run a small delivery company and we only have enough fuel for 2 days. Then all the people who've spent hours queuing up panic buying will be asking where their deliveries are. Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. But it's these people who go shopping when they've just put the petrol in the car. You think, get out. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? And of course, it's all the companies who come out, people who are going out to, do work in businesses and things like that, scaffolders. Where are they supposed to get the diesel from? Where are you supposed to get that from? It's basically everybody needs petrol or diesel. It doesn't matter what you call it. We all know what it is. But everybody needs it. What about all the people, the painters and the decorators, all the people who are coming around, the people who are the mechanics who will be looking after cars? They can't get to work because, drivers who are delivering. All the black cab drivers in London who don't have a hybrid car, who won't be able to work because they can't find the petrol. They don't have separate filling stations. They just fill up the same as everybody else, but only buy if you need it. So as far as I'm concerned, if it's somebody who's driving a black taxi or something like that, that's somebody who needs the fuel. They need the fuel for their work, but there are so many millions of people who need the fuel for their work. We're about to have scaffolders in. And if they can't get the fuel, they won't be able to get to the depot to pick up the scaffolding, to bring it round. The painters, the decorators, the doctors who can't get there, the people who work in the surgeries. Wherever you go, people who work in gyms, who drive their cars in every day, very shortly they're going to have to take the bus. How else are they going to get there? Ridiculous, isn't it? It really is ridiculous. Steve, soon we'll have doctors, nurses, old people's house carers, police shortages because of horrible work conditions, and nobody wants to do these jobs anymore. Well, I think it's the people that they're bringing in who are going to drive these tankers for 3 months. Where they're going to live, we have no idea. And then come Christmas Eve, the time where it's supposed to be make merry and all the rest of it, we're going to kick them out of the country again. Europe have got, I think Germany's got 45,000 shortages of drivers. So it's all over the place. It's not like we don't, it's just our problem. Why would they want to come here? And the army are going, I'm sorry, drive this. I can see the army going on strike and going, well, unless we get the money that the tanker drivers are being paid, because they're offering incentives to all the tanker drivers. They're saying, listen, come back, we give you £1,000, or I think some of them it's up to £5,000 as an incentive. If you're in the army, you're not going to be getting that. It's a golden hello. Hello? Hello? Are you a foreign taxi driver? No, they're all northern. Everybody's northern this morning. But why would you want to come here when you've got enough problems in your own countries to sort out? And still the government, have they decided to have a meeting today? No. They've said they might have a meeting today. Meanwhile, they couldn't care less if you sit there outside a petrol station, because they don't have to worry about it because they've got government cars everywhere. The buses have got their own fuel. The coaches, people going up and down the motorways. The trains don't worry about it because they're electric. But there's all these, I tell you what it's going to do, all these illegal minicabs, it'll take them off the road immediately. All the people who are touting at the stations, they'll be off the road immediately because they won't have enough fuel. And I see people on a daily basis touting on Waterloo Station. They pull the car in, they walk up there, and they approach people. Do you need a taxi? Somebody's standing there with 2 suitcases, and I always go, no, actually I'm a drag queen and these are my outfits and I don't want to go anywhere with you. I don't like you. And that's what it is. All these people are going to be stopped working. It's terrible, really. We'll just have to walk, get bicycles. All the mums taking the kids to school, they go, we can't afford the petrol because you're going to watch it going tick, 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 ticking down. Only 30 quid in there. Claire says, I wonder how much the people who are panic buying will complain when they have to stay at home with their children because the teachers can't get to work. I'm an NHS worker. If I can't go to work, my patients will be not cared for. Claire's in Weybridge. See, this is we tend to forget. We just think it's people are putting in petrol for a jolly. No, they're not. No, they're not. Which is a shame. What about us BMS engineers? I've had about a week in Lincoln unpaid, says Charlie in Epping. Where's the fuel? Well, it's there. They just can't get it into the blasted pumps. It's silly, I've pulled in, I managed to get it, but I don't need the car for the rest of the week, so it doesn't bother me. I'm lucky. I'm in that fortunate position that I get a bus and a train home, and then, I can get another bus to go and do my shopping and stuff like that. I don't take the car out to go and do shopping. That would just be ridiculous. Cheryl in Barnet says, my partner needs petrol for his lawnmower. He's a gardener. Not much longer. But the government are just sort of a bit lackadaisical about it. First of all, you mustn't panic. And now it's a case of, look what you've created. Look what you created. Mike says, what proportion of the army have a mortgage, live rent-free in barracks or own their own homes? I don't know. What do you ask stupid questions for? Why don't you go and look it up on the internet? It's not complicated. Somebody says, Steve will be driving around in Bugsy Malone cars soon. Most people remember Bugsy Malone. They were pedal cars. Do you remember? I remember those very, very well indeed. Very, very well. And, Steve, they should bring bus and train fares down to let people use them during petrol shortages. No chance. No chance. That would be a nice one, wouldn't it? Lucy says, somebody else says, warnings not to panic buy petrol has led to large queues in garages dispensing 3 or 4 days' worth of fuel in one day. Well, I told you earlier on, Steve. Normal take in a garage, in one particular garage I know, 17,000 for the day, £51,000 the other day. Do you think they're bothered? Ha, 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 ha. They're having a bit of fun. Having a bit of fun watching you all go mad, queuing up and having arguments. We've got punch-ups. Admittedly, only one punch-up. 2 fathers and sons punching up. How sad, tragic they must be. How sad and tragic. That's why you must have a go at my competition for Make Some Noise. Then you can have a nice mini electric. And that would be very nice. Somebody said, Steve, it is a morning for hot buttered toast. You're quite right. I think I might go home and have hot buttered toast. And also, somebody says, I need to drive my dog to the groomers. Well, you can. It's, have you got enough petrol to get there and back? That's the problem, isn't it? So if only Grant Shapps had just kept his mouth shut and not said, you're not to panic, because immediately it sends people... If they hadn't mentioned anything, nobody would know about it. And if the papers didn't put it on the front pages, nobody would know about it. But motorists get very cross about things. So I'm going to go and chill out, a little bit of karma, a little bit of sort of sitting there and deep breathing exercises, a little bit of meditation, because by tomorrow we'll be in the same situation as we were today. But thankfully you've got the radio, and thankfully... we've got you as well. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. It's the 28th of September. So you've got 2 more days left, and then we're into snow. Snow, 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 snow. That's what they've said. They've predicted snow in October. They can't really have meant snow in October. I mean, surely. Isn't too early? I mean, I'd rather get petrol. Do you know what's going to happen? I think within a few days we're going to be back to normality with the filling stations. You know why? Everybody's told you. You've heard it. I mean, blimey, if there ever was a subject discussed at length, it would be the petrol crisis. And it will be a case of everybody's filled up now. And so you don't need to queue up for petrol anymore. So once the entire country is filled up with petrol, they'll just be sitting there like lemons. Especially those stupid people who are filling up jerry cans. Halford's been selling jerry cans. So they're capitalising on it, aren't they? You know, so you go, we want to help people out. They're lying little so-and-sos. They were selling you jerry cans so you can fill up with petrol. There's a 1,700% increase in jerry cans. It's outrageous. One person filled up 10 jerry cans in a garage. I'd have gone to the petrol people, and said, excuse me, can you turn the pump off? They're draining the petrol. And they'd be going, we have to sell it. No, they don't. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I could be down there monitoring in one of those fluorescent jackets. You put too much in, all right? Sorry, in plastic bottles. Are you really thick and dim? You know that petrol melts plastic. I just thought I'd mention it. No, let's not tell them. Let's not tell them. Let's wait till the car blows up and then they try and claim on the insurance. And the insurance people will be saying, how did that happen? And they go, I put petrol in the boot of my car in plastic bottles. I didn't realise people were that thick. But I used to watch the Jeremy Kyle show, so I know that they are that thick. It's ridiculous, isn't it? There was one garage, some woman with a huge bum out this side. She was filling up plastic bottles. She emptied water out of them onto the forecourt and filled up. I mean, that really is about the thickest of the thick. Why nobody stopped her, I've got no idea. But I saw a bloke doing the same. I should have taken a picture. I'd have pilloried him all over my Twitter account. Ridiculous. What else have we got? Oh, the eco-muppets dragged off to motorway, including that man who claims to be a priest or a vicar or something. Been in prison 6 times. Shan't be taking your advice, matey, on heaven. The tornado in Grimsby must have done some really serious damage. I can only improve the area. Also, call in the army. Don't call in the army. Panic. Don't panic. Don't buy petrol. Do buy petrol. Don't buy that. Don't. I mean, seriously. Can we stop these shops as well selling food to all the people, who are queuing up for the garages? Go in there, put some petrol in if you need it, and then go away. Go to a supermarket. The latest The army are ready to respond to supply shortages, says the Defence Secretary. I don't think they've got the faintest idea what they're talking about. I'm sorry. So they're ready to respond. Have you trained them yet? Unfortunately not, no. Because you need all sorts of qualifications. And so the army tanker drivers will now get specialised training ahead of any possible deployment. You wait till they get to the garages and there's people having fisticuffs down there. You know, really, it's just pathetic, isn't it? Susanna Reid blasts the government for not putting forward a minister. Yeah, they did, because you know why? Because they don't know what the hell's going on. They've got no idea. Is that the woman? Yeah, plastic bottles. There she is. Somebody's filmed her. And there we are. Look at her. Look at her. And so she's emptying plastic bottles of water all over the place. Look, a complete bottle of water. What a stupid... She's emptying it into the bin. She's a real thicko. Luckily, you can identify her. She's got really bad, ropey old hair and a cheap little outfit on, and she's filling up with the petrol. Why is nobody in the shop stopping her doing that? If that blows up, you know, she can take out everything. Look at the state of her. God in heaven. Where'd they get her from? But emptying her bottles of water into... I mean... Is she really that dim? Answer, yep. She's that. You know what will happen? By tomorrow, you'll know who she is. Somebody will have gone, it's my auntie, that is. She was, like, buying it for us. Somebody's put petrol up on eBay, I believe. Yeah. 50 quid for 10 litres. Luckily, they've taken the advert down very quickly, because once the press get hold of you, darling, you won't want to be messing about with things like that. Laugh yesterday. I mean, honestly, why they put her on there, God alone knows, so we can all have a good old laugh. Katie Price turned up on GMB with Susanna Reid and everything else, and her half-sister, Sophie. Sophie doesn't look anything like Jordan, which, thank God for that. And then she proudly told us that she doesn't tell people that she's the half-sister of Katie Price. And she tells you that on television. Obviously must be as thick as they come, really. I'm sorry, I don't tell people, like, you know, she's my half-sister. I'm sorry, dear, you're on television. This is a camera. Hello, Dimbo. Poor old Jordan, she looked a bit rough, didn't she? That's makeup and everything. Hair by some place in Turkey, which took 12 hours to do it. That's what you call a sloppy hairdresser. 12 hours? That's a day and a half. She sat there stuffing her face with food and then turns up looking that bad. I wonder if it's for the extension. Yeah, well, her own hair is shot to pieces. Like her face. Shot to pieces. So she has all this surgery and then trowels on the makeup as if she's doing some booby photo shoot. But, nobody's asked her to do one of those for donkey's years now. You know, gone are the days when she was considered a sex symbol. She's not been a sex symbol since she slept with Dane Bowers, and even then it was a bit ropey. He went out with her because they were trying to do... Because Dane Bowers worked with Victoria Beckham, tried to get her into the charts. That was a bit of a dismal failure. That didn't work at all, so he was sort of helping her out. Bit of a shame. Uri Geller, I love it. Yeah, they got to number 2. Dane and Victoria. And that was it. Finished. Yes, Uri Geller. You know Uri Geller? Bends things. It's funny, isn't it? If he only has to hold it in his hand and something just bends just like that. Must make life hilarious for him. Brings his own spoon, of course. And he says that he's been taken into a secret room in America and shown, wait for this one, I tell you, he must have started drinking or something like that. I've never heard of anything like it. A breathing alien. He said, I don't think people are ready for it, no, dear. You must live in such a delusional world, mustn't you? Is that a breathing alien? Did it speak to you? It went, you're a fraud. Did it say that? Do you remember there used to be a guy called, now I've forgotten his name. It'll come to me. James Randi. He offered $1 million. He's dead now. He died in America a short while ago. But he was somebody who exposed frauds. And he offered $1 million to anybody who could prove that they had psychic ability. Nobody ever claimed the money. And as friends of mine have said in the Magic Circle, the one headline you'll never see in the paper is Psychic Wins Lottery. You'll never see that because they're all frauds. They make things up. They do cold calling. And there's loads of it on the internet. Everybody from Sally Morgan to everybody else where they get everything wrong. Everything wrong. The worst one was Derek Acora. Do you ever see him? Oh, my godfathers, honestly. How people ever believe that load of old claptrap, I can't believe. And his friend, Sam. But then did you hear when he was taken over by a dog? His mind was taken over. Derek was taken from us some years ago now. Best thing that ever happened. He didn't predict it. It just happened. And all of a sudden you go, whoa, woo, woo, woo. And we go, well, sorry, are you on something? What's the matter with you? But all these American psychics and British psychics, so-called people who've got talent and power, none of it ever worked. It was all fake. Uri Geller used to say, no, there are disbelievers here, that's why it doesn't work. Until they showed people fiddling the bending of spoons and all the rest of it. So, for a short period of time, he was sort of top of the flops, because he used to come on and they'd have children bending spoon. He'd say, okay, everybody, bend. And I'm thinking, you must think we fell out of a coconut tree, pal. You really must. He had a car with spoons stuck all over it, strangely, with glue. Couldn't quite work that one out. But no, there's tons of them. You must watch them. If you really want to watch these things, you can see people who just tell lies. They had Sally Morgan. Oh, sorry, does the name James or Robert or Walter or anything? Either they've got spirit guides or they're liars, every single one of them, because they have to fumble in the dark for something. So if you watch a psychic, they go, does the name Muriel mean anything to anybody here? You've got a room of like 600 people. There's a very good chance somebody will know Muriel, and if nobody follows it up, they go, Bob? And you think, what messages? John? Anybody know anybody called John who's passed over? And so somebody put their hand up, some poor woman, and she'd go, yeah, my husband was called John. Did he have trouble with his legs? Sorry? Was he bedbound? No. Working on the assumption, if he's dead, he must be very old, and generally speaking, your legs go and stuff like that. They were just frauds, every single one of them. And also, either you're getting messages or you're not. What is his name? Would it be The Simpsons even did a spoof on it? Anybody know anybody at all? We used to have somebody on LBC called Christian Dion. He never saw his own bankruptcy. Surprising that, wasn't it, really? And he'd sort of go, I see a red car. And somebody would go, no. And he'd go, green? And they'd try everything under the sun. I'm thinking, either you're getting messages through or you're a fraud. And, and unfortunately, when you watch them on YouTube, you have to work out in your own mind. I think Phoenix Nights had a brilliant psychic character called Clinton Baptiste. Because I can do it. I can say now that I will guarantee there is somebody who has got their telephone in the hall. They've got an old-style telephone. They don't have a cordless phone. It's a telephone in the hall. And they've got a green carpet there. Now, somebody listening will go, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Steve Allen can see me. He can see in. They used to have somebody on Clive Bull's programme. He used to put a guy on who could tell you things that you sometimes wonder whether or not it was all a setup. He was very clever. He'd say, in your kitchen, the kitchen cupboard door, you need to fix that on. And they go, I do. It's falling off. And he would come up with the most bizarre things. And you'd think, that's actually quite clever. But I wasn't sure if it was cold calling or not. Because most of them that used to do it did cold calling. No matter, they sort of went all the way around America to go to psychics, and the rubbish they came up with, it was just unbelievable. So you have 3 children? No, 2. Did you miscarry? No. Seriously, that was how bland they were in America. But people go and see it in theatres over here. But if you notice, they're very clever. On the posters and everything else, it's marked down as an entertainment. They have no power to talk to the dead. They really don't. Nobody can talk to the dead because they're dead, OK? Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. They don't come back and have a little word with some barking mad so-called psychic. That's why they don't put them on television anymore, unless it is to expose them. The oil company says Mo makes squillions. Are they going to pay for our army to do their deliveries? No, the army pay for them to do the deliveries. They won't get the extra. They won't, which is a shame. On Corrie, it was Norris's funeral. And, yes, they were all there. All the PC areas were covered. The gay vicar, Billy, the deaf partner, Frida, and mad ex, Mary, who was dressed up as somebody from Star Wars, Princess Leia. Did you see it? Biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen in my entire life. Honestly, it really was rubbish. This is Norris's funeral. It's on 6 times. Is it really? 6 times a week. Mary should have been pensioned off ages ago. She's too barking mad for that. She's total disbelief. And the gay vicar and the deaf partner now. We've had somebody in a wheelchair. They obviously have to tick boxes. I just didn't get it at all. But, having Mad Mary on there, and they go, what are you dressed up as? You went, Princess Leia. And she sits there, and I'm thinking, this is just rubbish. They should have she should have been thrown onto Emmerdale Farm. Would have left her in the middle of a field. Much easier. So I did see Norris's funeral. I mean, Ina Sharples had come back and go, "Aye, Minnie Caldwell, what is this rubbish? What's it?" Because at least before it was a believable northern soap. Now it's just a pile of old doggy-doos, isn't it? You know, I mean, Rita, I mean, how she's standing up in that cabin, I've got no idea. Yeah, nearly 90 years old, and she's and you think, I bet she's had a sherbet, you know. Which, of course, she did have, didn't she? She got stopped coming back from a party once. But, I mean, I want to see what their tax returns are on that shop. How much money are they making?
At Direct Line, we've got car insurance for different kinds of people. If you like to have it all, there's our Comprehensive Plus cover. Or we've got Comprehensive if you prefer a few bells and whistles. But if you'd rather keep things stripped back, you can select our new Essentials cover. So whatever your insurance needs, come direct to compare our prices. Direct Line. We're on it.
Underwritten by UK Insurance Limited.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. I was watching the news the other day, actually, and it was the BBC News. And I remember thinking, I think they've been to a primary school and picked the newsreader up out of there. And I just found him. His name is Rich Preston. I think it must be short for Richard. He looks about 12, and they've sort of put him on the television. I don't know where he's come from or anything. And, he's Scottish. You never know. He didn't sound Scottish. Did he to you? It didn't sound Scottish to me. But he's a former boy in blue. What does that mean? Well, it's former policeman. Former policeman. He looks very young. He works for the World Service, and they sort of stick him on in the early hours of the morning. But, I mean, he just sounds as if he's very young. And I looked at him and I thought, where have they found you from, sweet cheeks? I couldn't quite work it out, but obviously found him on something called NPR, which is something, I don't know whether, is it National Public Radio or something like that? But, I mean, he looks a bit young to be on the television. I don't think he should be on there at all. And they sort of send him out to do big boys' jobs. And but he looks as though he's wandered in from sort of the youth club. It was very funny because I had never seen him before. Made me laugh, actually. One of my friends, says Ian, ran a late-night TV channel that did psychic phone-ins. My mate realised he could make more money from soft porn on the channel than the psychic premium-rated phone-ins. So he called all the psychics in for a meeting to fire them. None of them saw that one coming. Yeah, in America, the idea is that if you phone a psychic, their brief is to keep you on the line as long as possible. The longer you're on the line, the more money they rack up, and they go, "Oh, I've got some news to tell you in a moment." You're ticking away. You're ticking away. And to tell you, what they're basically telling you is what I can tell you every morning. You're a wonderful human being. You're very nice indeed. You will get petrol. Okay? There you go. I've now solved that one for you. We've had psychic shows, you know, in the past on LBC. And no. But always, there's no shortage of people who want to hear what they want to hear. So you can guarantee if it's an elderly person, they've got medical problems. If it's a younger person, it will be to do with your education or boyfriend or girlfriend or trying to come out to your parents. You know, if you were 8 or something like that. Yeah, but they already knew about it, you know. And so, Mum and Dad, I've got something to say. We know, dear, we know. You want to be a drag queen? Okay, we know. We don't have any problem with that. And so on the thing, you used to see loads of adverts in the Sunday papers on psychic lines. Call our psychic. They're just ordinary people who are following a script, okay? They have no more talent than you or I. What they're doing is ripping you off because they know that if you phone them, you're worried about something. So they then ask you questions. They don't know anything. They did a thing the other day. It was on YouTube. They brought a psychic in and they had 3 objects, a watch, a croissant and something else which belonged to a celebrity. And all the psychic had to do was tell you about the celebrity. So this psychic picked up the watch and goes, "This is a strong woman." It turned out to be Lionel Blair. I mean, couldn't have been more obvious if you'd tried. Very similar lines. And she just got it all wrong. It was just rubbish. You might as well have had me on there going, I don't know, is it a dead cat? You know, what do we know? I love it. Steve, says Gary, phone's in the lounge, but the carpet's green. I'm sure you're talking about. You see, there you go. Wait a minute. There's a very interesting picture on the wall, Gary, of your mum, isn't there? I can see it now. She's nice. When did she pass? You see, that's what they do. That what they're doing is they're feeding off you, and they can tell by the look on your face whether or not they're hitting and they go, wait a minute. I mean, Derek Acora was a right old fraud. I mean, to watch the rubbish on the... and there's been a few others who claim that they talk to the dead. Well, you know, why don't they just go and sit in a cemetery and talk to people? But they don't. They do it on television. Yeah, Beer Festival. Don't start me on the blasted Beer Festival again. Hey, listen, I have something very, very important to tell you all. As you know, coming up on October the 8th, LBC and all our sister stations at Global, Capital and Heart and Gold and Smooth and Classic FM and Radio X and Capital Extra and all the others are going to raise money for Make Some Noise. We've been doing it for many, many years and we've raised many, many millions of pounds. And every year on this programme, on Steve Allen Show, he says, talking about himself in the third party, we always have an item that we sell to raise a lot of money. And the money goes to such a good cause. And this year, and I'll tell you about it on Monday, it's another very, very good cause. And what we do is we've offered you in the past, we've offered you a tea towel, the Steve Allen tea towel. One of my friends bought 100. I mean, seriously, 100. I couldn't believe it. Yes, works at a kitchen. He's very messy. And then we had the tote bag. Then we had the Prosecco glasses. And I've got something else for you for this year. And the good news is that we're launching it on Monday morning, this coming Monday morning. It will finish on Friday. It will just run Monday through Friday. I don't know how many we're going to sell. Obviously, I'm going to encourage you to buy a few of them because this is something that you will find very, very useful. And it's part of the memorabilia. And it's very difficult to find radio stations now that have memorabilia. So not only will you end up with a piece of Steve Allen memorabilia, but you'll be donating some money to a very, very good cause, which is our Make Some Noise charity. So that's happening on Monday, and I promise you will like this a lot. And the good news is I've done a deal. I've had a word with them, and I've said, listen, can we do free postage and packing? And they said, OK, we'll do free postage and packing. So you will just pay the one price for this item, and then it's free postage and packing. So get your credit cards ready for Monday. And how many will we sell? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, I know that in the past you have been extremely generous. And as I say, we've raised millions, you know, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds on different programmes, especially on LBC. We've done particularly well. So I'm going to be relying on you come Monday. So if you could save off buying the petrol just at the moment and then donate it all to me, I'd be very, very happy, actually. Very, very happy indeed. Also today, remember yesterday, I was doing something else which we're running on the programme, which is giving you the opportunity to win a car. Not just any car. This is a Mini Electric. This is an electric car. You can go up to 145 miles on a single charge. OK, simple as that. No petrol. Electric car. Plus, I'm going to give you money to buy the home charger that you can have fitted. I'll stick in some extra money for that so you can have it fit. So you just literally, when you get home, you plug it in, charge the car up, and off you tootle. How cool is that? Shane says Doris Stokes came down here, and I couldn't believe how gullible people were. There were long lines to see her. Yeah, because they believe these old crooks. And Doris Stokes was one of the worst ones. You know, but they've been operating. This is nothing new. I promise you. Nothing new. I mean, she died donkeys years ago. Nobody ever discovered what she'd done with her money. I'd like to find that one. There she is. Look at her. She looked absolutely, you know, she was a self-proclaimed medium and author. Her professed ability to communicate with the dead made her a household name. But she was a con artist. That's what she was. She couldn't help it. She was exposed on television by Robert Kilroy Silk. And I watched the programme and I sat there and she was accused of using various forms of deception. What she did on this particular one, and I've told this story before, they have her sitting there and she thought she was doing an interview with Kilroy Silk. And he was going, so-and-so, and you know, people come along and you put them in contact with their dearly departed. Yes, I do, goes old Doris. And I'm thinking, you crook. Anyway, they had a couple there. And they said, and this is Mary and John, for want of better names for them. And they came to one of your shows and you put them in contact with their son who died in a motorcycle accident. And Doris went, yes, I did. And so Kilroy Silk turned to Mary and John and said, That was amazing, wasn't it? And they said, not really. She sent us free tickets for the show. And what she'd done was she'd got her helpers to go through the local paper of the town she was appearing in. The motorcycle accident was fairly prominent news. And so what she did, she sent flowers and free tickets to the show so that they could then go along there. And then she could go. I'm getting a message from John. I mean, she was an old crook. She was a crook. I mean, she claimed to contact the dead relatives of 4 consecutive audience members with a sequence of convincing and poignant details. However, when the participants were questioned, it turned out each had been invited by her, exactly the same as Mary and John, not their real names. The manager of the Palladium explained that she routinely booked the front 3 rows of the theatre for her own use. She was a crook, an out-and-out rip-off merchant. It's as simple as that. That's what she did. But she did in the papers, the local papers. Easy matter. You say, right, I'm doing Stoke-on-Trent. So you go to Stoke-on-Trent, you phone up the local paper and say, can you send us a copy? They send you a copy of the paper. She went through it and thought, wait a minute, who's died? This is an accident. This is a child who's died. Oh, I've got another story on that one, which is very sad, but I'll tell you. And then she would send them a bouquet of flowers and tickets, come to my show. And so she was a crook. She was exploiting these people's grief by sending them free tickets. And she did it everywhere. And when she was exposed on television, she started backtracking. Oh, no, I really did. No, you didn't. You lying old bag. Went straight to hell. In her book, Voices in My Ear, she claimed that she'd solved 2 murder cases in England. However, Detective Chief Superintendent William Brooks of the Lancashire Constabulary stated that Doris Stokes made no contribution whatsoever to the detection of either murderer. In fact, there has never been a psychic who has helped in any murder investigation in the entire universe. The police don't use them. These people make these things up because the police generally don't comment on murder investigations. And certainly these people are frauds. I don't think they ever did used to use psychics. I don't think they did. I think the psychics claimed that they were used by the police, but nothing ever came of it. Maybe in America, but I watched on YouTube earlier, and it said that nobody had ever found anybody, as a result. In fact, the interesting thing was that so many of these people were sort of more than happy to exploit people. It was terribly sad. But I've got another sad story, actually, a very sad story, which I only discovered on Sunday when I went down to my brother's, and I saw something down there, and I had to ask my brother's wife what it was, and I'll tell you all about it in a moment. So we've got that nice electric car. Dawn Neeson's up again at this ridiculous hour. She says, nice early start. She's doing Jeremy Vine today on 5, the Jeremy Vine, and she's got the Daily Star column. I know she gets up at the crack. Seriously. Mind you, I mean, if I was her, I'd be getting up doing, tea and toast and, something nice. But anyway, she's always up early, and we love her company in the morning. She said it's a bit nippy, though. Yes, I agree with you. It is a bit nippy. And it's going to get very windy yesterday. And all of a sudden we had rain. It chucked it down and then blow me down. It stopped raining and out came the sunshine. It was like Itsy Witsy Spider climbing down the spout and then climbing back up again, and all lovely. Lots of images on the television of the eco people, otherwise known as peasants, who blocked the M25 again. They don't care about going to prison. This is no deterrent for them. No deterrent at all. Priti Patel goes, we might send them to prison. You only have to look at them to realise they've all got screws loose, including half the clergy in this country, and then stupid women. Protester Emma. Why don't you just go home? Go and make cakes, dear. Get off our bloody motorways. On the M25 they were. So, yes. So cross about it, honestly. They turn up everywhere. They really do.
We all want to do our bit for the environment, but there's one way you can do even more. Leave a gift in your will to the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, and your donation will support our research into preserving vital plants and fungi, helping to halt biodiversity loss and fight climate change. Despite the problems we face today, you can leave the world a better place. To find out how you can leave a gift in your will, visit kew.org/gift-in-will.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Good news is Dawn Neeson's having blueberries for breakfast. Is it blueberries with yoghurt, might I suggest? See, the trouble is, she's healthy. She's stick thin. Me, I was watching something on the telly the other day. I think it was 4 in a Bed. And they had a cooked breakfast on this boat. They were all staying on a boat. It was one of the bed and breakfast. And, I looked at this cooked breakfast thinking, oh, I could eat that. I could eat that now. So I go down to my brother's the other day, and he lives down in Hampshire. It's very nice. It's sort of a village down there, but sort of spread out. They've got lots of new houses and lots of old houses. And as I drove off the motorway into his sort of bit, and there's all these roads and everything else, everywhere I looked, there were gold ribbons and gold bows. They were on bushes. They were tied to lampposts. They were everywhere. Everywhere that somebody could have tied a gold ribbon, they were tied. On the pub, everywhere. The entire place was covered in gold ribbons. And on my brother's front door, they had a gold ribbon on there, and everybody else had gold ribbons. And I said, what are all these... I mean, do you know what I thought first of all? I thought, this is somebody's golden wedding anniversary and it's a surprise for the wife when they come back. No, it was far more sad than that. It was because, you remember that little girl, Sophie Farrell, who died, the 10-year-old? And she had cancer, and she set out to live a lifetime of experiences. And she came from Hampshire. She was diagnosed with this rare form of soft tissue cancer. She met loads of people, Gordon Ramsay, they put her on This Morning and everything else, and she died. She lives but 2 minutes from where my brother lives. And I had no idea, and they said that was for Sophie. The whole village decided that they were going to put up gold ribbons everywhere, so around lampposts, and then on the morning she died, they put up balloons on all the lampposts and everything else. And I said, that's the most fantastic bloody thing I've ever seen. Really, absolutely amazing. She died last week. But literally, she lives just seconds from where my brother is. And so the whole neighbourhood have put up these gold ribbons. The balloons, unfortunately, went down, as balloons do. But it was all up there for her. And she died at home in the family house. Not a big place, nothing particularly, big or anything like that. But she took her final breath in the embrace of her mum's arms. But all the celebrities came out who had sort of tried to make her, wish list come true. And she met loads and loads of people. And we had a long discussion about, a 10-year-old. And if there is a God, what's he doing? How on earth can a 10-year-old? Despite, and she raised a huge amount of money, despite this devastating prognosis, she was able to talk about having this terminal illness, and she did this bucket list, so which had a working day at a shop. That was on a 10-year-old's bucket list. She cooked, with Gordon Ramsay. And it was just absolutely amazing. Bless her little heart. Her story of coverage even reached, Portsmouth's own Mason Mount and Jack Grealish, and they sent messages of encouragement. It was like that little lad. Remember Bradley? Little Bradley, who was sort of a mascot for everything. And I was watching some clips of him the other day, and you think to yourself, oh, goodness. But no, that's why all the gold ribbons were up around all the lampposts. It was just brilliant. That's when you know that people come together, and she had everything. On Just Giving, they got £30,000 in one day. Really touching. Really, I know it's a sad story this morning, but I think it was the only one that I'd sort of thought. And then I said afterwards, I said, we drove back past her parents' house, and because they have, I think, 2 other children as well, and to come to terms with things like that. And that's what, over the years, with our Make Some Noise charity, we've helped people who need our help, people who normally wouldn't get our help. And so that's why, and I've been down, as you know, to houses where they've been converted so that parents can get a rest with their terminally ill children. The children don't know they're terminally ill in a lot of cases. In this particular one we went to a few years back, butterflies were all over the walls, these paper butterflies, everywhere, butterflies. And I said, what are all the butterflies for? And they said, each one of those represents a child who's passed on. And I thought it was the most touching thing. And honestly, I completely wiped me out. And they had a room, and it's a case of, there was a garden there, and they said that's where the parents can come back. And they can do it. They do it at that Funeral Directors, the one that featured on the television years ago, where they do horse-drawn funerals and stuff like that. And people are invited back on the anniversary, and they release doves and do all sorts of things. So people have got somewhere to go to, and it's lovely. I live in Totton, Steve, in Southampton, and we all paid our I nearly cried then. I'm so sorry. So sorry. It's just that I thought it was the most touching thing I'd ever seen. Especially as I was sort of a bit naive and thought, it'll be somebody, you wake up in the morning and they go, happy golden wedding anniversary. And it turns out it's a 10-year-old child. But that's why it's so important that we do raise money in this country. Not every country does it. Nobody does it as well as we do it. And in Make Some Noise, we've raised, as I say, millions over the years. And we've made sure that people who don't normally get any help with funding get some funding. I remember when we went down to one particular place, they'd asked for £25,000. That was terrible, isn't it? It's affecting me quite badly this morning. And they wanted 25,000, and the people from the charities said to me, they said, we're not going to give them 25,000. And I said, oh right. She said, we're going to give them £100,000. And I went, brilliant. And that's why it's so important. And that's why I'm telling you now, because I only heard yesterday from my original Groovy Gang member, young Corey, that we're going to be doing it on Monday. So Monday morning we'll be unveiling before your very eyes the latest Steve Allen gift, and the money raised will go to Make Some Noise to help people, because there's so many people who need help in this world, and some of them just don't get any help, and that's what we're there for. We're there to help little charities that otherwise don't even get a bloody look in. Try and get money from the government, and don't think so. So that's where you come in, and so you do your bit, and we're all very happy, and we thank you greatly. Roger says you're a psychic. I wish. Your show is the only one that can make time fly by in no time. It does go fairly quick, this show. We discover sometimes it goes a bit too quick. Sometimes we get to the end of it and I think, have I done everything? Have I done everything I'm supposed to do? I spend most of my time on this program. If I get involved in something, I tend to become quite emotional about it. Can't help it. It's just the way it is. But it's lovely to hear from people. And Steve, I'm dying with anticipation of the new item. I've never used my tea towel to keep it in pristine condition. Oh, lovely. I love things like that. And Steve, I agree with you. I don't get Corrie anymore. Bring back, Elsie's, the Minnies, the Enas, and the Martha Longhurst type characters, says Kim. Good solid northern women. Why, aye. Good solid. Because it has changed, Coronation Street. The only time it livened up was when they killed that bloke up in Blackpool by a tram. Do you remember? There was Alan Bradley. Couldn't wait to see the back of him and the front of him and all the other bits and pieces that went to it. Imagine being killed by a tram in Blackpool. Of all the embarrassments in your entire life, it was a very good Corrie death. It really was. But it's just lost its way. Putting in comedy characters doesn't work. It's supposed to be a gritty northern soap. Not some ridiculous woman who, is just, the character is just so balmy. It really is. Somebody else says a lot of other people. It's amazing, actually, people who listen to this programme who sort of, I'll see something and then somebody will say, wait a minute, I saw that as well. So Totton I know very well indeed. So thank you. Rob from Hatfield says, I've been waiting for the charity announcement. I believe it's a Christmas bauble. If so, I'm going to be a spiritualist. I knew I could see into the future. I want to find out where Derek Akora's gone to. Hopefully somewhere nobody else has gone to at all. So anyway, now we've had a good old laugh this morning at Katie Price's half-sister, Sophie, who goes on television to tell you she doesn't tell people that she's the half-sister of that ghastly old baggage who's had about 5 engagements and 6 marriages or whatever it is. Anyway, who cares? Nobody really cares. And then she tells you on television. What was the point of that, love? Just made yourself look a bit embarrassing. Dancing on Ice are getting ready to sign up some really major non-existent celebrities, because there aren't any celebrities. And the upper classes have now been given permission to use the word toilet. Up until now, it's been lavatory or bog. But no, they're now allowed to call it toilet. That's according to the Debrettes, I think. They sort of decide what the poor old upper classes. Honestly. So you could see yourself, really, can't you, sort of saying, and Prince Andrew has recently fallen in a bog. That would make everybody very happy, I think. Took his ghastly ex-wife with him as well. What do I say? I'll just call it the loo. I don't think I've ever called it anything else. I mean, you can call it... I mean, years ago it was the water closet. And we sort of gave up with that one. Because it was Thomas Crapper, wasn't it, who'd invented the flushing toilet. We used to say spend a penny. And the other one. And but mind you, we all had names for our willies in those days. Didn't we? Didn't you? Yes, find it after the break. What the name... No, I can't do that one. That would be ridiculous. Ridiculous. Oh, and also Martin Kemp, preparing to return to the charts. Maybe not a good idea.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Alan says, did you ever get to meet Sally and John, her husband? No, she had to get rid of him. He was a nasty little piece of work, wasn't he? He wasn't allowed anywhere near her shows. That was after, let's just call it an incident down at the Shaw Theatre where he was quite revolting. Steve, I'm feeling a Steve Allen jerry can from Halfords. Yeah, it's ruined now, isn't it? It's going to have my name on it, fill up on me. But definitely not. Apparently, Derek died January 2020. No one's heard anything from him since. That's Derek Acora. He had a spirit guide called Sam. Yeah, of course he did. Honestly, these people must think we fell out of trees or something. And Steve, you've got a good heart, says Shane. I'm going to use an Aussie colloquialism, your fair dinkum. I don't think that's a name for it. We've never called it a fair dinkum. I mean, a dinkum, yes. But everybody had different names, didn't they, for their bits. And it's just, I don't know why. Every parent had something different that they called it. No, not little Steve. I don't think my mother ever said that at all. But everybody had different names for it. I didn't realise that there were so many different names. I don't know why parents named it, but they just did. So, no, not that. No, not for those bits, but the other bit. I think also it worked for girls. I think it worked for girls. Girls had different names for their bits, didn't they? Can you believe it? And you turn on the radio this morning. 1 minute he's talking about, yellow ribbons. And the next minute, we're talking about peculiar things, about naming your bodily parts. I mean, as if it's going to be happening any time before Christmas. Steve, why do they call them soap operas? Now, you don't know? I don't know. I don't know why they call them soap operas. We shall find. There'll be an answer to it. There will be an answer as to why we call them soap operas. I suppose because soap opera... I mean, it was so called because most of the sponsors for many years, wait for this one, were soap manufacturers. So, brought to you by Lux, or, brought to you by Tide, or something like that. So it was sponsored by a manufacturer of soap or detergents. And why? Because they were all because women were watching. Absolutely. It was aimed at women sitting down watching. Sounds very sexist nowadays, but more women watch soap operas than men do, and so women do the washing because they're tied to the sink, and they that's what they do. And so it was in the old days. Of course, it's changed a bit now. They get in a machine to do it, called a husband, and or a boyfriend. Because I mean, we used to do washing up at home. My mother would say, do you want to do some washing up? So I would deliberately break plates so they never asked me again. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Mum, just broken another one. That very expensive. No point in doing the washing up now, eh? And do you know what we used to have to do as well? We used to get a milk bottle and put it into the soapy water so you could see it, because there's always one spoon left in the bottom. You'd finish doing all the washing up, you'd empty the water away down the sink, there'd be one blooming spoon left at the bottom of the bowl. Am I facing the right way? No? Just me again? Did you never do... Uri Geller was there, and it was a bent spoon. Oh, unbelievable. Look at that. How does that work? Steve, Corrie has been rubbish for ages. Well, I've not seen it for ages. That's why I'm so interested in it. Steve. Somebody else saying they're a psychic and I see you winning an award. No, we don't know that. Have you ever tried a Subway Foot King? No. They do a foot long thing. Yeah, it's a foot long thing. They look very messy to eat at. I've only ever been in a Subway once. Unfortunately, it was full of ghastly students, so I didn't bother ever again. Who wants to queue up with these dirty people? Honestly, they all need a good wash. Around our way, we do have a Subway. I went to Kentucky Fried Chicken the other day. Bought a little bit of Kentucky Fried Chicken, went home, bottle of Prosecco. I did buy a bucket, actually, yes. Can't tell you how many pieces were in it. But the funny thing was I didn't eat the chips, because I think the chips are fattening. Not that the coating on the KFC wasn't fattening, but I didn't care. Steve, is your new gift? Oh, there you go. TLC, tastes like chicken. I like the... Oh, these are all... Yeah, I like the meatball marinara. I like meatballs, but they've got to be meaty. You know, it looks quite nice, actually, isn't it? The rolls are very odd there. You have to ask them what sort of roll. Tender beef meatballs smothered in a rich marinara sauce, whatever that is, apparently. But I just want a white roll. I don't want any of these fancy things with knobbles on and stuff like that. Not for me, thank you very much indeed. Heavens above, no. Steve, it could be a coffee mug or a teacup and a saucer. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what it is. And Shane says fair dinkum means it's true. If you say fair dinkum, mate, that means it's... I don't know why. Fair dinkum, mate, really is a foot. You know, I mean, it's a... Yeah, yeah. So I haven't actually tried the Subway foot thing. I've seen it advertised on the television, and I'm supposing that at some point I'll probably have one, but it just looks a bit messy to eat. And it's just a long sandwich, isn't it? Also, I mean, I can go to to Greggs and get a baguette, which is fairly long. Robot footballers could win the World Cup by 2050. And another big cat expert has been swamped with sightings after a puma is spotted in the Forest of Dean. Now, you and I know that the cameras on your phone are about as good as you're ever going to get. Perfect quality pictures at all. This picture in the paper, it looks like it's been drawn by a 3-year-old. You know, I think we have seen this big cat. We think it's a puma. Yeah, in the Forest of Dean. Have you really? Liar. Why do people tell lies? You know, because they're sad. Very sad people. Yes, well, do you think it's just popped out for that one day and you couldn't get a proper picture of it on your telephone? You either need to upgrade your telephone or get another artist in to draw a picture of a pussycat. That's all it is. I mean, it's the worst. It's like the pictures of the Loch Ness Monster. You see, the other day they had another picture of the so-called Loch Ness Monster. And I remember thinking, you people are mad as broomsticks. Yeah. 25 reports of big cat sightings. Yeah, of course, it's living there, dear. It's a puma in the Forest of Dean. What does it eat? People, with a bit of luck. Can only hope, can't you? I love the way, though, that once you actually get one, big cat enthusiast Frank Tunbridge is trying to reply to all the emails from all the loonies that he's had. Oh, I saw this puma. And yeah, 25 emails. Cool, it's a fortune, isn't it, really? What it's been eating? You just happened to see it on this one day, did you, and take a really bad picture? These people, honestly, they're most crackers as you are, pal. Really, it's madness. They said the animal was the same size as a Great Dane. Of course they did. And they saw it leap. Honestly, where do they get... Stop drinking. It's bad for you. Anyway, I'm Steve Allen. Nice to have your company this morning. We're all in a very jolly mood, I think. And we'll be back with you in about 3 minutes with more of your texts. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. 2 more days to go because it's the 28th, 30 days hath September, April, June and November. All the rest have 31, excepting February in a leap year. So 2 more days to go before we hit the cold weather. That's what they've said. They've said could be snow. There's certainly going to be more rain and stuff like that, which actually doesn't bother me because the rain means that it keeps the car clean, and that's fairly okay. Still people queuing for petrol, but very shortly people won't need to queue for petrol because they'll have all the petrol. And anybody who's stockpiling it, you better be very careful. Very careful. You've only got to take the top off the list of a jerry can, off the actual jerry can itself, and the fumes will drift. Anybody sitting there with a cigarette on is going to be looking at maybe sitting in smouldering ruins of their house. Cars have blown up in the past. And, Steve, I see Grant Shapps' local garage is stocked up with petrol, says Brian. Well, I mean, I went past a garage the other day. It was open and there was no queues at all. And I nearly thought, should I go and pick up the car? I thought, I can't be bothered. Who can be bothered? If we all just treat it normally, you know, you can go out. I went out shopping yesterday. Went out to go a little bit of shoppy. And on the bus, I went to the bus. I went on to Kingston, otherwise known as that desolate town. It really didn't look very good at all. Loads of cars, though, on the road. I thought, you know, because petrol was in such shortage, that there wouldn't be many cars on the road. But there were quite a number of cars. Yeah, they're all trying to find a garage, weren't they? I was going, it's the other way, other direction. Buses have got loads. If only my car was diesel, but it's really not, I'm afraid. But no, I went shopping in Kingston. Bit disappointed. Went into the Swarovski shop. Is it Swarovski? They do all these sort of Diamante kind of things. I was looking for something for my brother's oldest, because she's just got engaged, and to this army captain. And I was going to buy them a picture frame, which I bought for people before as a well, they didn't seem to have it in there, and I don't know whether or not they've got an online catalogue, which I could sort of buy. But the trouble is I need it for this week, so I need to go and find it quickly. No, I'm just going to... Yes? There's something funny about that. Hello, picture of me, of course. People have paid for more. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I love your show and listen on my way to work. However, when you talk about food, I get very hungry and end up eating my lunch on the way to work, says Lee. Nothing the matter with that. Nothing the matter with that at all. And somebody says, are you aware that spiritualism is a recognised religion? We weren't talking about that. We were talking about the fake psychics. You must listen properly. If you can't listen properly, it's your problem, isn't it, really? We don't talk about spiritualism on this programme. We talk about being sold as an entertainment. OK? If you listen properly, you might understand it. Nothing worse than having to explain to people. Really. Somebody says, apparently Aussie slang of fair dinkum means being genuine, honest. Problem is too many Aussie... policies. Politicians have overused the term and it's lost its weight or meaning, says Nick. Oh, guess how many days to Christmas Day? 87 days and 20 hours. It's nice, isn't it? I should be saving up. I mean, are you thinking about the tree already? And then Billy says, what do you think about the BBC making a drama about Jimmy Savile? They're making a drama with Steve Coogan playing Jimmy Savile. And somebody said, because they were talking about it on the telly yesterday, and I thought, it's a very odd thing to do because we all knew about Jimmy Savile, friends with the royal family, was sort of, you know, very close friends with the Queen Mother, known about for years. Everybody talked about Jimmy Savile donkeys years ago, 40 years ago, people were talking about Jimmy Savile. And then all of a sudden, you know, people have now said it's a bit hypocritical of the BBC to make a documentary. I mean, it's quite a challenge for Steve Coogan, I should imagine. The only reason you could ever justify it is if it brings somebody else out who says, by the way, I was another victim of Jimmy Savile. That's the only way, because I frankly am not remotely interested in anything to do with Jimmy Savile. I'm really not. I remember seeing the Louis Theroux documentary, which interviewed Jimmy Savile. And he kept asking him probing questions. And Jimmy Savile wouldn't sort of answer anything, you know. And, you know, he used to pick up the phone. Yeah, he just made a joke about everything. But we all knew what an old pervert he was. But the trouble is, it's because he was connected to the royal family. It's the fact that the papers didn't go after him. And that because they didn't want to upset the royal family. And in those days, I mean, nowadays, they couldn't care less. You know, the royal family got their own problems to deal with. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, he was a big star. Every time he did a marathon, the cameras were there following him and all the rest of it. And he was flashing his jewellery and he was on television and he had Jim'll Fix It. But alarm bells for me started ringing. And I told the producer, he never went on Fix It's. You know, the Fix It programme, somebody would write in. In fact, one of my ex-producers wrote in, Mandy. She wrote in and went on the programme. She wanted to sing with a group or something like that. Anyway, one of them, he went on, and it was a little girl, 12, who wanted to go to the Dead Sea to float on the water, see what it was like to float. And he went there, obviously with the film crew and everything else. I remember thinking, he's never done one of these before. This is getting a bit... because he could get away with everything. Listen, if we knew about it outside of the BBC and there were rumours circulating, surely inside the BBC they must have known all about it. So for them to make a documentary on Jimmy Savile, for what reason? I can't work out for what reason. Are you going to say he managed to get away with everything and people turned a blind eye to what he was doing? You know, because I think there were shows that they said, don't put him on there. because there are children involved with the shows. Don't put. And so I'm thinking, well, they knew about it. I mean, is this, drama going to portray the people at the BBC who cocked up big time? The people at the hospital where he went there. I mean, there were, all sorts of suspicions which were doing the rounds. So should we have it on the television? I don't think so. But that's my opinion. Somebody else might say, yes, you can. I think it's too soon. I think it's way too soon. So, in my opinion, but that's just my opinion. Steve, even a light switch can create a spark which could ignite fumes. I know. Google woman filling... That's not in this country. That was done in China, I think. The woman filling up a plastic bag from a petrol pump and trying to put it in the boot of the car. That's not in this country. Listen, we know the stupid people. As I say, we saw the Jeremy Kyle show. The Jeremy Kyle show was full of thick people with no teeth, who were there with sort of tattoos, and that was just the women. And they'd be on there going, yeah, and this is my daughter, and this is my husband, and he had an affair with the next door neighbour, and I'm kicking him out now. And then there'd be a punch up and everything. It was fabulous stuff, but unfortunately not. Steve, my mother knew I hated her housework. She used to just waltz into my house and say, "You've given me a house a lick and a promise today," says Kim. Oh, a lick and a promise. That's what we used to call a wash. Lick and a promise. When you were little, we didn't have enough hot water. What? Well, it was called a lick and a promise because it was done with a flannel. Your mother would sit you on the draining board when you were little, obviously not when you were 33, like I was, and she'd sort of take a flannel because we didn't have lots of hot water. Nobody had central heating. You just froze your nuts off every blooming winter. But anyway, so we had an immersion heater and it gave you a little, but it wasn't boiling hot water. So, in other words, when we got out of the water, and sometimes there'd be only 6 inches in there. Stop it. I'll send you all home. I tell you, you'll all be on the naughty step before this programme's finished. And so you'd have 6 inches of water and you'd leave it so that your brother could have a wash in the bath. And you couldn't pull the plug out because your mother would go, you pulled the plug out, you go, oh, gosh, I'm so sorry. It was an automatic thing. Because why would your brother want to sit in the dirt that you've just washed off? But anyway, so when we were little, we sat on the draining board and my mum would fill the washing up bowl up and then she'd get a flannel and go round your face and then, all over your body, and that was it. Lick and a promise. So that's what it was. 84850, Steve, no interest in the BBC and Jimmy Savile. I think you're right. I just don't know who's agreed to make that. I seriously, it's too fresh in people's memory. Lots of victims are still alive, and probably loads of victims that we've never even heard from. Now, if it encourages them to come out, then maybe that's good. But do they want to relive those things again? I don't know. Is the BBC taking responsibility for this? I mean, who made that decision that we want to see this? Because I don't think we do. Very brave of Steve Coogan. Very brave. Very brave. Steve, so why were people in show business keeping quiet about it? They weren't. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody knew about Jimmy Savile. It's like, if there's somebody in the business who's doing drugs, everybody knows about it. When we did Five's Company, there was one particular artist who actually came in. I won't tell you who it was, but he was off his face completely. And we knew he was off his face because when he came in, he was sweating like a good un. And I've seen loads of people in the business, and that's generally a sign that somebody's been taking drugs and stuff like that. Glastonbury, or they've got diabetes and they don't know about it. But no, because once we started doing the interview, we realised it was drugs. They've tested the water in the river around Glastonbury. It's full of cocaine and stuff like that. People urinating cocaine, because apparently people who go to festivals, surprise, surprise, take drugs. I mean, it's never interested me going to a festival. If I wanted to do drugs, I'll sit at home and go to the chemist. There's no point sitting there going, do you want to buy some marijuana? And you go, yeah, well, people do that, and they sort of sit there, and they all look off their faces, and I'm thinking, how are you enjoying this? You can't be enjoying it, can you? I mean, apparently some of the rock stars at one of the festivals, one of the big ones, used to have cocaine on their rider. You see, for me, it would be Smarties. I'd have Smarties, but I certainly would. I mean, I didn't realise that cocaine was big until I went to a pub in Shepherd's Bush one time, and in the gents' toilet, in the cubicles, all you could hear was like that. And I used to think, oh, God, must have more money than sense. Far more money than sense. So I've just watched 2 of your favourite DVDs, Mr. Holland's Opus and Beautiful Things, says Shane. Both brilliant. I love the ending of Mr. Holland's Opus, where he's leaving. He's been dismissed as the music teacher because they've got a different music programme. And he walks down the corridor with his wife and his son, who's deaf. And he can hear, he said, what is that noise? And they go into the school, I'm going to cry again. They go into the school hall, and there is the entire school, and it's all for him. He wrote Mr. Holland's Opus, and they bring the curtains back, and there's the whole school orchestra playing his opus. It's the most fantastic bit. And in Beautiful Thing, it's brilliant. It's a gay story set on the Thamesmead estate, and it's really good. It's got Linda Henry in from EastEnders, Shirley, and it's marvellous. And the funny thing is, the flat that they used was used for Radio Thamesmead. I think that's their studios in this particular flat, and it's really good. It's a really, really good film. And Connie says, you're like my son. You get angry when people don't wear the mask. You hate it when people put their feet on the seats. You're exactly like my son. So you two have something in common. Yes, it's true. I saw somebody the other day, and there was a piece in one of the papers, and it said, if you don't wear a mask on the bus, you stand a very good chance of catching COVID. Because what happens is people get on the bus with no mask on, and the bus driver pushes the button. It goes, please wear a mask, for your protection and everybody else's, unless you're exempt. And 3 people put their masks on. I thought, are you thick? Why did you not get on the bus with the mask on? And some woman started coughing. People moved away from her. Ugh. Oh, ghastly person.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Nice to have your company. Nice. So Susanna Reid blasting the government for not putting forward a minister. I mean, you'd think in the middle of a pandemic to do with petrol. Although somebody wrote to me the other day, some bewildered person in crayon, and they sort of said, oh, it's people like you that are fueling, the being, a petrol pandemic, which they were trying to insist really wasn't on at all. It was a myth created by the media. And I felt like saying, why don't you open your eyes and get out there? You're obviously not the most intelligent person. I love the teacher couple. They've been teachers all their lives. They died. They left a £2 million legacy. They've distributed it between 10 charities. £2 million. That's good, isn't it? Very good. Richard Wilson. Which Richard? I don't believe it. He says he hates using a walking stick to get around. He's 85. And he's got a walking stick. I've got a walking stick at home. I only bought it. What? You really are pushing it this morning, aren't you? I tell you, laughing at me and everything else like that. Yeah, it's only to hit people with. Get out the way. There was some man walking up and down Twickenham High Street yesterday shouting at the top of his. He's very old and very, obviously, not with it. Shout, I hate this bloody country. I hate it. And I felt like saying, well, go live somewhere else. We love it, yes. Come and join me, please. Prince Andrew's been accused of hiding away at Balmoral, a dreadful slur on him. He can't get petrol to get out of there. Do you think the royal family got their own supply of petrol? Get the Queen having to push the car down the motorway. Prince Andrew's got 3 cars. You realise that? That's how arrogant he is. 3 cars, and they all need petrol because he needs protecting. Lovely. Happy birthday to Brigitte Bardot. Brigitte Bardot. I had to explain. The producer thought it was the same person who sang Je t'aime. Do you remember Je t'aime? Da 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 da. Oh, Je t'aime. That was like Donna Summer going, oh, love to love you, baby. And it sounded like, she was being a bit erotic. And she said she had toothache. Oh, love to love you, baby. But I liked the Je t'aime bit. That was always my favourite. Je t'aime. Sounded so romantic, didn't it? But nobody ever said je t'aime. Not that I ever went out with. The fury over Norway killing 570 whales. You think that's Eddie's soundbite? Oh, I hope not. I've got a reputation to maintain. It's rapidly going down the Swanee, I'm afraid. Martin Kemp's preparing to return to the charts. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be happening because his brother couldn't make it. He crept into the top 40, and he was the big one in the group. Was it Duran they were in, or was that another group? Oh, Spandau. Spandau were the group who was the lead singer of Spandau? Who was the lead singer of Spandau? Tony Hadley. Didn't he then stop being with Spandau and he went off? Did they have an argument? So, you see, I don't like it. I remember when they first hit big time and they came into the LBC studios. I remember sitting there reading the news, looking at them going, this is a pop group. I didn't know anything about pop groups. I never have done. Never have done. Could South Korea finally take dog meat off the menu? I do hope so. I don't like things like that. But mind you, anybody who's a vegetarian or vegan will be shouting into the radio, well, you eat meat, don't you? Yeah, but not all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes I eat chicken, which is probably just as bad, I suppose. Have I ever eaten dog meat? Not knowingly, no. I've probably eaten horse meat without knowing. The French have horse restaurants. Yeah, I mean, where they serve up horse meat. And in fact, over here, it managed to find its way into the system. It was mixed up with a load of other things. I remember thinking, so we've obviously eaten it. And there are horse abattoirs as well. It's quite big. I mean, it's certainly nothing new. But it's like in France, you can find restaurants that only serve pig's trotters and things like that. I couldn't do a pig's trotter. No. They'd been walking about on it. Oh, no, I don't like things like that. But apparently I think, if memory serves me, about 2013, and this horse meat had found its way into beef burgers and ready meals. And we were all terribly shocked. We went, oh, I can't believe it. And what they'd done is they'd mixed it up with all the other bits and pieces, and nobody could tell the difference. It obviously is edible, but, you just don't like to think about it, do you? You think it's a horse. You don't like to think, oh, good, here comes a burger walking down the road. Yeah, a horse burger. I don't know. And yet we'll eat loads of other burgers. I've seen them at, these country fairs and stuff like that, where people eat different burgers from different things. I'm a bit funny about things like that. It doesn't matter, actually. You do take me back, Steve, says Anne. A wash, lick and a promise. Yes. And I remember those days, so precious. I can remember my mum getting the hanky out to wipe the dirt off your face. Remember your mother would lick the hanky, and it'd go like that around your mouth. Remember that? They always used to do that, didn't they? 37 I was. My mother stopped doing that. We're a bit slow in our family, I'm afraid. Steve, many years ago, did LBC have individual intro jingles for each show? Well, I mean, if you mean, does each presenter have their own jingle with their names on it? Yeah, a theme tune. Yes, every presenter has their name on a jingle. I mean, I've never got over. To open my show, I used to have a part to Wake Up, It's a Beautiful Morning, and going into Elton John's The Bitch Is Back, which we used actually as one of the titles for one of our theatre tours. Steve Allen, The Bitch Is Back 2007. We shifted more than 1,000 mugs of LBC. We would stagger down with all these mugs and people were buying them. So somewhere there are lots and lots of these mugs that people have bought over the years. When I watched Heartbeat yesterday, which I do like, I move about on this programme. I'm sorry, if you're thinking there's continuity, forget it. It's not that sort of programme. We're just here to try and keep you going till Nick Ferrari arrives. And guess who was on Heartbeat? No, not Nick, but no, I haven't. I've only ever seen a couple of the Nick Berry ones. No, the lead singer of Take That. Gary Barlow was playing a crook who sort of absconded with diamonds, but he also managed to sort of weave in that he could sing a song in the pub in the thing, and he gave a sort of an impromptu concert before they dragged him off in handcuffs. Must have been post. No, it was after Take That. After Take That, yeah. So he'd sort of. I don't know when it was filmed, actually. I can't remember, but it was very good. Tony Hadley appeared in an episode of Benidorm, says Stuart. And also Gary Kemp at the weekend. And says Gary, did I see him on television at the weekend? Yes, I will have done, because he's got a programme with Roman, hasn't he? So, yes, I've seen him all the time. And Steve, you have the singing voice of an angel. Thank you. Gary Barlow says Heartbeat Roll was the worst career move as he earned 78 pence. For his cameo. That's repeat fees, is it? Oh, wow. I thought it was quite funny when I saw him, because he was in his sort of, not chubby days, but he'd certainly put on a little bit of weight. Another one. which says, I have no interest in watching anything on Jimmy Savile at all. No, I mean, I agree with you. I agree. I don't know whose decision that would be, but somebody would have to say yes, that gets the go-ahead, because these things cost thousands and thousands. Steve, winter in Hertfordshire as the central heating's come on, and I put the heated seats on the car on while I listen to you on the way to work. How nice. I've got heated seats as well, front and back. I love them. Although the first time I had heated seats, I thought I'd become incontinent. I drove back from the garage and the switch had been on, but I didn't know. And I remember thinking, oh dear, what's going on here? And heated seats, it's the back and the actual seat. And I seriously thought I'd become incontinent. I got out of the car very carefully, thinking, I think we've had a bit of an accident here. And then somebody said, oh, you've got heated seats, have you? I went, have I? I had no idea. I don't understand how cars work. I just know you push a button. I don't use them, no. I don't like the feeling, to be honest with you. It's very odd. It's like I've seen them advertising on Ideal World, vibrating chairs. Well, if you want to play those sort of games, sit on the washing machine. Don't start messing around with a stupid chair that tilts back and it's got things that you see them advertised at Christmas. There'll be somebody in a department store advertising something. You clip onto the back of your chair and it's balls that sort of go round in a funny shape to sort of massage your back. Well, I'm not having that. I'm not entering into that sort of game. Thank you very much indeed. I've got people what do that for me. Come here, Steve. Actually, I hate massages. I really never liked massages. A friend of mine loves massages and would, take every opportunity if he went to a gym. If somebody said, oh, I do massage, like they sometimes do when they're coming out of the shower. And I would always think to myself, no, I don't want to. I've had one once, and that was the only time in my life. Somebody said, you'll feel so much better. I was like a coiled spring. I hated it. And I went to a really posh place. It was a birthday present. And I didn't like it at all. She dimmed the lights down and lit candles. I thought, oh, God, here we go. Here we go. There was music, actually. It was sort of tinkly music. And there was a bit of water in the background. All I wanted to do was have a wee. I never thought about anything else. I go, just relax. I was so tense. Seriously, you could have bounced a ball off my back. You really could have done. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. What else? Lee says, did you know about Jimmy Savile? There were rumours about Jimmy Savile 40-plus years ago. 40-plus years ago. We didn't know anything specific. We didn't know to what extent it was going on, but everybody knew about it. It was just one of those sort of things that people, like, people who were alcoholics, or people who drank a lot, or people who did drugs and stuff like that. You knew about them. You'd say, oh, so-and-so's coming in. They go, oh, God. I mean, I told the story that I interviewed Bob Monkhouse, and he enjoyed a drink. And he came in with a brown paper bag, and in it was a bottle of whiskey and a shot glass, and he proceeded to, and we got a fantastic interview, I have to tell you. I mean, it was a brilliant interview. Really, really good. I thought he was amazing. And Steve, so the taxpayer has to pay for the BBC to make a programme about a person they openly promoted and protected for decades. Another reason to scrap them. Well, they make a fortune, Mark, because you have to have a TV licence. And that's what they spend the money on. And that's why, they've got people. Although I find it interesting that we know what people earn now at the BBC, which most of them are furious about. I mean, some have given back some of the money, but they're still making a huge amount of money for basically, in some cases, reading an auto cue. Can you read? Yes, you've got a job. Would you like £200,000? Yeah, I think Louise Minchin was on £200,000 a year for just sitting there. Not even every day. They do a few days a week. Somebody does their hair and makeup, gives them something to wear. They sit there and have to read big words on an auto cue. Very difficult. You want to try doing radio. Steve. France's premier horse race, the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe, Sunday the 3rd of October, Longchamp. I don't do horse racing. We used to have LBC evenings at the racetracks, Kempton and Sandown and things like that. They were good fun, actually. They were very good fun. What? It was like, yeah. No, it was just LBC. It was the staff went along, and we had a tent, and we had the tote was there for us, and some people were very good at it. I was rubbish. I was absolute rubbish. I mean, I was totally useless at doing anything like that. I was better on the Grand National. I've had a few wins on that. I mean, nothing spectacular. And tonight on the lottery, they're offering me, probably you as well, but I'm not including you in it, 122 million. That's what it is tonight. That'll make Christmas a fun time, won't it? Turkeys for everybody. Turkeys for everybody.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, being Tuesday, the 28th of the month. And some of the stories, well, there's a picture of a woman in Cobham filling up plastic bottles at a petrol station. A ridiculous person, obviously not one with the brains in the right department. The Grealishes are the new Posh and Becks. They're really not. They're really not. They're way, way, way down the line on that one. You know, especially apparently because the wife's a model. What she models, we've got no idea, but she doesn't look as though she's got model looks to her, really. I did laugh the other day. There was a piece on, I don't know if it was a new or an old or a semi-new or a semi-old bit of The Only Way is Essex. I only watch it to hear people, you know, completely massacring the English language. And they had little Chloe Sims, 130 if she's a day, and somebody else on there called Megan, who could be any age, a bit difficult to tell. Anyway, she might or might not be going out with somebody called Pete Wicks. Pete's the one who's not blessed with height or anything else, really. And he's got tattoos all the way up his neck and all the rest of it. New series started 12th of September. All right. No, we haven't heard anything about it. But I watched this because this girl, Megan, whose name I can't remember, was talking to Chloe about Pete that she's going out with or not going out with and everything else. And I'm sitting there going, and Chloe Sims was going, oh, yeah, but, you know, but you don't need to worry about this and all the rest of it. I'm thinking, wait a minute, is this the same Chloe Sims? Oh, it's Megan McKenna. She's slightly odd. Anyway, she was going out with Pete Wicks, and she's talking to Chloe Sims, and I'm thinking, wait a minute, do you know that Chloe Sims had a secret affair with Pete Wicks for 2 years? They were having, you know what? And I'm thinking, and Chloe Sims, who's not a very pleasant person, is obviously lying to this Megan McKenna, unless I'm watching things at a different sort of time span. I don't know. They've got the new series. Luckily, they've got rid of quite a few people, which is very good. We're very pleased about that. Gemma Collins has gone. Somebody wrote to one of the papers the other day, it must have been the Daily Star, because Gemma was pictured coming out of this restaurant. I say coming out of it, she sort of staggered out of it. And she'd paid, so they say, 700 quid for a steak covered in gold leaf, which is nothing particularly clever about that. I thought that was very basic and very average, and it's £700. And somebody said, unfortunately, Gemma, it doesn't give you any class. She never had any class. Never. I mean, you know, if you can part, you know, somebody, you know, with £700 for a piece of steak covered in gold leaf, and she's never heard of it before, you know, I don't hold out much hope for this place at all. I mean, if the best that they could get was Gemma Collins, might as well give up now, actually. And Steve, years ago, says Barbara, who's in Derbyshire, my staff team bought me a spa day. And I couldn't face going as I couldn't think of anything worse. I had to pretend I'd been, not to hurt their feelings. Hilarious as they all commented on how I looked so much better and my complex had improved. See, I don't like things like that. And yet I know people who love them. A friend of mine, she loves stuff like that. She would go away on holiday and book into a hotel that had a spa, and she'd book in for treatments. Whereas me, I can't think of anything worse. Dreadful. 84850, Steve, I remember the tin bath. Also bathing in the kitchen sink. Yes, we all remember that. We always remember bathing in the tin bath. And Steve, says Catherine, my huge fridge hasn't been working for the last few days. It went up to 28 degrees last night, so I had to turn it off. Thank God for Coffee Mate and frozen food. Yes. I was always told if ever your freezer goes off the boil, don't open the door. Leave it shut if the freezer breaks down, because it will keep it colder for much longer. The moment you open the door and let air in, stuff will start defrosting, so you leave the door shut. Full of useless advice, aren't we? I mean, sometimes I think I'm going to go home and listen to this show myself tomorrow. Well, it depends. You don't want to eat something. I mean, you can eat food that's defrosted, but you can't refreeze it. That's what you can't do, especially with things like chicken and stuff like that. But most of the stuff, you know, if it's defrosted and you can't eat it at that particular day, throw it away. Much easier. So what else we got? The other one, which I quite like, the Glastonbury ribbon. Oh, the images of Charlie Watts shown at the Stones' latest tour, which I quite like. Aldi are looking for 2,000 new jobs. People there, presumably Christmas. Also, you've got the charity premiere tonight for Bond, James Bond, and I think it's being held at the Royal Albert Hall. And I think it's for William and Kate. So in other words, if the money donated goes to their charity, then they get to go to it, and they have to sit through and watch this 3-hour film in the Royal Albert Hall. I've never seen a film at the Royal Albert Hall. Presumably they bring down a huge screen and they just sort of play it in there. Whether it looks the same, I don't know. They do all sorts of other things. Terence Conran. You know Terence Conran? Of course you do. He left the designer. He left £44 million in his will, but to his gardener he left £35,000. 35. That's nice, isn't it? It's a nice present to leave somebody who's looked after your garden. All very nice. He left 44 million. He left overall, but I mean, still to leave something to the hired help is not bad at all. Uri Geller in the Daily Star today. He's quite clearly gone off his chump. He really has, because and I'll read you the story only because I can't believe it either. He claims he was taken into a secret military room and shown a breathing alien. He saw this out-of-this-world object that felt alive. He's 74. He said he went to a military bunker with NASA rocket engineer German Werner von Braun in the 1970s. I mean, honestly, he's only just telling you now, so it shows what load of old rubbish it is. There, Uri claims the US government showed him a piece of the crashed UFO, which he says was breathing and proved the existence of aliens. You are quite barking mad, aren't you? You really are. There's no such thing. Does not exist. Don't tell lies. He said, I was taken to a laboratory and I put my hand over this thing. It was clearly not from our planet, but from a crashed UFO. He said a huge fridge door was opened and my jaw dropped. There were loads of bits of UFOs and that validated the existence. Are you completely off your trolley? I mean, what is he on? Why do they take him? Why do they take him? Uri says, Area 51 UFOs, it's all true. The major world leaders know about it, but the public's not ready. Oh, do us a favour, mate. Go away and peddle your rubbish somewhere else. Goodness sake. Ah, dear. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Apparently Megan McKenna went out with Pete Wicks for a while. This was way before Chloe Sims. Yeah, 2 years he went out with Chloe Sims. They kept it quiet. She's very old. Have you seen her? Seriously. I thought she was part of RuPaul's drag programme. I had no idea. She's actually a living, breathing person. What she does for a living, I don't know. Did you just say live on air you can eat food that's been defrosted? Today's Eddie Mair clip. No, we've already got Eddie Mair's clip. We always know it. Also, you can eat food that's been defrosted. Yeah, but we were talking about... No, you didn't get the rest of it, did you? I have to explain everything twice sometimes to people. See, I get more people on medication listening to this programme than anything else. This is just the time that Matron comes round to give them their daily tablets. And so if your fridge is broken down, you can... your freezer, you keep the door shut. When stuff's defrosted, you can eat it, but you can't refreeze again, okay? Because that way you get major problems. Oh, look, here they are again. Protesters getting dragged away by the police. I want to go and drag a few protesters away. Seriously. This was near Heathrow, ignoring a court order. You know, there's all sorts of wastes of space here. Listening to them talking, they really are. They're off their chumps, aren't they, most of them? Also, what have we got here? We've got Jennifer Lopez snogging Ben Affleck. Why do they do it with a film crew present? It's like that well-known hypocritical pair. What are they called? Harry and Meghan, over in America. They fly on a private jet to tell you about how to save the planet. They're not representing anybody. They don't represent you, me, the government, the royal family. They represent nobody at all. They're just a pair of ne'er-do-wells. Meghan, of course, who gets very tantrumy if she doesn't get her own way. Insulate Britain activists defying this court order, demonstrating on the M25 for the 6th time. One of the group's figureheads said, you can throw as many injunctions at us as you like, but we're going nowhere. You are, you're going to prison. Bye-bye. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. They love it, honestly. They like it there. Steve. Another one here. Oh, yes, you've got to... Can you eat defrosted bread? I toast it. I toast defrosted bread. Yeah, I used to freeze loaves of bread and everything else. And in fact, there's a setting on the toaster for doing frozen bread. You obviously don't have a posh toaster. You obviously just have a normal one. We have posh toasters. Yeah, but it keeps for longer. In the freezer, I would take out frozen bread. Some people keep it in the fridge. Depends how big your cavity is and whether or not you can actually get a whole loaf in there. And... Warburton's thins for me, but you literally take it out, and I popped it in the toaster and pushed the little thing that's got little star-shaped thing on it, and that will and it pops up. It's in there a couple of minutes. Whoop! Up it comes, toasted, brown, and crispy, and golden, and bubbling. In which case you've left it in there far too long. But no, it works very well actually, very well indeed. But there's been loads of Loads of people who do that because it makes bread last a long time. Because I've discovered fruit doesn't last very long. You've only got to buy something. Within 2 days, it's gone off. Strawberries and soft fruit, especially at this time of year. Here's the picture of this big cat. I mean, seriously, it's the worst picture you've ever seen in your life. I mean, a 3-year-old could have drawn this. But Frank Tunbridge says he's received news of potential sightings. Of course, it's like, if I said a spaceship has just landed in Trafalgar Square, another 500 people would have claimed they saw it as well, especially if they're as mad as Uri Geller. Yes, it definitely came from a UFO. No, it didn't, dear. No, it didn't. Well, look, I'm going to start this watch. No, you're not. No, you're not. I love it. You have to tell people, don't you?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
What a day. What a day today. Where have we've been around the world on this programme today. The letter, I'll read it to you in full. Poor old Gemma Collins, honestly. Where is she going? Nowhere. Somebody says, oh dear, GC, how foolish are you? Do you really think having a gold leaf covered tomahawk steak at 700 quid looks classy? No, it doesn't, madam. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is, she's got no idea. She's got no idea. That's from somebody called Ollie's mum. So the trouble is, she's an embarrassment to everybody. Ollie's mum. Not our Ollie, I don't think. I don't know. Might have been. Not spelt the same. Not spelt the same. Prince Andrew. There's somebody else who's come forward in this one. Again, this just goes from bad to worse. So he's probably quite grateful he can't get petrol. And it's a woman who claims that she saw Andrew dancing with Virginia at a club the night he says he was at Pizza Express, has agreed to testify against him in America. Now, I can't remember anything from if somebody said to me, who did you bump into on the bus 3 weeks ago? I wouldn't have the faintest idea. I mean, he's denied everything. And where it goes from here, I've got no idea. Perhaps I'll have to take petrol up to him at Balmoral. I've got no idea. But it doesn't help. It doesn't really help. This particular person lives in London but has given a written statement to the FBI. I mean, he's still up there at Balmoral. I mean, eventually, I don't know where this goes to. I really don't. I couldn't even predict this. I certainly wouldn't have predicted it was going on this amount of time. Definitely not. Harry, he's not a prince. He's just old Harry. Nothing to do with the royal family. He's heading back to New York to hand awards. Oh, he's going back on the private plane again. Good Lord above. You think you could have tied it all in with one, but he likes being hypocritical. Makes more sense, doesn't it? He's just flown home from the city with Meghan to present the Intrepid Valour Awards on November the 10th. What for? He's been stripped of his honorary military roles. He's not a member of the royal family. He doesn't represent this government. He represents nothing at all, but he's fannying around over there like he's somebody important. Insulate Britain protesters apologise for blocking... Oh, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Apologise. We're so sorry. Good, but they are determined to continue their campaign. You'll get nowhere. I'm telling you now, this will go nowhere. I'll even put money on it. I mean, but the good news is they're buying so much glue that the manufacturers have put people on overtime to start producing more glue. Just so they can do it. Pig's trotters, Steve, says Chris in Thailand, are tasty, but spicy chicken feet, soup or salad. I know. In Waitrose, they sell chicken feet. Very popular in Chinese restaurants. Very popular. Chicken feet or duck's feet. You've had them. Nothing surprises me with you, Emil. Nothing surprises me at all. You thought they were chicken dippers? No, they look like chicken's feet to me. They've got nails on the end of these ones. You had breaded ones. Oh, lovely. You do get about, don't you? Honestly, what a credit you must be to the family. KFC in Ireland, chicken feet. I mean, I'm assuming it's actually quite normal in Chinese restaurants to order chicken feet. I think Corey's eaten them. I'm pretty certain Corey's eaten them. Some people love... It's feet. I don't mind sort of a steak or something like that, but not feet. That's like when they stop people, when they're doing these Australian or Canadian programmes, they stop people at customs as they're flying into the country, and they open up the Chinese people's cases, and there is a ton of food that they haven't declared, including ducks' tongues, chickens' feet. I mean, all the sorts of things you think, you don't really eat that, do you? And they do. I mean, one of them was a delicacy, and I think it was pig's tongues. And they eat all of it, and they said, but you ticked no food on the card when you're on the flight. I mean, I've never had tongue. I don't even like, what's that soup that they do? Oxtail. I won't even have that. I won't even, because I'm worried that it really might be oxtail. And all the stuff they get, you've eaten that as well. It is oxtail. I'm definitely not eating. Wouldn't eat that. It's like when they go out to I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and they come up with all this ludicrous food. As I say, I don't mind if Ant and Decca can have a go at eating it, and then we'll all have a go at eating it. But they don't. They laugh at all these poor, underpaid, Z-list celebrities eating it. And I think to myself, that's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? I wouldn't. The people in the camp would starve. I wouldn't eat it. It's as simple as that. I'd be taking in my own packet soup and secretly going down to the river and mixing it. Yes, M&S around the corner. Because, in fact, literally within 100 yards of where they are filming in the jungle, when they filmed in the jungle, there's the Versace. Why would you bother hanging around in the jungle? I'm into a double bedroom and a suite straight away. No hanging around on that one, thank you very much indeed. Sir David Attenborough says his new series, The Mating Game, left him impressed beyond bounds. They're looking at the love rituals, in other words, animals having sex, of 80 species in 22 countries over 6 continents. Lovely. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Why do you want to watch animals having sex? It's a very odd thing, isn't it? But apparently, highlights include a violent game played by the Serengeti zebras. They all look the same. I mean, you know, I'm sure it's a bit odd, isn't it, really? I mean, I love Attenborough. I mean, Attenborough can do no wrong at all. Do you know he had activists outside his house? They went and picketed a 95-year-old man's house because they're that stupid. I think we should go around their houses and picket their house as well. I think what he's doing is sort of he's trying to help, but they're not helping themselves, you know, because they're not bright enough. What else do we get here? We get Greg Wise's daughter says he's up to some manscaping to make his chest as smooth as his moves. This is the one with the wife who's the hypocrite. She flies on planes backwards and forwards, and her name is Emma Thompson, who I like actually. But at the moment she sort of broke that ruling about, you know, flying backwards. It's like looking at the hypocrites, you know, Harry and Meghan, or as the Daily Star call them, that sort of desperately shy couple in America who milk the publicity. Steve, I saw an alien in Brighton the other day. They called it Angela Rayner. She's everywhere, isn't she, at the moment? She is everywhere, Angela Rayner. I didn't even know who she was before now. And she's only famous because she's gobby. And she says things. She's at the Labour conference. They've already had one person resign. I wonder how many more. It's down in Brighton. Good place to go to, actually, isn't it? Full of students. And a pier that's not there anymore. And another pier which is there. But at least you can get a stick of rock down on the beachfront, which is lovely, actually, and probably a bag of chips as well. Jessie Nelson, she used to be in Little Mix, and she says being in control of her new solo career is a weight off her shoulders. There is no solo career, dear. There is no solo career. I mean, I noticed that they put back her record. It's not going to happen. The problem is nowadays, nobody explains it to people. So they all go and they go, right, I'm in this group, but don't worry, I'm getting loads of coverage. I can then be famous by myself. It doesn't work like that. It really doesn't work like that. It's a case of you were only known because you were in the group who worked very hard and made some money. Nobody's going to buy into your solo career. Listen, nobody wanted Louise Redknapp. Her career died. Even when she came back, oh yeah, I'm bringing out this, and she started doing her sort of, I'm posing in my scanties and, you know, doing all this, look at me. And everybody's going, oh, even her children were going, stop it now. You know, she's too old for that. Where did they think? They're not going to be another Madonna or another Kylie or something like that. You know, and who did you book to go and see at the Ponders End Whiskey A-Go-Go? Louise Redknapp. You know, room for 2 people. I mean, the next meeting of the Jessie Nelson fan club will be in a phone box at the end of the M4. They're about as, you know, it's just not going to happen. Nobody's interested. You know, the record could be absolutely brilliant, but it doesn't mean that the public are going to... I mean, who are your fans? You think you're going to divide Little Mix fans because they've got their fans, and you were only known because you were in there. It's not going to happen on the outside. The longer you leave it, the less chance there is of selling anything at all. Because we don't have the programmes which are on the television to give people the coverage. Look at poor little Cheryl Cole. Career finished. You know, resorted to doing some little naff thing in town. Didn't even do Pride the other day because she was mourning Sarah Harding. I mean, you try thinking of members of girl groups who've done well solo. And the answer is you can probably count them on half a hand. Because people buy into the groups. Because the people who buy into the groups are going to be little girls, you know, 12, 13, 14, the influential type age, and little boys who fancy a few of them. The moment you split the group up, look at the Spice Girls. The moment Jerry walked out the Spice Girls mid-tour, they started going off the boil. You know, Victoria said she didn't want to tour with them last time round. She still got the money for doing it. It doesn't happen. And it's got nothing to do with the music, and it's got nothing to do with the image that people have. It's just that the older you get, the less chance there is of you playing anything. There's no Top of the Pops on the television where if you brought a record out, they'd book you immediately for Top of the Pops or any one of a number of, you know, shows on the television which had sort of a now here's Bananarama. You know, the best that Bananarama can get now is a tour of sort of ancient old has-beens from the 70s. Butlins, you know. Ask Noreen, she'll tell you that the majority of the groups who are playing all these concerts are groups from the 60s or 70s. Nobody's going to pay to see Jessie Nelson. They're really not. What's she going to do? Is she going to, you know, if she's only got an album out and a single, what are you going to do? Repeat it 3 times and then go home? You've got to think about these things. And also it's very difficult to get records played on the radio. That's, you know, Matt Goss had a record out some time ago. That didn't go anywhere. You know why? Nowhere to play it. Radio stations are so tied in. I mean, I don't work for, you know, a music radio station, but I work in a building full of music radio. Literally, they're all the experts. They know who is sort of playing. And I'm quite sure if there was a concert that came up with a load of other people, you could stick Jessie Nelson on there. Whether it translates into selling records, I doubt. Very much indeed. Steve. Richard Wilson feels bad about having used a walking stick. I'm 50, due to have a double hip replacement. Having said that, I'm also aware, says Jay, that there are people much worse off than myself. Yeah, lucky to get the operation. They're cancelling operations left, right and centre. It really is, you know, difficult, very difficult. Steve, how about, says Alec, Angela Rayner going on holiday with the other gob on a stick, Lisa Nandy? I don't know who Lisa Nandy is. Shadow Foreign Secretary. I love that. That's actually called like Lady in Waiting. You're the Shadow Foreign Secretary. And also, we used to get chicken's feet from the butcher and take them to school. Lovely. I don't like the sound of it, I'm afraid. It doesn't do for me. I feed frozen chicken feet to my dogs, says Maggie. Enough already. I don't want to know about people's strange eating habits. I really don't. Prince Philip and his racy London society. Even though he's married to the Queen, Prince Philip, you know, used to have private dinner parties at Buckingham Palace with all sorts of ladies.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6. Nice to have your company, except you, Jan, with only 21 followers. We've had to put you out of your poor misery. Now you've got nobody to write to. Bit of a sad start to Tuesday, isn't it, really? But of course, you'll still be listening. Steve, we have to give thanks for small mercies. We do. And nobody's got a smaller mercy than me to share with you today, except Monday. This is Monday coming up, when we've got the details of what item we have for you this year to raise some money for Make Some Noise. And you know that we're raising a lot of money. We've raised millions over the years. And this morning, and I'll do it in 10 minutes. I'll do it just in case you've only just woken up and you need to pull yourself together so you can have a go at winning a motor car. How very nice. Not just any old motor car. This is an electric car, so you don't need to worry about the queuing. Actually, I think that, you know, within, what are we up to now? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I think by Friday there'll be no queues at garages. They'll have got the petrol to the garages because they're not bringing in the army. If they were that worried about it, they'd have brought the army in today. But they've got to train them up, and they still haven't confirmed whether they're going to bring them in. They've said they might, which means that because everybody's filling up their cars and their houses are going to blow up because they're stockpiling petrol. I mean, one woman, 10 jerry cans. I mean, what stupid garage lets somebody fill up 10 jerry cans? I'm surprised the other motorist didn't go over there and say, are you mad? And the stupid woman filling up, the one with the really bad hair, filling up plastic bottles, emptying her water into the rubbish bins in the garage. I'd have turned her pump off immediately. I think they should go around with a phone app. And if somebody's filling up, you know, you could click, turned it off. You're not having any more petrol like that. Motorists are now filling up with the wrong fuel. Can you believe that there are some dim people out there? Really, really dim people. Forecourts worsened. Hundreds of motorists are filled up with diesel because they can't get... I mean, these people are really stupid. Unbelievable. You know, they say... No, not mistakenly. They just think it's petrol. They don't understand how it works. They put diesel in their petrol engines. 5 times as many as normal. You know, people are going, oh, wait a minute, I'm opposite a pump, it sells diesel, I'll put that in my car. How dumb do you have to be? The answer is quite a lot. The AA have attended 250 incidents, an average of 20 to 25. Oh, leave them. Leave them. If somebody's that dumb that they don't know how to drive a motor vehicle, you know, I mean, because what can happen is large amounts of smoke come out from the exhaust, the engine misfires and cutting out. I mean, using petrol in a diesel car is the most serious mistake in terms of possible damage. Well, that's tough for them if they're that thick. Goodness me, why are we pandering to these stupid people? Honestly. So, 8-year high. Petrol stations running dry, even though we've got so much petrol sitting in the tanks just waiting to be loaded on. And so the petrol stations have decided to rip you off. 135 to 136, 138. Some places have even put it up much higher than that because they're ripping you off. Somebody says, Steve said nobody had success after leaving a girl band. How about Beyonce? Well, one person? Gosh, truth. Oh, yeah, Beyonce. Yeah, hugely successful by herself. Yeah. Not in Britain, she's not. Not in Britain, she's not. One person. We don't have anybody over here, and that's all you can come up with, Beyonce. God, blimey. No hope, is there, really? Oh, look. An otter. They were on the brink of extinction. What? We move. Oh, look, an otter. There's a picture of an otter in the paper. What's it eating? A crab. It's picked up a crab. And there was the case of a man, wasn't there, who sort of went swimming in a puddle or a pool or something like that, and he got bitten by an otter. Have you seen the teeth on them? Psh, these things are like gazelles in the water. But it's eating a crab here. And I think it's in the Shetlands, I think, where they've sort of tried to reintroduce them. But they literally rip fish apart and everything. They've got teeth on them. They're almost like small... Have you ever seen leopard seals? Leopard seals are about 13 feet long, and they're absolutely unbelievable. Leopard seals are the most dangerous things for penguins and stuff like that. Penguins run like heck, and they don't run very fast anyway. But leopard seals are enormous. I think the average one is about 13 feet long. You've seen honey badgers. Are they badgers? Wait a minute. Are these badgers that do eat honey? They go into the nests and they pull them apart and eat the honey, I think. Oh, they're quite big, aren't they? Oh, blimey. They've got claws on them, haven't they? We don't have them in this country, do we? Do we have honey badgers? Oh, no. Mainly Africa, Southwest Asia and the Indian subcontinent. And the honey badger is notorious for its strength. A bit like me, actually. Ferocity and toughness, again, like me. It's known to savagely and fearlessly attack almost any other species when escape is impossible, reportedly even repelling predators like lions and hyenas. Bit like me. Bee stings, porcupine quills and animal bites rarely penetrate their skin. Lions and hyenas. Because hyenas are ugly as well. At least lions look attractive. I mean, I wouldn't want to tangle with one. They're dirty what? Laugh. Hyenas, yeah. And actually, if you get a pack of hyenas, I saw once they were tracing, I think they were wolves. I think they might have been in Scotland or something. Wherever it was, they were chasing this deer, a big deer, and they just keep going. Wolves keep going, and then some move up into front position and the other ones. In the end, this poor deer had to go and stand in a lake, and the dogs won't go in the lake. They don't like water. And so it stood there, freezing cold, middle of winter, snow coming down, and it has to wait until they give up, because otherwise, once it comes back onto land, a pack of 20 of them will just completely annihilate it. So it stood there waiting until they moved away, and then it sort of quickly ran away. Must be awful being an animal, mustn't it? You know, when you sort of feel like, you know, I've seen all the programmes which Attenborough's done, you know, where you look at poor wildebeest standing there with their little calves and everything else, and there's a pack of lions or something, and you think, no, and they don't stop them. And I did ask once, actually, why nobody did anything. And they said, because you can't change nature. You just have to let it take its course, which I'm a bit disappointed about. Steve, I'm a London taxi driver. I've passed 4 garages on the way in. There's queues of 20 to 30 cars at each garage. Yep, there will be. I think it's, you know, there's one here. Just gone past a garage in Purley. Must be 40 cars queuing for fuel, says Chris in Surrey. But that, you know, I think in a few days' time, when people realise that there is loads of fuel in this country, they're just getting it to the to the garages. And so you won't need to queue for it because you better get it anyway. And also, why would you want to be ripped off? Let's hold the garages to ransom. Tell them stick it. Let them sit there with all their fuel. Yeah, poo, we're not going there. Why should we bother? Who would win in a fight between Harry Potter and Mary Poppins? Harry Potter, Mary Poppins. I don't know, actually. I would think it would be Harry Potter. Yeah, I mean, all she's got is a small umbrella that talks to her and a handbag. I mean, that's not much use, is it? And he's got a huge wand. And he can do magical things, you know, whereas she can't. She can just fly away on an umbrella and sit on a cloud, or jump into an oil painting, or, you know, a chalk painting. She can't do it. Or she can climb up a smoke staircase, which is good, and she can go on a jolly holiday with Mary, and that's about it. And then she can sing a song, whereas Harry Potter couldn't sing a note. She can do that early each day to the steps of St. Paul's, which I love, one of my favourite songs. I used to park up on Waterloo Bridge and play that on a CD in the car and look at St. Paul's Cathedral. I did so. I like that. I thought that in the early hours of the morning, obviously not during the daytime, because you can't do it now because the police have fenced it off. I mean, if you parked in the middle of Waterloo Bridge, you'd have the bus coming up behind you. So you can only do it on a cycle. And I just thought it was nice. I quite like the idea that, you know, feed the birds tuppence a bag. You know, where'd you get bread from at tuppence a bag? Honestly, shows what sort of deal she was at. And didn't even have a credit card. But they went there. And they were investing their money. Well, the kids didn't want to, but the father, you know, convinced them, you know, give him your tuppence. No! Give me back my money. And then there was a run on the bank and the whole thing just descended, didn't it, really? One man here, a hospital manager, forced to sleep in his camper van near a forecourt, failing to fill up at 12 petrol stations. And here is this stupid woman at the Cobham services. She appeared unaware the bottles could melt because she's thick. You've only got to look at her to realise she's quite clearly not the brightest penny in the box. And then Fury, as a police sniper in the paper today, kills a rare white stag roaming the town streets. This is on Merseyside, I believe. And there was an opportunity of killing this wandering down a street in Bootle. I don't know how it got there. I've got no idea. Chased by wolves or something. Did you ever see that film Dances with Wolves? That was lovely. The music was fantastic in that. Just thought I'd mention it. You know, chuck it in, chuck it out. Doesn't make any difference. Apparently, presenters have to be careful not to fall foul of the BBC's ban on using screen rolls for promotional work. They all do it. They're all doing it. The amount of people you see, you know, advertise. Just on the BBC, the amount of free adverts they're offering to people is phenomenal. When they used to do Ready, Steady, Cook, thank God that finished, it was a free plug for all sorts of companies. They'd stand there going, and this person's brought ice cream with them. And you think, what? A free backhanders going on there? Not so good. Not so good. No, well, they've axed the programme. But they did. That's what it was. They would have a company on, totally against the BBC policy. And the BBC got rid of Nick Knowles. They got rid of Nick Knowles because he was doing adverts. And you think, but wait a minute. So what? They all do it. I mean, have you seen how many adverts Philip Schofield's on? He's not on the BBC, no. But I mean, loads of people who work on the BBC who work on ITV as well. In fact, who was the one they did? She was on Countdown. Carol Vorderman. She was doing an advert for some washing powder or something, I think, or whatever it was. It was most bizarre. And they said, oh, that's okay, because, you know, something else. They've obviously got certain people they don't want to do things. And it's our BBC. We're constantly being told, close it. Close it, that's what I say. Steve, I saw the short version of Dances with Wolves, thank you. And Tony says, have you topped up the Bentley? Yes, of course. Yeah, I'm full. You can't get any more petrol in it. I've got so much, honestly. I'm thinking of sort of just going for a drive for the hell of it. It's just petrol.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
I love it. Steve, I remember seeing Dances with Wolves in a cinema when it came out. I mean, surely you'd agree that 4 hours is simply self-indulgency, wrong for a simple story. Well, I think anything beyond an hour and a half is too long. Seriously. That's why the new Bond film, I mean, I will probably buy it on DVD. Do you know they've sold 175,000 tickets already for the new Bond movie? It's being shown at the Odeon chains. And so 175,000 tickets. And I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday. She's bought one of these cards which gives you a discount. You get either a discount or 7 free cinema tickets per year for 70 quid. And she thinks it's really good value. But 175,000 tickets to sit there for, was it 2 3/4 hours? Nothing would get me sitting anywhere for 2 apart from this show. Nothing would get me sitting there. I mean, the world premiere at the Royal Albert Hall is tonight for charity. So they'll all be going there, and apparently you're going to have to suffer with William and Kate. I think Charles is going as well. You think they're going to cope with 2 and 3/4 hours? I shouldn't imagine so. I mean, really, ridiculous. I've never anything like it. Why is it so long? How long does it take to bed a number of women and shoot people dead? I mean, it can't be that long, can it? Must be fairly quick, and I'm assuming it's the same. It is the longest one ever, isn't it? I thought the last one, way too long. I prefer the early ones where it was sort of fairly fast moving and, it was all over and done with. So you could still get to the pub and have a drink. Not when you have to sit there and by the time you get home, it's just cocoa. Tony says, have you topped up the Bentley? Tony, you said that the other day. I mean, do you know you're repeating yourself? I had to check whether you were Tony from Chertsey again, asking the same question you asked the other day. I mean, perhaps you can't remember, so I'll do it slowly for you. Yes. There you go. Now you understand it. Today, as we raise money for Make Some Noise, well, we're sort of raising money, but officially it's the 8th of October, which is going to be next week. But I've got the chance for you to win a brand new Mini electric car. So if you were thinking about switching the car to something more environmentally friendly, this brand new Mini Electric is the perfect car to make the transition over to electric vehicles. It's the same iconic Mini style, but with 0 local emissions. So you can feel a little bit sort of pleased with yourself as you zip around your neighbourhood. It's a 4-seater, 3-door, comes in silver white, trimmed with yellow wing mirrors for an extra distinctive look. And you can get up to, on a single full charge, 145 miles. And I'm going to chuck in 500 quid so that you can get an electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. OK, for your chance to win this fabulous prize. I mean, we've got some great things coming up for you for Make Some Noise. Thanks to our friends at Auto Trader. You text the word MINI, M-I-N-I. You can't make mistakes on Mini. Spelt Mini, M-I-N-I. I wasn't sure actually how many different spellings there would have been. And you send it to 84850. Now, I know that that's a number you're very familiar with, but it's the word Mini that transfers it into the hopefully prize-winning box for you. A voluntary donation of just a £5 from every text supports LBC's charity, Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 10 p.m. on the 8th of October to enter. You can enter as many times as you like. If you think that you're going to be... put it this way, every bit of money is gratefully received. Thank you very much indeed. So you've got till 10 p.m. on the 8th of October to enter. Standard can't even say it now. I'm so excited. Network rate supply. I've never had a car. In all the years, I never got a car to give away. Yeah, very excited. You need to be 18 or over, and you're playing across some participating radio stations and regions. Rules at makesomenoise.com. So please text MINI, M-I-N-I, to 84850, and good luck. We've been very successful on this programme in the past with sort of people winning who've been listening to this programme and then entered, and I've thought to myself, that's nice. And then Monday, this coming Monday, after we've had the weekend, the dreadful weather, honestly, I could just see it getting worse and worse. It's going to be brilliant because then we've got our special Steve Allen piece of merchandise. So in the past, we've had the tea towel, we've had the tote bag, we've had the Prosecco glasses, and all personalised, and then we've got something this coming Monday. And the good news is that I've done a deal. I've done a deal with the charities that postage and packing is free. Normally we have to add postage and packing on top of it so the charity benefits. But in this particular case, there'll be one price, and it's free postage and packing. So to find out what it is and to add to your collection of merchandise from LBC and the Steve Allen Show, you have to be listening on Monday. So please don't buy petrol over the weekend. Save the money for me. Steve, you sounded like a true professional in yesterday's soundbite. I never get these soundbites. But the producer always goes, wait a minute, let's find out what he did yesterday. We've got a rough idea what's going to go today, but we're never right. Absolutely stunning. So there's been various opportunities today to find out what we think the soundbite will be. But the soundbite from yesterday, which would be the Monday, it's always the beginning of the week, isn't it? That you think to yourself, what has Eddie Mayer got his eye on and his ear on the programme that he's heard? So this was yesterday. Oh, peekaboo, peekaboo. What was that from? Oh, I know what that was. That was Prince Andrew hiding at Balmoral. Do it again. Give it again. Oh, peekaboo, peekaboo. That was Prince Andrew hiding at Balmoral. And we've suddenly worked out the reason he's hiding is he's got no petrol. He's stupidly driving around wasting petrol on all those acres up there. I love it, actually. And John in Birmingham says, you're grumpy today. Really? You're obviously listening to the wrong programme. Producer will tell you we're never grumpy. We don't do grumpy. We never do grumpy. Never do grumpy at all. Steve and somebody else talking about... Chris in Brentwood says, look at this photo. So I can't access it. I don't get it, I'm afraid. And in the belief that people are this stupid are in charge of a car. People are talking about the woman who's filling up plastic bags. It's not in this country, OK? It's nothing to do with us at all. It was in Texas, OK? You only had to look at the petrol pump to realise it's obviously not in this country. It was in Texas. Thank you. And another one here says, does Catch Up on LBC count in your download listener ratings? I don't think so. Due to time constraints, I'm not always able to contribute to the spike in real time. Don't worry, we have many, many people. The whole show podcast up after the show every day is very good and well worth downloading. And we've got the Steve Allen little bit extra, which is me being nice about celebrities. Z-list celebrities, which is good. Steve, I suppose Merlin and Gandalf could give Harry Potter and Mary Poppins a run for their money. Oh, by the way, if you want it for free, go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and sorry, I've just got a text in from our friend Charlie Girling. She's not very well. Guess what she's got? Yeah. Poor old Charlie, honestly. She said I'm pretty grumpy. I'm not surprised. Do you know that there's a tablet that they're bringing out? They say, whether it's going to be available here very quickly, Charlie, I don't know. But it's not been approved here. It'll always be approved elsewhere. Then we have to retest again, so it takes a bit of while. But it's getting better with COVID. We are getting better. I think Charlie's had both her jabs. I'm still waiting for my doctor to write to me and tell me that I've got the booster jab and my flu jab. So far, I've had neither. You know, we're heading into October, so I can only hope it happens quickly. Perhaps I'm not top of their list. But wish you well, Charlie. Wish you well. So she's got to isolate. We've always been... I mean, I'm really good about watching things like that. I make sure that nobody sits next to me on the bus. I couldn't care less who they are, whether they've got a mask on or not. They're not sitting next to me. There was some poor boy on the bus the other day, and this woman sat down with no mask on and proceeded to cough. I'd have shoved her off the seat. Said, get off! Oh, how stupid are these people? Yeah, we've been very lucky. Yeah, well, we've not been that lucky, but we've been good. You know, I mean, lucky I call winning 122 million this evening. That's what I call being lucky, which is good. So Brigitte Bardot, the producer had to check with me who Brigitte Bardot was. Guess how old today? Guess how old? Come on. 87. 87. She apparently... her crippling shyness made her suffer atrociously during her life as an actress, and she's still too scared to go to a restaurant. She doesn't go to restaurants. But John Lennon had a huge poster of her on his bedroom ceiling. When they eventually met, he was so nervous, he was speechless. Brigitte Bardot. There you go. Peter Egan, the actor, who grew up in a council flat, played the Marquis of Flintshire, Shrimpy in Downton Abbey. He said, most people think I'm a public schoolboy because I learnt to speak proper at RADA, but said my parents were as poor as the proverbial church mice. He's 75 today, so happy birthday to Peter Egan. Also, Confucius was born in 551, and Sylvia Kristel made her name in Emmanuel, bit of a naughty sort of film. But it did get a big audience, 600 million. She was born in 1952, died in 2012. Have I Got News for You began in 1990 with Angus Dayton. And in 1996, Frankie Dettori rode all 7 winners on the card at Ascot. Frankie Dettori. Used to have a fish and chip shop, apparently. Yeah, Frankie, I know. I can't believe it either. I remember these stupid things.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 25 minutes to set. It's very gloomy in London. It's very gloomy. We don't like gloomy. Definitely, mind you, it beats yesterday when it was absolutely terrible. Charlie Girling has had both jabs. She said, I'm bored. She said, I'm isolating. She says, thank God for you and LBC. Thank God indeed. Thank God indeed. Well, listen, stay there. Because there's no point in going out today because it's light rain showers and a moderate breeze. It's a moderate breeze every single blooming day. So, yes, gentle, is it? Oh, right, moderate's okay. 17 degrees. Tomorrow, 15 degrees. Gets colder, then 16 on Thursday, 17 Friday, Saturday 16, and it's absolutely going to tip it down on Sunday when it's 15 degrees. Typical winter. I'm out there in the car, actually, on Sunday, which I love. I remember Peter Egan, says Chris, from Ever-Decreasing Circles with Penny Wilson and Richard Bryars, which Bryars described as his favourite TV sitcom role. Do you know he was one of our listeners, Chris? Richard Bryars, one of our reporters, went down and he was doing something quite some time ago, and he said, I listened to Steve Allen. He said it's a bit like a guilty pleasure, which I quite like. Mind you, Michael Caine said the same thing. He said, I'm not sure I'd want to be interviewed by Steve Allen. He'd heard the show, which is not a lot of people know that, which is good. So here we go. Prince Andrew, previously been accused of hiding away at Balmoral. Peekaboo. And now they're saying it could be petrol. It could be on a shortage. But the one thing they were saying, they say, because the Queen is expected to leave the castle this weekend and tourists could then arrive to stay on the estate. And he's got three vehicles, SUV vehicles in Scotland. 3. OK, the Chelsea tractors travelled in convoy for the 1,020-mile round trip. Doesn't seem very eco-friendly, a friend admitted at the time. It's not clear why he needed 3 cars. Well, he doesn't. There's just him, the ex-wife, and I mean, to be honest with you, he's still living in Fantasyland. He really is. Come the revolution, as they say. It's understood Andrew still receives a taxpayer-funded police protection, even though he stepped down from public engagements in 2019. However, this was a private visit and all 3 cars belong to Andrew. One of the vehicles, a new Land Rover. He gets all these for free. The royal family get Land Rovers for free. I don't know what, it's obviously some deal that they do with them. They all get something. So he's got a Land Rover Defender, which costs $53,000. The other 2, Land Rover Discovery and his £115,000 Range Rover petrol electric hybrid. Andrew travelled in the same car as Sarah. She'll tick on to anybody, actually, at the moment. Where are you going? Balmoral. Oh, I'll come. Now that Philip's not there, I'm allowed in, which is OK. This is her 3rd stay at Balmoral. She's milking it for all she can get, I think. But what she does for a living, God alone knows. But they need to sell the chalet, don't they? The ski chalet's got to go pretty quickly. And 84850 Steve at lbc.co.uk. I love it. Peter Egan. A lot of people talk about Peter Egan, actually, which is very popular. And Shane says, I still can't wait till Monday to see what the item is, which is lovely, actually. And I love it, actually. Another one here. So set your alarms for 4 on Monday, and then all will be revealed. I mean, nobody's come anywhere near guessing what it is. We've had a few people trying to guess different bits and pieces, which is lovely. No more. I can't tell you any more clues. But if the other items are anything to go by, we could be in line for. But it's only running for a week, which means that we could very well sell out. And then we have to sort of wait and see. It's limited edition. And the other ones all sold out. So we didn't have any more of the glasses. We had no more of the tote bags. And we had no more of the tea towels either. I think some of them started appearing on eBay, which I thought was quite interesting. I don't know how much they go for. I can't remember, actually, how much the glasses were. We were trying to remember the other day. I'm hopeless at remembering all these different little bits and pieces. 25 for 2. Okay, right. And somebody says, do you think Charles will go for the chalk ice in the Royal Albert Hall? I don't know. This is a big. It's not a private visit. So the Royal Albert Hall does have an area where the royal family sit. And as there is only going to be Charles, and I don't know if Camilla's going, and then William and Kate. So there's only 4 of them, but the actual area reserved for the royal family is actually quite big. Quite big. Steve, why don't we have an NHS lottery? I thought we did have an NHS lottery, don't we? Or perhaps I've missed out on that one. I think money goes to the NHS. No, but it's not a. Did we never have an NHS lottery? I was trying to think about that, actually. And also, a lot of people telling me about Peter Egan in Ever-Decreasing Circles, which is lovely. And somebody says, oh, it looks like I can't send it, but it's the woman filling the plastic bags. Yeah, as I've said before, it's Texas, not this country. Nobody be that stupid. They just fill up plastic bottles here without realising that petrol and plastic don't kind of mix, but don't tell her. Don't tell her, for goodness sake. The Prince of Wales are going to be going, Duchess of Cornwall and Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. So it's a rare joint engagement. And I suppose had Harry been here, he might have tagged along or something. But not really. Charles, Camilla, William and Kate will step out onto the red carpet to meet Daniel Craig and the other cast members. I don't know who else is in the film. I know Daniel Craig because he's the star of it and is earning some phenomenal amount of money. I can't remember exactly. Was it about 50 million or something like that? It's an awful lot, actually. But the Royal Foursome will also be introduced to the screenwriters. Phoebe Waller-Bridge. I know who Phoebe is. Neil Purvis and Robert Wade, and the singer Billie Eilish and her musician brother Phineas O'Connell, who co-wrote the new Bond theme song. A number of healthcare workers and members of the armed forces will join the royals in the auditorium to watch the movie as a thank you for their work. They've got to sit there for nearly 3 hours. And also, you have to be in early. If you go to a royal premiere, you can't arrive after the royal family. So you have to be there'll be a thing on the ticket that says, film at 7. You've got to be seated by 6. They don't. Yeah, so it's even longer than you imagine because you can't arrive after. You can imagine the royal family sitting there and people start turning up late. No, thank you very much indeed. But the highly anticipated No Time to Die is the 25th Bond film and 5th and final movie featuring Craig as 007. Faced more than a year of delays due to COVID, but it'll be released on Thursday. And as I said before, the Odeon chain have sold 175,000 tickets. My friend's got hers already. She's already bought it. When she told me, I couldn't believe it. I didn't realise that these things were going to sell so many. And it's obviously going to do very, very well. So Daniel Craig earned... I was wrong. Last year, he earned £73 million. It was ready last year. £73 million. My God, I didn't realise that. I mean, when you look at people on stage in London, because we have some of the best theatres here, and I remember thinking, my goodness me, that is absolutely unbelievable. That was for Bond and other films that he was in. 73 million. Wouldn't like to see his tax bill. Can you imagine what that must be? I'm sure he's not doing too badly, actually. But I mean, even so, and I think he said he's not making any more Bond films, hasn't he? So they will then be announcing, the search will be on to find the new Bond. I don't know who could go. No, it's not Jane. It's definitely not going to be a woman. They've already decided. Definitely not. Definitely not. 16 minutes to 7. Sorry, I love reading all the different things that they put in the Daily Mail, and one of them today is shampoos. Are they just froth? When they make claims about this is a very good one for you. Can you wash away your hair woes? They've got one here for itchy, flaky scalp. I mean, if you go to any chemist, they've got shelves and shelves of every sort of shampoo you can possibly think of, all claiming to do different things. I mean, I didn't know whether to buy one with strawberry in or jojoba. I was never too sure. They've got ones here for hair loss, for scalp acne, for receding hair. What are they saying? It grows hair? This one here is £10. £10 for a bottle of shampoo. My mother, if ever we used to run out of shampoo in the bathroom, which was quite frequently, we would use washing up liquid, which meant that you got bubbles all over the place, which was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Good to hear your energy this morning, says Mary. Is it a jerry can? I can't tell you. There's no point in guessing. But so listen, as we shifted, I think it was about 10,000 of the tote bags, and I think it was 7 or 8,000, I think, of the tea towels. We shifted an awful lot. It's a very popular programme, very popular.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
10 to 7 is, I can't believe it's 10 to 7. Where's the time gone this morning? In this morning for James O'Brien, Tom Swarbrick will be here, and in for Tom Swarbrick tonight on LBC is Ian Payne. Janice, my flake girl. Do you remember the Cadbury's flake? Janice, who was doing that. She's still writing to me after all these years. We used to meet up at Stringfellows And she's still writing, which is lovely. She says 80% success rate, laser hair regrowth therapy at Hair Development is the way to go. Do you know, I couldn't work out years ago, you know, if you're losing your hair, I couldn't. All right, so maybe you don't lose your hair, but I mean, a lot of people do. This male pattern baldness thing is actually quite common nowadays. And I don't know whether or not people learn to live with it or they end up buying, you know, toupees or everything else. Because that bloke who does the house programme on the television, he's had a hair transplant. And I can't remember his name. He went into I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. I can't remember his name, but he's sort of on there. And he's sort of got this towel sort of look. It's a bit like the bloke from Made in Chelsea, the bleach blonde one. Yeah, Martin something. He's had a transplant. And the bloke out of Made in Chelsea, the bleach blonde one, Jamie Lang, he's had the hair transplant as well. And they've had, but he spoke about it before. Lots of people do it. Sorry? Rooney had a hair transplant, didn't he? I don't think that made any difference, did it? I mean, are you all complete, both next door, the other side? You both? That's all your own hair? I was going to say, if it was a toupee, you'd have bought a better one, wouldn't you, Mihal? I love the way you can brush your finger. I used to be able to run my fingers through my hair. A rather pleasing effect, I used to think, actually. Make me even more interesting. Pete says, my mum used to wash us with green carbolic soap. Oh, lummy. I can remember carbolic soap. It had a real good smell to it, actually. Very good smell. Nick Ferrari's going to be talking about the government expected to mobilise the army as a precaution over the petrol. I think by the time we get to the end of this week, we'll be roughly back to normal because most people will have the blooming petrol, and they're not going to bother with sort of, you know, getting everything else. During my student days, says Rob, I had a bar job in Leicester Square, was there for a couple of Bond movies, and the bar was always closed during royal premieres. I was redeployed to other duties. It must be quite exciting. You work in a cinema and the royals come in. I mean, normally they have premierships here in Leicester Square, as you know, but the boys are digging up the middle, put in the generators. And we're still going to have a Christmas market, though. Tony told me. Going to be a Christmas market outside there. But the royal premieres, we've had everything. We've had everything from Leicester Square transformed into a Dickensian London scene with snow. We've had over 100 stormtroopers in the square. Oh, it's fantastic. We had, it was a bit like Norris's funeral in Coronation Street. We had all the girls who were out for One Direction. I mean, the screaming out, you've never seen anything like it. We've had giant robots. We've had all sorts of things. I mean, really, you know, this is the place to come. If you want premieres, this is the place. And the only reason I think they're holding it at the Royal Albert Hall is because there's so much work going on in Leicester Square. There's not really enough room to cram everybody in. And then they've got to get the royal cars in because they can't walk. So the car would have to come in, drop them outside the cinema. Then they'd have to go in. The car would then have to wait until they came out because they have to come out of the cinema before you're allowed out of the cinema. Paddy McGuinness had a transplant. Has he been watching the... he's doing the sport programme, isn't he? Question of Sport. I'm not sure whether I think he's right or not. I think he's brought something else to it, but I can't work out if it's good. Apparently, he's finding it quite difficult. There was a piece in the paper the other day. He's finding it, you know, there's a bit of stress on your shoulders for that one. All non-surgical, Steve. Gentle. Thank you. Steve, once I met, says Chris, Lois Maxwell, who played Miss Moneypenny. She was lovely and her voice was similar to Jerry Hall's. Very distinctive. The new film is way too long. My ISA would have matured. Do ISAs mature? I don't know, actually. Steve. Somebody else talking about people with hair transplants. Very popular, actually, hair transplants. So will this year's flu jab stop a new epidemic? The answer is... probably. No Time to Die is 100... Oh, don't keep reminding me. 163 minutes. I'm not going, but I'm just warning people who are going to see it tonight. You have taken sandwiches and a sleeping bag, haven't you? I do hope so. Bond is back. And as usual, he'll be bedding lots of women in it. There'll be lots of that. I don't even know what the story is because it wasn't written by Ian Fleming. It's a completely new thing that they've made up just to keep the franchise going. Crumpets have taken a bit of a hit, according to the papers today. There's a slight problem with crumpets. I don't know why. I do like crumpets, but they take much longer to do than toast. And if I'm going to have anything to eat, it will be toast. And they say here it's battered, the crumpets, by the carbon dioxide crisis. Baker Warburton's could tweak the crumpet recipe to make them less wet, so they can do without the vital gas in the packaging. It uses CO2 to keep its moist crumpets from going off too quickly. Did you know that? You knew that? I never even knew that. I never knew. But anyway, now there's sort of a warning over Christmas turkeys and everything. I mean, honestly, CO2 is used in lots of packaging nowadays, so be warned. But I think people are saying, they had the boss of Iceland on the telly the other day, and he was talking about they've got a few problems with deliveries, but nothing that can't, as long as people are quite sensible and normal, you know, then it's easy peasy, really easy peasy. The Sun are going with Sash and Jax, the new Grealishes, the new Posh and Becks. No, they're not. Absolutely not. He doesn't look like Posh, and she certainly doesn't look like Victoria Beckham. She's apparently a model, but we don't know what sort of model she is. They just tell you things like that, don't they? If you can't put a label on somebody, they go, model? You know, they kind of sort of do it that way, which is good. Strictly Bosses, considering new measures to save the show after Tom Fletcher and Amy Dowden caught COVID. Well, obviously one of them caught it and gave it to the other one, but they don't tell you which one it is. Apparently the ones who don't want to be vaccinated, I think one has said they will, but there's another two, they've called in legal people. I don't know why. But Greg Wise says he's too old for Strictly's curse, because they always say there's the curse that goes with Strictly because people have flings and stuff. I don't know why. I suppose it's because you're dancing with somebody. We've actually had to cut it out on this programme. I've said to them, Joe, I don't want to. I don't care what anybody says. I refuse to do a cha-cha-cha down the newsroom. It's upsetting for the staff. They don't like to see things like that, especially as we started arguing over who was going to be wearing the sequins. You know, I always love like that. So now you can call it a toilet. This is what you can't be snobby about in future. Supermarket flowers, football, Crocs. Crocs! We only mentioned Crocs the other day. Which COVID vaccine you got, Botox, Love Island, astrology or open marriages. But what you can be snobby about, incorrect use of yourself, Mykonos. Have you ever been to Mykonos? It is so expensive. Seriously, you need a third mortgage take out to go there. Buying books on Amazon. I bought books on Amazon. I like that. I buy loads of stuff on Amazon. Free delivery. Gold Leaf on food. That's that ridiculous restaurant where Gemma Collins went and allegedly spent 700 quid. I mean, God, because if she was the one that the PR went, get Gemma Collins in, she'll get you loads of publicity, whereas it's gone completely the opposite way. Morning, everybody. It's Wednesday, the 29th of September. One more day to go, and then we're into October, and then it's, well, we've had the rain. I've never seen so much flooding. You know whose fault that is? Councils. You know why? They don't go along and suck the muck out of their drains. They just leave them there so they fill up with mud and everything else. Round our way, they're peasants. They literally, we had flooding all over the place because the council road sweepers just sweep it all into the grills and everything else. It's terrible. Terrible. The Queen's seeking a new pastry chef willing to travel. Pay peanuts, I should imagine. They're the worst payers in the entire universe. Volvo's going to make all its cars vegan. They're going to do away with leather interior. Well, we shan't be buying them then, shall we, dear? Virgin Atlantic won't hire cabin crew or pilots who aren't fully vaccinated. The Good, the Great and the Desperate turned up for the Bond premiere. Half of them, they were just there for the photo opportunity. I'm sorry, who are you? Harry, oh dear. Lovely. Anthony Blunt was the Windsor's art expert and a Russian spy. And they knew. And Katie Price's family revealed deep worries about her mental state as she flipped a car over on a remote country road. I mean, lucky to be alive, I would have thought. Very lucky to be alive. But she shouldn't have been driving because she's banned until Christmas. And we know that because she told us in her last interview on the television when she went on and spoke to Susanna. And she said she wanted to go and see Harvey, who's shoved away in some place in Cheltenham. I mean, it couldn't be further away. Really, I thought there'd be a place around the corner. And she said, oh, I'm banned until December. And then she gets in the car at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure there's more to that one, which will be hitting the newspapers over the next few days. Deck chairs are back on Bournemouth Beach next summer. And what do you think Victoria Beckham really likes? What she really, really likes? Toast with salt on it. Oh, my God, is she weird or weird? Honestly, she must look in the mirror every morning and go, oh, for God's sake, Dave, another wrinkle. Looking a bit. That's why she doesn't smile. If she smiles, she goes all wrinkly and starts looking like a very old Lilo that's not been blown up. Britain's best loved sisters are the Middletons, and we got some new pictures of the treasure of Sutton Hoo. They found these pictures, and what they've done is they've digitally enhanced them so you can see what they found. This was an Anglo-Saxon boat from like 1700 years ago that they found. It's very famous, Sutton Hoo's treasure, very famous, including a helmet, that they found, and a belt buckle and a shield. I mean, all sorts of things. It really is quite. The actual helmet, it looks like it's made of gold to me. It's very, very famous, very, very famous. And so every time they show pictures of the Sutton Hoo treasure, they show a picture of this helmet. And what they've done, I mean, it was 1939. It was on a farmer's land, and they started sort of digging, and they were having a look. And they've now put all these pictures up online, which you have to look at. When you see the size of the ship, it is absolutely enormous. Go down, go down, go down. Look at it. It's bloody enormous. They buried it. It was obviously a warrior's, last resting place. Because I thought in those days they set fire to the ships and pushed them out to sea, as in the Apeliar, which they celebrate down in some part of the country. But this one obviously wasn't. And it's there. It's almost like finding the Mary Rose all over again. But Sutton Hoo was donkey's years, and they didn't have to sort of, send chains down to bring up the poor old Mary Rose, which if you haven't seen, go see it. Because I tell everybody it's the best thing you'll ever see in your life. You're looking at a ship that was, under the control of Henry VIII. And it's you've got half of it. There was half in the mud and the half outside of the mud, and the half that was in the mud was preserved. So they had to. It's huge, isn't it? The Sutton Hoo ship. Imagine what it must have been like to actually sort of take it to the middle of this field and then bury it. I mean, I think it's fascinating. Have you found the picture of the helmet? Have you seen the helmet picture? Have a look at the helmet picture, because that's really quite something. Actually, you probably find it on Sutton Hoo helmet, as they say. Sutton Hoo helmet. There you go. Look at it. I mean, it's like, you are stepping back in time. I think this one with tin, gold, iron and bronze. I mean, it looks quite frightening just in that, and it's actually in that form at the moment. Really, 625 it comes from. Is that amazing, isn't it? I'll tell you the other thing I found interesting. I went to the V&A Museum about a year ago, and they've got the Japanese Army's uniforms, but they're really scary. The things they went into war with, you only had to look at these things to think, I think we'll run the other direction. No, this was not World War II. This was Japanese going back ages and ages. A really beautiful outfit. I'm going to sneeze. Very beautiful. Ridiculous, honestly. I've just been here 5 minutes and already was sneezing. But the Japanese warriors' outfits. Well, I mean, how they got into the blooming things, I've got no idea. Every time somebody was killed, they must have been trying to strip them off and take them back home again. They were quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. They really were. They were, but frightening at the same time, because they had face pieces that came over. You couldn't see what the person looked like inside. But, I mean, look at these. I mean, they're just absolutely stunning. It's almost like somebody's made them up out of a puppet show. But imagine, it is Darth Vader. Imagine hundreds of these people coming towards you with their weapons in their hands. I mean, you'd be going, run, run very fast. They just look scary, don't they? They were sort of covered with, they're just beautifully ornate. And they've got some of them in the V&A Museum. Perfect examples of these. Just beautiful, beautiful. But I wouldn't want to be going near. I'm just the size of the sword alone would put me off. But anyway, I trust you are well today. Steve, has Posh forgotten about adding unsalted butter to the toast first? I don't know. I just sort of think, because she said she likes toast with salt on it. I mean, she's a bit odd anyway. It's not her fault. Not her fault. Steve, will they be 100% vegan or just vegan? This is involved. I've got no idea. They've just said they're doing away with leather seats. Hope they're going to reduce the price accordingly, but I've got a horrible feeling that they won't be, really. Also, Sydney is going to get 3 days of heavy rain, says Shane. Well, we've had it here. I don't know actually why all of a sudden it's this rain has come down, because we've had rain before, but I've never seen the flooding before. Steve, you managed 56 seconds this morning before Katie Price had to rear her ugly head, and it's on the front page of the paper. What are you supposed to do, dear? Forget about it. It's thick people like you that sort of go, oh, you mustn't talk about the news. It's like somebody the other day wrote to me, really dim, and I'm saying, why you keep going on about the petrol, and people queuing for petrol, because it's the front page of every single paper. It's actually dominated the Labour Party conference. It's dominated Conservative discussion. I mean, people like you who bury their head in the sand, we call them idiots. It's so much easier that way, isn't it? You're probably one of these people who doesn't want to get vaccinated either. Today, 10 degrees. Oh, no, that's tonight. 10 degrees. Light cloud and a gentle breeze. And so Wednesday, 16 degrees, moderate breeze, sunshine. Tomorrow, 16 degrees, cloudy. Rain on the Friday, rain on the Saturday, cloudy on the Sunday and 15 degrees. So it's not too bad, actually, but Friday and Saturday, luckily I don't need to go out. Got loads of petrol in the car, thank you very much indeed. But they do say it's easing. But is that a ploy? Is that a ploy? Because let's face it was good old Grant Shapps who went, you don't need to panic, which of course sent people into a complete and utter frenzy. The petrol companies say it's easing too. I think so too. Some of the garages that are ripping off the motorist, getting back to normal. Is it really? Well, I tell you, the first time today I saw a garage down from the Hogarth roundabout, which is coming into London, one of the main arterial routes, and a queue of about 20 or 30 cars waiting to get into the garage. So it's not easing round our way. It might be where you are, but not down here at the moment. But obviously the government have gone, Grant, keep your mouth shut. Stop saying silly things. You're upsetting everybody. Somebody says, I think all the uniforms of the army should be designed by Annie Lennox. Do we have an army? I'm not sure, actually. I thought, are they just not employed to drive tankers? I don't think they're an army for fighting, are they? You know, I saw some soldiers on Waterloo Station the other day, obviously going back to barracks. They looked about 15 years old. Are they any older than that nowadays? I looked at them and I wanted to take a picture, but of course you can't take pictures of people. And it's a case of, I looked and I thought, you look like children. They've got backpacks. I don't know, 18, 17, something like that. But their backpacks were bigger than they were. And it's only because their helmets were sitting on the top that I knew what they were. You know, it's just absolutely amazing. They could be 16. Well, these ones look 16, if not younger. Which is very good, but, you know, we're not going to be letting them drive the petrol tankers, thank God. The shaken mum who snapped a UFO in the night sky. That's called You've Had Another Drink, Love. There is no UFOs. They're not in the night sky or anywhere else. The Bond girl has finally turned into a woman. They got some great reviews for the film. And the usual bunch of people turned up for a photo, half of whom probably never sat down and watched the film. They were just there to have the picture taken. The finance manager booted off Bake Off. The producer didn't even know the programme had started, which gives you a rough idea how desperate it was. And apparently wearing second-hand clothes, according to some university professor, another one of those doolally types, could be an example of white privilege. I mean, you work it out. I mean, seriously, these people need to go and get a life, or failing that, disappear. Pete Doherty's got engaged. But does he know? You have to ask, don't you, really? And Deborah Meaden says she's never cooked a meal in her life. Her husband does it all, which is fantastic. I mean, I can't cook a meal. I mean, I probably could have put my mind to it. What was the other one? The hunt for thieves who robbed a store in a wheelchair. One was pushing the wheelchair. The other one was thieving. I mean, to be honest with you, let his tyres down, wouldn't you? I mean, is there anything you're good at cooking? Me? No, I reheat. I mean, I don't really cook anything. No, I don't have a signature dish. It used to be mince at one time, which I would do with sort of either potatoes and some gravy granules and some sweet corn, because I've got a thing about sweet corn. And that was my Chinese version. And then there was another version which came with carrots, and that was sort of East End version. And and I'm bored with Greta Thunberg. People have now started saying she's not all that. Not all that at all. So I'm a bit bored with hearing from her, actually. You know, she's just a child telling us what to do. What did she say about Boris the other day? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's what we say about you, Greta. Blah, 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 blah. You're going to turn into some miserable old bag, aren't you, later? Very sad news about Sir Roger Hunt, says Martin. You're a bit late. That was yesterday's news, but never mind. Nice to catch up eventually, isn't it, really? But that's medication for you. And Harry needs a proper job, says Jane Moore, because at the moment he's trailing around behind poor old Meghan. Harry doesn't know where he is. He's lost. He's lost in time. The Nolans have got a new reality show starting tonight, although why anybody be interested in that lot, I can't imagine. And Robbie still having a dig at Jimmy Page. Oh, dear. Is that Robbie who doesn't sing anymore? Thank God. And Down the Waterfall. As long as I'm very surprised, actually, Jordan didn't ever cover that song, but she had to do the A Whole New World, which didn't work either. Robbie had a Christmas album. That was a few years back. Since then, nothing. Nothing at all. Very embarrassing. The French are angry over fishing, but let's face it, the French are angry over just about everything. Probably because they were born French. They just get very angry and they don't like us. They're complaining about different bits and pieces. A lost Canaletto sells for £300,000. And Robert Webb celebrates his birthday today. All of that and more under discussion between now and 7, including details of my special Make Some Noise item, which is on Monday, starting Monday, and also your opportunity to have another go for that car today, which, if you didn't hear the programme yesterday or the day before, you won't know about it. We're giving away a brand new Mini Electric. It's very nice, it's very posh, and you could be the first one in your neighbourhood with one. Even with one as well, which is lovely.
At E.ON Next, we believe life's better when you know you can choose a fixed energy tariff where you'll be safe in the knowledge of what energy price you're paying for the duration of your contract. We think that makes energy a little bit better. And that's why we're always working towards helping you get more out of your energy. So visit eonnext.com today. T's and C's apply. Smart meter required if eligible. Exit fees apply.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
We've decided, actually, no film needs to be nearly 3 hours long. It's just Bond bedding all these available women and killing people. That's all it is. It's a fast car, and that's all it is now. It's relentless. They say it's worth the wait. Well, they've sold 185,000 tickets now for it. 185,000 tickets. And it's out on Friday, so hope you can all manage to wait that long. I mean, just as you get the petrol, you know, you'll be able to sort of go to see the Bond movies. It's not cheap to go to the cinema. It really isn't. I mean, I don't know what it's like your neck of the woods, but I mean, down here in London, it's frighteningly expensive. Frighteningly. I mean, especially not the posh ones. The IMAX is sold out for this coming weekend. So, what do you do? What do you do? But they all turned up yesterday. God knows what the premiere must have cost them to put on. God knows. Royal Albert Hall, so you'd have to pay for that. That's a fortune. That's not a cheap venue. Definitely not cheap. I mean, that would be hundreds of thousands of pounds. And you get William and Kate, who'll turn up for the opening of a fridge. And so they sort of turn up, and Charles turns up. Of course, had Harry been here, they'd have had to sort of drag. Come on, Harry, having a little drinky poos. No, come on, come to the premiere. You'll like it. Can you find somebody to take? Obviously not. Do you remember he did that thing the other day? He took a private jet to fly to Los Angeles, then went back home afterwards, and then took another one out the following day. Honestly, you are an old hypocrite, aren't you? But of course, it's not fashionable to call ex-members of the royal family hypocrites. But there again, you know, there are so many in the royal family. I don't know why we think they're any different to the rest of us. Cut 'em and they bleed. Tickets in Leicester Square, about 25 quid to go to the cinema. You do get a giant bucket of popcorn for extra money and a giant hot dog. I'm not really sure, actually, whether or not sitting in a cinema or eating a giant hot dog is the thing to do. It's a bit naff. I mean, why can't they do chips? You know, if you're going to do anything, egg and chips would be quite nice. I mean, hot food is not right. It smells. And people who take their food in there, peasants. You know, would you like some popcorn? We've heated it up again for you, because it's about a year old, this stuff. And so you buy that, and then you buy sweeties. I always take fruit gums. I always fill my pockets up with fruit gums. If I'm going out with friends, I'll always take fruit gums. When we used to go and see Matthew Bourne at Christmas at Sadler's Wells, luckily they didn't check. But some cinemas check you're not bringing your own stuff in. And they have people, you know, all the ushers have infrared glasses so they can see whether you're trying to film it or eating your own. Oh, blimey. It's like going to a pop festival, isn't it? So what do you got there? It's a bottle of water. Well, you're not taking that in there. Why not? Because we sell it and we want to make money out of you, all right? We're ripping you off at £5 a bottle. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Have this one. It's a sample I'm taking to the doctors. OK, there you go. Sort them out, I tell you. Steve, another one here. I was visiting my daughter in Australia and saw my grandson sworn into the army. 17. He looks so young, says Jill. They do. Shane says, why do they keep saying white privilege? I'm white. I've never been privileged. No, me neither. Me neither. Unbelievable, isn't it, really? Any sign of Andy, Steve? No, sorry, little Andy's hiding. Peekaboo, peekaboo. He's hiding behind a thistle, trying to work out whether or not he can sort of escape down to London again, because Sarah Ferguson's got to be... I mean, her carbon footprint must be hilarious, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. What does she do for a living? Nothing. Nothing. She doesn't really have a job, does she? They go, oh, Sarah Ferguson. Oh, she writes books. Well, she doesn't, actually. She has to have a ghostwriter with her as well at the same time, which is lovely. The GPs' surgeries in the papers where 1 in 5 get face-to-face appointments. I mean, I haven't had an appointment for ages with the GP. I don't really need it because, I mean, even though I've sort of had things, I've never needed to actually sort of bother about it because we've not done it through the GP. There was some woman who was threatened for being too fat. Apparently people used to say stuff to her on the streets. Can't imagine who. I think these people lie. You know, if you're fat and you go out on the street, do people really go, oi, fatty? No, of course they don't. They really don't. But anyway, she's now lost half her weight, so that's good. She might live a little bit longer, which is very good, isn't it? Because if you're vastly overweight, and you do see people round my way with 3 bottoms. I mean, they're absolutely enormous. You see them trying to sit down in the KFC with their bottoms hanging over the side of the little seats in there. I think they deliberately put small seats in, just so that fat people with 3 bottoms look even bigger. Ian, my friend, says, I used to go to the Odeon in Romford with my family. My dad would always smuggle in cans of Coke and some fruit pastels because he'd never pay for food and drink at the cinema. I agree. Far too expensive. They're ripping... Put it this way, you have to pay a fortune with a theatre ticket anyway, or the cinema ticket. And if you go to the theatre, they don't object to you taking in a bottle of water. In fact, I've always taken water into the... You can buy water there, but I always take it in. Failing that, somebody said to me the best thing to do is get a bottle of water, empty a little bit of it away and freeze it. And then you've got a frozen bottle of water, which, as it defrosts, because you're holding it, or stuck it between your legs, then you can, it defrosts and you get ice-cold water in the cinema. The people around you will be jealous as heck. Seriously, they'll be going, what's he got? He's got ice-cold water. I can see the ice in the bottle. It's lovely. Really delicious. Almost as mad as that woman the other day who was emptying her water bottles in the garage into the bins. She was that stupid, and filling it up with petrol, without realising that petrol and plastic water bottles don't mix together. But let's not tell her, eh? Let's just wait till there's a huge fireball in the sky and then go, well, you should have known this. You're an adult, supposedly. Steve, somebody says, how do you know there's no UFOs? Because there aren't any. Because I'm telling you, because I know factually there are no shows, because I've been there. All right, you can't prove I haven't. So that's what I'm telling you. I've been out to the furthest galaxy. I went out on Fireball XL5, and then I went off with the Star Trek people. I was on a 2-day mission to explore new territories, and there's absolutely nothing out there. Okay, you can go forever and ever, and you won't see another UFO whizzing around, or it's not like Independence Day. It is official. I'm telling you, it's a fact. Okay, I'm never wrong. Don't care what you say. Steve, much cooler day in Australia. Have you got your Christmas lights and ornaments and advent calendars? Only 86. Yeah, I've got it all. I've got all the decorations. I've got all the new Christmas lights. My Christmas lights this year are fantastic. When do I put them up? Whenever I want, because they're mine. And I only discovered the other day I bought four boxes of these lights, and they're really smashing. They do every design. They're not as flash as the ones on Sandy's The Fish Shop in Twickenham. I mean, his are just sort of way above everything that I've got. But there again, he's probably got a bit more money than I have, which doesn't really matter, does it? Dawn Neeson, in her column today in the Daily Star, has nailed it, mainly with her comments on Jessie Nelson. You notice they do a podcast and they moan about how awful their life is. And you think, can't these people deal with anything? Oh, I didn't like it. And so there she is, showing every bit of her body. If you want to see what people's bodies look like, pick on some of these girl bands who they practically get to wear, stuff like they're going to make a porno film. Seriously, it's just, it's very sad and tragic. Steve, do you remember the man playing the organ before a film starts in a cinema? Yeah, he was arrested, wasn't he, I believe? But not all cinemas had the organ. They couldn't afford it. And it was a Wurlitzer. It used to rise out of the ground, and in the interval of the films, you go, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No, silent music, they didn't have an organ, it was a piano. Somebody would play, and the words would flash up on the screen, and it was different sorts of music. But no, the organ playing was quite good. You would then have the woman who would walk down to the front. There'd be 4 of them in the cinema, and they would switch their little light on. They stopped having intervals years ago. It was an opportunity to go to the toilet. Everybody'd rush to the toilet. Me, I just went in the seat. I didn't care. Especially if I was sitting there for 3 hours for Bond. That's amazing, isn't it? And somebody says, Steve, sub-zero temperatures at the Dakar outside Moscow. The water is frozen. So I'm having to thaw it for my tea. Where is your coldest listener? The one who has been nailed into the fridge, I should imagine. I don't know, actually. The coldest listener. Water freezing. You get that, don't you? I mean, don't get as many frozen pipes now, things like that. Over in Moscow, I mean, you've done all right, actually, today. You've got sunny intervals and light winds, and it's 13 degrees. I mean, you've got a little bit of rain on Wednesday of next week, and that's about it. You see, that's the clever thing about the internet. You could see instantly around the world. I can go Tokyo. I wonder what the weather is like in Tokyo today. So you put it up, and it will tell you it's 26 degrees, sunny intervals and a gentle breeze. Friday, you're going to get a little bit of rain at 20 degrees. But the rest of the time, 29, 28, 28, 25, 26. So that's not bad. How about Dubai? We like Dubai's weather because you can guarantee you're going to melt. And that really is absolutely. I mean, today in Dubai, you've got 39 degrees. It's quite low for them, actually, because on Thursday, they've got 40 degrees. 42 next Tuesday. 42 degrees. I mean, it's over 100. Welcome to it. Welcome to it. And apparently William Shatner is going into space with Elon Musk. Oh, I like that, actually. I like the idea that he's going to be doing that. And somebody else says, much cooler day. Somebody else saying, how do you know there's no UFOs? Because I've just told you there aren't any UFOs. What are you, dim or something? I'm the radio presenter. If I say something is true, it's true. There's no such things as UFOs. There's no such things as little interplanetary craft or anything like that. No such thing as ghosts. No such... the Carpenters were very good. No such thing as sort of, a puma roaming a forest. It's a badly taken drawing by a 3-year-old child. Okay? I don't know why people don't understand it, unless you're particularly stupid. Lovely. And what was the other one? Somebody saying, I used to have fruit gums, the cinema, the ones in the boxes, but I don't eat them all now because my teeth would fall out. Yeah, well, they're just made out. I mean, they're just chewy, aren't they, fruit gum? Fancy taking a box in. That was very flash. We couldn't afford boxes. We really couldn't afford boxes. We used to take in the chew. I could buy about 6 or 7 packets and distribute them to my friends as we're all sitting in there. But the idea is that you don't chew the fruit gum. You pop it on your tongue and wait till it slowly melts. Because you can't help it, can you? It's like opal fruits made to make your mouth water. That's called salivating. And it's good. Yes, Starburst. Jimmy Carr in The Guardian today on drink, drugs, depression and losing his virginity. I'm going to be sick. Who cares? Who cares? Honestly, when you look him on the television, now he's had his hair transplant done and he's had all his face work done. He looks like a different person. He's worried about getting old. I can't imagine why. He's a comedian. Comedians are supposed to look old. Dieter Von Teese, I'm not an exhibitionist. Well, shut up then. I'm so bored. Dieter Von Teese. Oh, what are you? I'm a burlesque dancer. Oh, God, darling, you should have died years ago. Burlesque dancing went out in the Wild West. Can't believe it. She's still droning on about, I'm not an exhibitionist. Of course you are. But that's your business. Somebody says when liquid water is cooled, it contracts like one would expect until a temperature of 4 degrees Celsius is reached. After that, it expands slightly. Who cares? Who cares? What, you're talking about if you freeze the water bottle? I sometimes do that and take it in the car, so I've got ice cold water. And actually, I was looking at a car the other day. I might be changing the car soon. This one's actually got a refrigeration unit in the back, so you can keep your champagne in it. Because I spend all my time drinking champagne when I'm driving down the road. But no, you can stick your water in there as well. It would chill it, which I like the idea. I like chilled water, although to be honest with you, I've not had it for a while. Because somebody said it's better to drink water at room temperature. And again, always right, always right.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Look. Oh, sorry. Getting a bit excited there. Petrol tanker. Oh, sorry, can't tell you where it's going. It's a secret. But people sit there for hours queuing up for petrol. And I was saying to a friend of mine the other day who found a new place to get petrol. And he said, you mustn't say anything on air. I said, no, I wouldn't, John. I wouldn't. I'm not going to. Not going to tell you, but in fact, I might tell the producer privately. Not that it makes any difference. He doesn't drive. But, in fact, for people who don't drive, it's an absolute godsend, isn't it? You don't need to worry about this. And if you go for my competition to help raise some much-needed funds for Global's Make Some Noise, we've got an electric Mini. Only an electric Mini. It's very, very exciting. Well, what's that? A candle. It's a fragrant candle called Prosecco Fizz. How lovely. But the trouble is, Prosecco doesn't smell of anything, not that I've noticed. Is it supposed to smell of something? I'm not sure, actually. Pomegranate and Prosecco doesn't smell of that. Apparently Prosecco is supposed to be naff, which is a bit odd, isn't it? Somebody says, aren't you talking about fruit pastels? No. What's the matter with people? Are you on medication or something? When I say fruit gums, I'm talking about fruit gums. Of course, what do you mean, do they still make them? What, fruit gums? Of course they do. What do you mean, do they still make them? That's the problem, the producer. Ridiculous, honestly. Of course they make fruit gums. I see them every day in Mr. Modi's shop. And you can get loads and loads of them. There you go, look, fruit gums. They do them in pouches, they do them in tubes. I mean, they first came out in 1893, made by Nestle, but under the guise of Rowntree's. You know, and I mean, 128 years ago they brought them out. And he goes, do they still make them? No, they've given up on them. They've decided. Went to the pharmacy to get the insect out of my ear. We're back to the insect story, do you remember? From Sidcup Julie. And the farmer said he can only see the wings and no body. The only solution to warm olive oil and rinse the ear out. Well, put it this way, if it doesn't have wings, it's not going anywhere, is it? I'm now lying on the sofa, totally exhausted. Yeah, we said the olive oil. That was the best thing. Go to the chemist. They will sort it all out for you. I watched a line of traffic following a diesel tanker yesterday. They were most disappointed when it drove to the bus garage. Yeah, exactly. Imagine it's all those dimbos who were putting diesel in their petrol cars. You're asking for trouble, aren't you? But can't help people who can't help themselves. 5-fold increase in people putting the wrong fuel in. I mean, that really is a bit desperate, isn't it? Amir says, I love your who cares attitude. Yeah, exactly. Somebody would say to me, oh, so-and-so, and you go, who cares? Who cares whether or not, Michelle Keegan has started spouting off again about, oh, I'm trying to help my friend. And shut up. Nobody cares. I'm with Ricky Gervais. Who cares about naff's Z-list celebrities droning on about their boring existences? I mean, some of them are so tedious. You think, how did you make it through school? I really don't know. These people must wake up every morning and go, oh, God, it's Wednesday. Like they can't manage with it. I've been in a pop group. I've made a load of money. Oh, it was awful. I had to put on skimpy outfits. You didn't have to. You could have walked away from it years ago. But, of course, they don't, do they? And then they sort of come up with that age-old story of, I think I'll have a solo career now. I'll be like Kylie. No, you won't. No, you won't. There's only one Kylie. There's only one Madonna. It's no good. It's like radio presenters. No good being like somebody else. From years ago, they say, oh, I'm very much like Tony Blackburn. What's the point of that? There is only one Tony Blackburn. Why don't you be yourself? But people can't do that nowadays, can they? I've been watching some of the auditions on YouTube, some old auditions of people who've gone in for the X Factor and things like that. How these people ever made it out the front door, I'll never know. Some of them are so... One woman stood there and went, who are you then? You don't know nothing. And she said to Simon Cowell, she was sort of a pathetic little person, and you could tell what she does for a living. Nothing. Because they asked her, and she said she didn't do anything. She said, I'm not working. And then she said to Simon Cowell, well, why don't you get up here and sing? He said, no, it worked. I mean, how he kept his temper, I'll never know. It works. You come on to my programme, you sing, we tell you whether you're good or you're rubbish. And in your case, you're rubbish. She couldn't sing. She said, well, you don't know anything. I thought, what a stupid person you must be. Look at his track record. He's had more hits in the charts, more albums than anybody else, because he knows what he's talking about. He's been doing it for all his life, whereas you're just a sad little attention seeker. So to go back to Amir, who cares? Who cares what these people think? They can't sing. I mean, one bloke come on stage and he's going, yeah, because I'm like, this. And he's trying to do rapping, but he couldn't sing. And it was all horrible. And they went, I'm sorry, and you think you've improved since the last time you appeared on here, so that we can all point fun at you, and look at you and go, you're thick as a brick, you can't sing. And he goes, what do you know? And then they always take these microphones, which cost hundreds of pounds, and they throw them to the ground. And you feel like saying, I tell you what, we're going to get our bouncers in here now, and they're going to throw you out the building, you know, from a great height. So do you ever wonder if anybody's listening, says Warwick. God, honestly, we found another stupid one this morning. Why would I ever worry about if anybody is listening? We have the biggest audience, the biggest share of audience for a programme that starts at 4 a.m. Have you not seen The Spike? You can find it on the internet. Have a look at it. Read it and weep. He says, your show is on at lunchtime on the Gold Coast in Queensland. So I never need to worry about if anybody's listening. I'll tell you why. Because I've been doing it for 42 years. And if there was nobody listening, I'm sure that my boss would have put me out to pasture a long time ago. But they don't. They sort of very happily give me another contract, you know, and I gratefully accept it. So I never wonder if anybody's listening. Listen, when you shift, you know, nearly 10,000 tote bags, I don't need to worry if anybody's listening. You know, the evidence is there. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. You know, I mean, next week, when we have my new item... Oh, it's gone from the studio. Producer's tucked it under his arm. He's taken it home, I don't know. He's nicking it. And it's the item that we're going. So we've had the tote bags, which did very well. We've had the Prosecco glasses engraved, which was very nice indeed. And we've had the tea towels. What have we got for you on Monday? All we're doing is selling them. And on this particular item, there's free P&P. No P&P at all. And it's limited... All the proceeds go to Make Some Noise. And we've only got a week to shift as many as we can. So I'm going to be banging on about it from Monday. But I know, judging by the response I've had so far from people, you can't wait to see what it is. Even people in this building are desperate to find out what it is. But my lips are sealed. Nothing. Saying nothing at all to people. So that's how it works. Oh, look, there's some more people. There's a bloke here. The police will find him. In fact, you could tell the police are going to find him because they pixelated his face, which means they know who he is. He takes a knife out of his back pocket in the quest for the petrol. He's accused somebody of jumping in. He's a nasty piece of work, and if he's carrying a knife with him, he has to be arrested very quickly. I can't understand why anybody would ever... And so then he kicks the door. He's obviously a thug and will be arrested in court, and then we throw you in prison, pal. Then you won't need to worry about getting petrol, will you? Which is very good. Telecook Tom Kerridge has branded critics pea-brain donuts in his latest bust-up. He has a £12.50 cooking charge for customers' meat at one of his posh eateries. He's got 600,000 Instagram followers, so he's got here a side of cabbage is £7.50. And, you know, but as I've said before, if you don't want to go and spend that sort of money, then you won't go to the restaurant. Look at that other one who was trying to get publicity by letting Gemma Collins go into it in Mayfair. I mean, the people of Mayfair had barricaded their doors. I'm sorry, who's around? Gemma Collins? Who's she? She's some old has-been from the Made in Essex. Kerridge's fish and chips was about £28, something like that. You know, which was, but if you don't want to pay that, don't go there. You only have to, each restaurant has got a thing outside and it's got the prices on it. You can't go in there and complain about it. This other one that old Gemma went to, there you go, Tomcoat, £32 for fish and chips. But if it's really good quality fish and it's really good quality batter, and let's face it, we're trying to stop fat people going into restaurants, so they only give you about half a dozen chips. Looks nice, doesn't it? Yeah, you could eat that. But I mean, you know, to have Gemma Collins, the size she is, coming out of a restaurant, it'd be the worst advert you could ever have. And she apparently spent £700 on a steak. Yeah, of course she did. Of course she... That's why the papers were full of this restaurant going, oh yes, and we charge £10 for chips, £9 for a Coca-Cola. Hello? Rip off. £9? I mean, it's not even that in the cinema, is it? £9 for a Coca-Cola. You must think we were born yesterday, pal. I hope it fails. Hope it fails. That's just, I mean, £700 for a piece of meat because it's covered in gold leaf. Pfft. And this is supposed to be innovative. It's been available for donkey's years. Donkey's years. What else we got? Jeans Genius. Do you know they've fitted it for centuries now, jeans? Some people, it used to be a shop in Covent Garden I used to go to, and they used to sell old jeans, pre-worn, pre-owned jeans, because they're worth money, because people used to buy jeans, but you want them to look all worn and faded because that's what Levi's was supposed to look like, and Wranglers and stuff like that. And so they would sell second-hand jeans. You'd be buying somebody else's jeans. And I mean, now you can buy faded jeans. They've actually done it. But in these particular ones, you were buying somebody else's jeans, and they would then sell them on for a profit. Whenever you bought jeans years ago, you'd sit in the bath with them on so that they would fit properly. You don't want baggy. No, not just me. Everybody did that. You bought your jeans, and then when you came out of the bath, you took your jeans off, and your legs were blue because of the dye in the jeans. But that's what you did. Or people would go swimming in them, so the jean would then shrink to fit your body. They did, seriously. I know it sounds a bit peculiar, but yeah, we all did that. Now you can buy these ripped jeans, although there's a few old tarts out there who sort of buy these ripped jeans. The rips are just so disgusting. I mean, they really, and they're always on the fattest people. You know, you get some girl waddling down the road with jeans with rips. I mean, literally up to the crotch. I mean, really looking a bit cheap and trashy. And you feel like saying to them, "I'm sorry, dear, have you looked in the mirror?" God, blimey, terrible. Steve, I've been listening to you for 6 years, says Shane. Lovely. And I think 6 years is very amateurish, though, I'm afraid, Shane. I've got people who've been listening to me for over 35 years. Over 35 years. You know, I go back with some listeners a long time. We've lost listeners. You know, we've had people who I've known over the years who have died, and their families have carried on. Oh, yes. LBC is very, very addictive. Very addictive. Even if you don't like it, it's very addictive because you can't tear yourself away from it. And that's why you get the girls, you know, the ones who don't have the brain cell engaged. Dear Steve, I heard you say the other, you know, and you think to yourself, yeah, we just go, and they vanish in a puff of smoke, which is the quickest way for them to go.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Kevin the Milkman says, was that clothes shop in Camden called Flip? Yes. I used to go there to get pre-owned American clothing about 40 years ago. It was very popular. People sort of, they're still, you know, sort of laughing about the fact that you can get pre-owned Levi's because people wanted them. You wanted them faded. So somebody else had basically, I mean, all the cowboy films, they could have made a fortune. In fact, I think in some of the shops they used to sell them, which said, you know, made for the cast of Bonanza or something like that, because you knew that they were going to be covered in dust, and they used to have fights. Cowboys used to have fights in these jeans, and they were basically cheap clothing for people that lasted a long time. I mean, there can't be many people now who do not have a pair of jeans. I've got jeans on at the moment. Oh, they're not ripped. No. I don't do ripped jeans. That would be embarrassing, wouldn't it? Looking through at your pale, spindly legs. What's the point of that? Apart from this fat bird the other day, who seriously, I mean, it was just, why don't people look in the blooming mirror? You know, I love the way that people sort of go out there and you see them walking past a shop window and they look at it going, I look good. And I'm following behind them going, God, now you'll go home and change. Terrible. Steve, wish me luck. I'm off to work at the garage. Let's hope there's fuel this morning. I'm not particularly bothered whether there is or isn't. I'm fine, thank you. I've got mine. It seems to be easing up according to the government. The producer's very keen to tell us that it's easing up. I don't know where he thinks it's easing up. I want to come round. He doesn't even put petrol in his car. He's got a bicycle. He puts air in the tyres, but now he's started saying, perhaps I could put petrol in there as well. I'm honestly, I've never heard anything like it. The day we get him over a bike with a crossbar on it is the day that we all put up the decorations early. Whoopee! I don't think he's ever been on. Have you ever been on a bike? Have you? Yes, he says, yes. Not for a while. I went on one. We had a competition on LBC once to see how long it took to get through the London traffic. So we all went to Golders Green, and somebody took the bus, somebody took the tube, somebody took their car, and I took the bicycle. And so luckily most of it downhill from Golders Green into town again. But it's blooming dangerous, I tell you, on a bicycle in London. People open their car doors, they pull into the side of the road, they don't see you. I spent most of my time shouting obscenities at motorists, but mind you, I do that anyway. Shut your door, you dozy little so-and-so. Who won? I think I came third. Sweated profusely throughout the whole. I hadn't been on a bike since I was about 15. But it was quite nice, though. I quite liked it. And at the end of the day, I got to keep the bicycle, which was very nice. So, very handy. Very, very handy. Rare artwork by Muhammad Ali has emerged for sale. It's going under the hammers in New York. 300,000 quid, they reckon. Although, to be honest with you, the pictures are rubbish. They really are dreadful. Jo Brand says comedians should be allowed a pass when joking about controversial subjects. She said there's a big difference between comedians and everybody else. If you're a comedian, then people should take what you say with a pinch of salt because it's normally a joke. Because she said the same as everybody else, there's a limit to what you can say now. Because somebody go, oh, you can't say that. That's upsetting. I'm getting, all these little woke people, all the little snowflakes. Oh, you've upset me. Why? Because my ears stick out. Well, go and get an operation. Get them pinned back in again. We used to have a dog like that. Our dog's ears used to stick up, but they were supposed to stick down, so we used to glue fruit gums to them. Fruit gums on our dog's ears. He was a Cocker Spaniel, poor little soul. He didn't know the difference, and so we get a packet of fruit gums at the beginning of each week, and you put it in your mouth, you sort of get it a bit wet, and then stick it to the dog's ears, and then it pulled the ear down. I used to have a producer, actually, Dave, whose ears stuck out, a bit like old Gary Lineker and Little George. Remember Little George, the little son? Never too sure what he does, but anyway, they've got sticky out ears, and my producer Dave had sticky out ears, and he had an operation to pin them back. It's just a matter of taking out a little bit of skin at the back, then the ear automatically folds in, because you don't want to look as if you're about to take off, do you? That would be very unfortunate. And so you can have this it's a very simple operation. I don't think it's particularly difficult. The producer thinks it's called bat ears. Is it? Well, I've never heard that. That's something. You've told me something. You used to have them. What do you mean you used to have them? Yeah, it's a simple little operation, isn't it? Where they just cut a bit of skin out and then they sew it back together again, and then it pulls the ear back into the side of your head. Bat ears, there you go. Otoplasty. There you go. You might consider it if your ears or ear is misshapen due to an injury or birth defect. It depends if you're bothered by how far they stick out. And whether it looks like your friends are going to launch you from a cliff at the beach or something. Ready? Here we go. Come. Did they used to call you Dumbo? Oh, that's very cruel and hurtful. Your parents. So cruel, aren't they? So cruel. Also, the paper today. Losing Kurt Cobain so young has made Dave Grohl fearful for any artist who becomes successful quickly. I didn't know anything about Kurt Cobain. I really didn't know anything about him. Who was his girlfriend? He had a girlfriend, didn't he? Courtney Love. Whatever happened to her? But Dave recalls the stress of becoming so famous, which weighed heavily on his bandmates. Honestly, you go on stage, people give you loads of money. All you've got to do is play the same blooming songs time and time again. Very dreary. Also, here is Greta Thunberg. She's 18. She dismissed the PM's climate change promises as blah, blah, blah. Why don't you go home, dear? Why don't you go home? Stay at home. She was mocking him. Oh, she was in Milan. She was mocking him. Mocking him. You with your looks. Mocking him. I can't believe it. He's doing his best. Piers Morgan's journalist wife, which is Celia Walden, has said she doesn't need or want jab refuses in her life after Piers says he's still suffering effects months after his COVID bout began. Still seeing a few people on the buses getting on with no mask on or something like that, until the bus driver pushes a button that goes, you are required to wear a mask. And, Charlie's still self-isolating at home. Bless her. Which I think it's a lot easier now. A lot easier. And, Steve, were you talking about wine gums, not fruit gums? What's the matter with you this morning? Are there people on another planet or something? If I say fruit gums, I mean fruit gums. If I mean wine gums, I mean wine gums. If I mean fruit pastels, I say fruit pastels. You're barred straight away. Far too stupid for this programme. Steve, in the queue for fuel, hasn't eased off at all. Well, it won't, because they haven't had deliveries yet. They don't do deliveries just yet. And I've seen Tesco filling up their tanks twice in the last few days. Plenty of petrol in Brighouse, says Jill. Yeah, there's loads of petrol. There's no shortage of petrol. How many more times do we have to say there is no shortage of petrol? There's no shortage of anything. It's all these dimbos going out there. They were queuing the other day, and the reporter was going down the line. So, why are you queuing? I just need to top my tank up. And somebody said, oh, I saw a queue, and I thought I'd join it. Making yourself look even more stupid than we thought you were in the first place. Honestly. Terrible, isn't it? Terrible. So, Piers Morgan's wife is culling anti-vaxxers. Why would you want to talk to them? Why would you want to talk to people who are anti-vaccination? God in heaven. Dawn Neesom's column today. She says Labour are far too limp nowadays. The brilliantly successful Labour Party conference finishes today in a blaze of triumphant glory and unity. It's been up there with the barnstorming victory they had in the last general election. In other words, not just a car crash, but a major pile-up in the middle of an earthquake under an exploding volcano. Kind of summed it up. They've achieved nothing. Keir Starmer is drippy beyond belief. There's no sort of oomph. There's no get up and go. There's no come on, this is what we're doing. You know, I mean, full coverage, of course, of Keir's speech on LBC Today. But, you know, which is depressing, no matter what colour your politics, because when the official opposition spends more time tearing itself apart than the actual day job of opposing, nobody wins. You know, we had Angela Rayner going on a foul-mouthed rant about racist, misogynistic scum Tories, throw in a resignation, journalist bullying, the ghost of Corbyn, bland Starmer, and the red flag is limper than the old man's old man. What Dawn Neesom says. And she's talking as well about Jessie Nelson, who says she felt trapped during the decade, the 10 years she spent in mega-successful band Little Mix. The clothing allowance ran to a thong and some nipple tassels. More Little Mix than Mix. But anybody still confused over the ludicrous cervixgate row simply needs to watch a Little Mix video for a full biological breakdown of female bits. Exactly. I mean, honestly, they obviously had no say in what they were wearing. Somebody said, oh, just take everything off and stick on a thong and some nipple things. And they went, oh, yeah, I'll do that. Why? Because I want to be famous. And that's why it's all finished. It will all finish now. It's not going to go... I'll tell you what, I had to watch again the other day. I was going through my pile of DVDs, which is roughly the height of the Empire State Building at the moment. It's very exciting. And I watched the Bros thing again. Have you seen the Bros film? You know, when the screaming stopped. And the one thing I discovered, which I discovered the first time I watched it, actually, was that Matt Goss is the most miserable person in the world. He doesn't smile or laugh once in this thing. He's so desperately unhappy. Whereas Luke, you know, is getting on with his life and all the rest of it, and has to sit there listening to the garbage that emanates from Matt Goss's mouth about, you know, I'm trying to do this and I want to... And I'm thinking... And even they were arguing just before they were going on to this morning for an interview. You know, and he says, what's the matter with you today? Says Luke. Matt goes, because yesterday you said this. And I'm thinking, oh, grow up and get over yourself. Blimey. Small wonder he's got a bit of a reputation. Apparently, Gordon says, Tesco are slapping a 30 quid limit at fuel pumps in Scotland. Good. Good. I mean, how much petrol do you need? Depends whether you're coming down to go somewhere. But, you know, people just go from one garage to the other. That's what they do. People have got loads of time to waste. Loads of time. Steve, I'm driving home from work, currently on the A406, counted at least 6 petrol tankers en route to a petrol station. Yet there's no shortage of petrol. The shortage is with people to drive the lorries, which, you know, we might have the lorries doing it, you know, the army getting out there, and they'll be driving these things and then filling up, and everybody go, oh, what did we do all that for? Like all the people stocking up with the toilet rolls, you know, who've still got probably about 3/4 of them left. Shame, innit, really, but it'll sort itself out. Panic not.
Want to build the bet you want in seconds? With Unibet's Bet Builder, you're on. Add shots, corners, cards, and more. And increase your odds with Bet Builder Rackers, combining bet builders across multiple games and sports. Download the Unibet app or visit unibet.co.uk and get a Bet Builder boost every day. Unibet. You're on. 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Pre-match only, max stake £10 minimum, combined odds of 4-1 and 3 selections. T's and C's apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Wednesday, the 29th of September. So there's still queues at the garages, but apparently it's getting a bit better. And there's loads of pictures on the television of the lorries full up with petrol going off to the garages. And some people are following the lorries, but some of them are only carrying diesel and they're going to the garages to make sure that the buses carry on running. We like queuing in the UK, says Jill, because last year we weren't queuing for McDonald's. People love queuing. Only in Britain do people queue. You know, we stand in a little line at the bus stop, and woe betide you if you sort of muscle in on somebody else. I mean, there was some woman at the bus stop the other day. We were all waiting for the bus came in, and she just pushed her way to the front. So I said, you're rude, aren't you? You know, you have to tell her. And she looked at me like I was stupid or speaking another language. Look at that, honestly. There's a happy man. Is that fizzy?
Yeah, it's fizzy.
It's fizzy.
Yeah.
Do you know we should have had some lime juice in? I love lime juice and fizzy. That's quite nice. Lime. Did you ever do that? Yeah, like lime juice cordial. It's got to be Rose's. It's the only one I like. I like Rose's lime juice cordial. It was very good actually. Very good for scurvy. Apparently, not that because we're not on a ship, so we're not likely to pick up scurvy. But that's what they used to use lime juice for, sort of pickling stuff and doing everything else. But I like it in a tall glass with lots of ice, and then some lime juice cordial, and then some fizzy water on top of it. That's a bit. Christmas is coming. The goose is getting fat. Please put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. If you haven't got a halfpenny, well, God bless you. We like to be festive on this programme. Just eat the chocolates, dear, all right? So much easier. And Michelle says, you say you read out text, but what about other message formats? Well, I don't know, actually. We do. Yeah, we read out emails. You just have to email steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, Mike says, desperate for fuel, brace the queues, went to Tesco in Potter's Bar, done in 18 minutes. I've never queued for 18 minutes at all. I mean, I've always managed to get it within a minute. Yeah, I mean, you have to get at 3 a.m, but I mean, okay, I'm normally up at that time. It doesn't make any difference to me. It's normal. For us people who work nights, absolute godsend. Really is. So somebody telling me about people slapping a limit to how much petrol you can buy, but that's all right. That's all right. Makes it okay. They think it's brawl over, is the front of the Daily Star this morning, Wild West Britain. And the bloke with the knife, I hope you get arrested, mate, and thrown into prison. Pulling a knife on somebody in a filling station, you must be the thickest person going. He looks like a thug. He really does. And then there's 2 other people fighting because they claim somebody jumped the queue. You know who they were having fights with the other day? Mopeds. Because they were just pulling into the garage and pulling straight up to the pump. People filling up their mopeds. People delivering food and stuff like that. It's not very good, is it? Not very good at all. Will Smith has admitted, well, we did it on this programme, actually. He has an open marriage with his wife, Jada. He's the fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He came in this building years ago. And I was standing down by the front door trying to get out. There's all these people outside. And he came in, he said hello to me and shook my hand. He didn't know who I was. I didn't know he was either, actually. No, he does look like Will Smith. Oh, there's a woman here with a cheeky Nando's. She must have more money than sense. And so she had the Nando's delivered to her car, if you please. Lily Potkin found herself in the mother of all queues as she tried to fill up the car in Kingsbury. She quickly got peckish and ordered a chicken wrap and peri-peri chips from Deliveroo. Everybody was in hysterics. Well, you just made yourself out to be the saddest person in living memory. That's having a Deliveroo. You got peckish in the queue, did you? My God, I tell you. Yeah, good idea. Are you mad? I'll order some KFC. I'm in the queue at petrol station. I'll be the one with the balloon hanging out the window of the car. Steve managed to get fuel for the first time last night. We'd only allowed 35 quid with the diesel. And got to get from Sudbury in Suffolk to Cheam. Oh, right. I don't know how many miles that is. Sudbury, Suffolk to Cheam. We don't know. And to be honest with you, who cares? That's our answer to everything. Steve, I had to get up stupidly early to take my son to work, so obviously listen to LBC. You're simply hilarious. Really? Oh. She says you can make the morning more palatable. Yeah, not that poor one with the peri-peri chicken. I don't even know. Peri-peri chips. I don't even know what that is. Spicy chips. How naff. How naff. I think Nando's is the most expensive chicken I've ever seen in my entire life. You can get, a whole chicken in there is something. Can you tell me how much? I don't want to get it right. I don't want to get it wrong. Nando's, a whole chicken. It's so expensive. And people go, oh, we love chicken. I'm thinking, what, at these prices? You must be having a laugh. A whole chicken. Here we go at Nando's. So, chicken butterfly, chicken roulette, half a chicken, a whole chicken, flame grilled, infused with peri-peri, and served in your choice of spice. How much do you reckon? 14 quid. For a chicken. For a chicken, 14 quid. You can get them in Costco for £4.50, fully cooked. Delicious. 14 quid. Half a chicken, £7.75. 3 chicken wings, £3.95. 15 chicken wings, so that's the bit that they cut off before they give you the whole chicken, is 14 quid. Plus chips. On top. So expensive. Why do people spend that much money? I can't understand it. It's just, yeah, peri salted chips, crispy and sprinkled with peri salt, $2.95. Garlic bread, $2.95. Chicken and chips, £18. Go and buy a chicken in the supermarket, cook it yourself. So much easier. Steve, you think fuel deliveries were akin to the Red Cross parcels arriving in war-torn countries? People scrambling, snatching and fighting. I watched from afar, says Scott in Littlehampton. Aptly named. Steve travelled up from Aldershot to Hull yesterday. Nightmare getting fuel in the south, but got easier as we travelled north. Well, it does. It's, you know, people are so desperate. I mean, somebody the other day, I told you, the person who pulled in after him, they put £3.33's worth of petrol in their car. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. Topping up, honestly. So they queue to put under £4 worth of petrol in. Saddo. Ridiculous, honestly. Do you think Liam Neeson would make a good Bond? I don't know. I'm not Barbara Broccoli. Honestly, why would I know who makes a good Bond? I think a good Bond would be somebody who's just, you know, he can go pew, 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 and then bed women. I'm just waiting for Bond to be gay. You know, so M. Fancy a lemonade shandy. You know, I mean, that kind of thing. Miss Moneypenny be going, oh, I thought he liked me. No, he doesn't. He's after M. Far more entertaining. That's the odds on the next one. Tom Hardy, 13-8. Luke Evans, 11-4. Tom Hiddleston, 9-2. René Jean-Page, 2-1. And James Norton, 10-3. I don't know who any of them are. Actually, I've heard of Tom Hardy. I've heard of Tom Hiddleston. I don't know who. I've heard of James Norton, René Jean-Page, Sam Huygen, Luke Evans. I've got no idea. Oh, there's loads of them. Good Lord above. Christian Bale, Adrian Lester. Prince Harry, 500-1. Yeah, we've seen your acting, dear. We saw The Wedding. Hilarious. Mary Lou McDonald. Luke Goss, 500-1. Alan Carr. I mean, the campest James Bond you've ever seen. I mean, he could be James and Jane. Wouldn't make any difference, would it, really? Julian McMahon. Dominic West. Danny Dyer. Craig Fairbrass. You know who Craig Fairbrass is, don't you? Used to be in London's Burning is where he came from, I think. He played a firefighter. Sam Worthington, Daniel Radcliffe. He's not really tall enough. Rupert Everett could be quite good. He could be a very good gay Bond. So, I mean, because I think he'd be very good. Rupert Everett? Oh, Bond. Well, you can make him gay. Why not? You've made him all these different people. You know, so why shouldn't he be gay? You can't make him a woman, but he could cross-dress. You know, could go out in the evening. You could go into a phone box, the door could open, all of a sudden he comes out as Jane. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I mean, let's face it, if they managed to... Like Superman. I hated Superman. I hated those films. I don't think we do superheroes very well. The Americans did it. And you knew he couldn't fly at all. I mean, I thought that was ripping people off, because I always thought... Yeah, I mean, you know, who's the other one who shoots things out of his hand? That's Spider-Man, isn't it? Can you imagine being able to do that and swing between buildings in London? You'd have crashed into a lamppost in about 3 seconds. But I like the idea. We've often asked people on the programme, not that I care, is sort of what superhero trait would you like to take on? And the one that seemed to be the most popular was invisibility. Because you could be really naughty, couldn't you? You could follow people home. Sit in the corner of their bedroom, you know, sort of coughing politely or something like that. I can't think of anything else, actually. It's like, you know, somebody said, if I was giving you 3 wishes, what would it be? And somebody says, well, I'd like to be invisible. I'd like to have all the money in the world. And 10 wishes? Well, you're not allowed. You'd wish for 10. Oh, that's right. I'd wish for extra wishes. Yeah. I don't think that would work, actually. I think that's just being greedy. I just like to sort of look absolutely so stunning that people would walk past you in the street and go, cool. I mean, it's never likely to happen. Well, it hasn't happened for a few hours now. But, you know, it's the kind of thing that you never really expect. And there's other things that you change about your body, really, wouldn't you? Would you change things about... Well, you'd be sort of thinner or more muscly or so. I'd love to have floppy blonde hair. But I never had floppy blonde hair, even when I was younger. Grow it out. Actually, if I grew my hair out now, it would just look hilarious. But I'd like to sort of wave a magic wand and see what it would look like now with hair. Because I think you get to a certain age and you just... It doesn't work, does it, you know? Definitely not. Steve, the next Bond, says Mike, could be either Dean Gaffney or Peter Andre. Oh, Peter Andre. Whatever happened to Peter Andre's hilarious film career? Do you remember? I'm going to America and I'm filming these things. And we went, yeah, of course you are, love. Of course you are. Michael Crawford could be the next James Bond. Yes. I've had a bit of trouble. I like you over there. Come here. Steve, says Gary, who's a black cabbie. I've been queuing since 4:15 in Streatham. No fuel anywhere. Nightmare. Yeah, I mean, the trouble is, it's supposed to be getting better. That's my line. I have to keep telling you that because the government have told us to tell people it's getting better. I personally have not noticed this, but I'm hoping by Friday or Saturday we should be a little bit better. You know. Somebody says, Steve, £4 worth of fuel. Yeah, they put £3.33 worth in. You'd lose more than that queuing for it. Yeah, exactly. Stop, start. And my friend Rich, who works at one of our sister stations, says, I've driven past a petrol station 54 times since Sunday. No petrol. I'm on fumes now. Because he's coming in from Tunbridge Wells. I mean, how else are you going to get in? It's a long way out. A long way out. Yeah, good luck tomorrow, Rich. Good luck tomorrow. I mean, I'm all right, because if the worst comes to the worst, and there's no trains because they haven't got any petrol, or buses, then I can always go home another route. I can find a way. I can get a bus from Trafalgar Square, which takes me all the way home. I mean, cycle. Yeah, I mean, I could go and buy for a few £100 an electric bike. And then I could use that for going home, and then just sort of charge it up during the daytime. That'd be quite nice. I could do that, but it's a long way. It's about 7 miles to get home. Jog? You joking? I don't even jog to go to the bus stop. You know, I look ridiculous when I jog.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. What a miserable day yesterday was with the rain and all the other little bits and pieces. And I don't think there's any rain today, but now every day, just as a matter of course, I bring my umbrella in just in case. What I don't want is the rain and the wind, because otherwise the umbrella could blow inside out. And another one here. Restaurants have overhead. Oh, another one of these idiots. You know, another one of these idiots. Here it is. Here is today's idiots. £15 for a whole chicken cooked and served is not a rip-off. Of course it is. They're paying about £2 for it. It's a rip-off. Rip-off. If you don't think so, well, more fool you. He says, get yours for £5 and eat it cold. Cold out if the packet alone in your car. Dear, you can't even write English, can you? I'm a bit sorry about that. It's £4.50, actually. And it's lovely. It's cooked. It's hot. It's in a hot plate. You must go there. Oh, no, they wouldn't let you in, would they? You've been turned down, I gather, for Costco membership. Never mind. What about Christopher Biggins, Steve, as Bond, says David. Martin Kemp, says Nina. Oh, no, not Martin Kemp. He looks too old. He's white-haired. Can't have a white-haired Bond. That would be ridiculous. He couldn't do the running and the jumping and things like that. Could you? Is Daniel Craig the first blonde one? Oh, right. Oh, excellent. But the idea of Dean Gaffney as Bond, he's only about 2 foot tall. No, thank you. And Peter Andre? Pfft. Oh, goodness me. Mysterious girl. No, thank you. Definitely not. Somebody else queuing for petrol. Johnny English for Bond, says Gordon. Who's Johnny English? I don't know who Johnny English is. Oh, it's a Rowan Atkinson character. Oh, right. Oh, well, could be quite good. But it's funny, isn't it? Just as Boris Johnson claimed the fuel crisis was starting to ease, fights break out at filling stations. I mean, they've got pictures here. Drivers brawling in New Eltham. Good place for it. Good place. You only have to go to New Eltham to witness a fight. And there's people, because if somebody jumps the queue, one in Welling here, and they thug with the knife, I mean, really, they have to find out who he is very quickly. And also people who've driven off from filling stations thinking they're being really clever. Unfortunately, the moment you drive into the filling station, the cameras have got your car number and they've got you. So the police are now on to 30 people who've driven off. You're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in big trouble once they've got you. Phil Vickery says, Andy Peters for Bond. And he's certainly fit enough, Phil. Certainly fit enough. I mean, doesn't age. You could get a few films out of him, couldn't you? I wonder what Phil Vickery is. Are you cooking today? Mind you, 5:20, you must be up for cooking on this morning. You must be. What have we got today? Is it something exciting? Do you know, I saw the other day, and I nearly bought it, then I stopped. It was a giant Yorkshire pudding with beef in it and things like that. It looked quite nice, actually. It did look quite nice, because like a bowl. It was being used as a bowl, and I do like a Yorkshire pudding. I really do. I could eat Yorkshire puddings, fine, but not with that terribly expensive Nando's thing, because restaurants have got overheads. 16 quid for a chicken, honestly. There it is, beef filled, tender British beef, nestled, shoved in a golden Yorkshire pudding with crispy potatoes and a rich beef gravy. Yum, yum, yum. M&S. Beef-filled Yorkshire pudding. It just sounds delicious, doesn't it? I love the idea that the British beef tender nestled. It's just shoved in there. It's a machine. It'll go and it'll shove it in there. It's not nestled at all. I think I've actually had one before. It was very nice. And a rich beef gravy. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? I know. No point in tempting us at this time of the morning, especially if you're sitting in a queue at a garage. You can't have it. But you could probably order a takeaway, which would be nice. Tomorrow, Phil's on this morning. Do you know what he's doing tomorrow? Gonna love this one. Here we go. All the innuendos. Toad in the hole, plus his mum's spotted dick, which I believe she's had sorted out on the NHS. Sorry, I couldn't resist it. I should get into trouble for that. I haven't had spotted dick for ages. We used to have it at school. It's a sponge with currants in, with custard over the top. And it was particular. See, I like apple. Is it apple Charlotte or apple Eve or something? I can't remember what it is. Is it Eve's pudding? Has that got apple in it? I think Aunt Bessie does one. She's so busy, that woman in the kitchen, honestly. But Eve's pudding, simply delicious. Takes an hour, 15 minutes to cook it. Vanilla paste, vanilla bean paste, self-raising flour and everything else. It looks delicious. It's got apple in it. And then you just add custard. It's delicious, isn't it? Oh, dear. Yeah, it's one of my favourites now. I could eat that now. They say simple and delicious. Spotted dick, what does that look like? Can you show me a spotted dick picture? I think I know what it looks like. Do you want to type it in? Computer will sort of have him down for something. Oh, that looks lovely, doesn't it? Oh, look, you can get it in a tin. Heinz spotted dick. Go down a little bit. Sponge pudding. So presumably you heat it in water and then you sort of open the... Oh, it's microwavable. What, in the tin? It's a bit unusual, isn't it? But with custard as well. I hope you're doing custard with it, Phil. Oh, no, I hate treacle pudding. I hate treacle sponge pudding. I never liked it at school. I thought treacle was the most awful thing ever. What's this one? Heinz chocolate sponge. We used to have sponge pudding and pink sponge as well at school. Golden honey sponge pudding. Sticky toffee sponge pudding. Blimey, all these things are available, aren't they? Yeah, pudding in a tin. I keep meaning to get custard because I might get some today. Iceland do a pack of 6. Little, they're not very big. It's Devonshire custard. And that's quite nice. I could have that with something, couldn't I? I don't know what. Or just on its own. Or some tinned fruit would be good. Or spotted. But we do like the Eve. What's it called? Eve pudding. Eve's pudding, which is very nice. That's very, very nice. And also, I like crepes. I'm very big onto crepes. Custard and golden syrup. That's what he's doing tomorrow with his spotted dick. Custard. My mother used to have a tin of golden syrup in the cupboard and also a tin of molasses, which was the dark one. But the golden syrup, I mean, frankly, the lid used to be glued on practically by the time the stuff hardened. And she'd use it for all sorts of things. Not allowed what? No, I can't. It's all sugar. It's all sugar. I mean, I could be up on the ceiling painting and decorating, hanging upside down like Spider-Man. If I was on treacle or golden syrup. Never interested me, actually, golden syrup. I don't know why. That was from an early age. We used to have a ski yoghurt. A ski yoghurt. They're still going, are they really? A ski yoghurt. That was considered a pudding in my day. My mum, because I mean, she did do things, but my favourite would be Chinese toffee apples or toffee banana. Those I love. I used to love that. Sometimes when I was feeling really decadent, which would be most times, and I went to the Chinese takeaway, I'd order my food and then I'd order Chinese toffee banana and apple, and then have it with some cold custard out of the fridge. Or ice cream. You can have it with anything, actually. Who cares? Toffee banana, classic. Isn't it funny? I don't think the Chinese eat it. I really don't. I think it's westernised. But it is absolutely delicious. Toffee and sesame bananas. Look at it. Look at it. We're looking at pictures of it now. God, dribble in your car. Faz says Majid Nawaz for Bond. I think he'd be arguing too many times with M and Miss Moneypenny. She'd be saying, Majid, would you like to... No. Because back in 1937, No, stop it now. Go and sort out the baddies. Steve, looking for a couple of gallons of petrol. We'll swap for a doctor's appointment, says Brenda in Manchester. Can you imagine a gay Bond, says Phil. Do you expect me to die? No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to get your seams straight. It's a good one, isn't it? I quite like the idea. It is old-fashioned, but years ago in the war, when people couldn't get stockings, I mean, I myself had this problem, you would paint your legs. Sometimes people used gravy browning, and then you'd stand on a chair and your friend would do a line down the back of your legs with a pencil liner for doing your eyes, and it would make it look as though you're wearing stockings, because people couldn't get them. The only people who could get the stockings were the Americans. And as I say, you don't find that many cross-dressing Americans up at Greenham Common Air Base. Will says, I'd like to see the lovely Julian Clary playing James Bond. He's touring at the moment in The Dresser. They're down in Brighton this week. The Dresser, which is, I mean, should be very, very good indeed. Steve, I just pulled into a petrol station, which is closed, but the airline which I needed was on. You wouldn't believe a load of cars followed me in and then tutted at me. I know, they think that you know something they don't know. It's good winding people up, isn't it? Not really, no. I still like the idea of a couple of gallons of petrol for a doctor's appointment. That's very, very clever. Steve Allen for Bond, says Shane. Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Bag of chips might make a very good 007, says Kim. Bradley Walsh. Oh, no, you can't give him that. I mean, he's doing everything else. There is a limit. There is a limit. I mean, he could be Q, though, couldn't he? The gadget guy. Yeah, that'd be good. Jason Statham, says Paul in Popular. Arge could be Bond. We could be two Bonds. Two Bonds. Or Basildon Bond. Danny Dyer. No. That definitely don't. No, Danny Dyer not. He's 500 to 1. Which means it's not going to be happening. Don't forget, in fact, I should be doing it now, shouldn't I? I'm going to be doing... After the news, I'm going to tell you about my car. Well, it's not my car. It could be your car. You know, you might be listening to me now thinking, oh, wouldn't it be nice if I was the one who got that car that Steve Allen gave away for Make Some Noise? But, I mean, it could happen. I believe in positive thinking. I believe in being positive about you could win. You could win this fabulous brand new mini electric car. I'll tell you all about it and how you get hold of it after the news. Plus, what else? Oh, a lot of people talk about the death of this rare white stag in Bootle, a tragedy. The RSPCA said it will find its way back to where it's supposed to be going. So please don't kill it. But the police shot it. They didn't need to. And people have been up in arms. I mean, it was running along roads at 8:45. Armed response officers were able to secure it. And a veterinary surgeon was called in. My God, this must have cost a small fortune. But, of course, the animal then became distressed. It would have found its way back. A decision was made to euthanise it. And they then reckoned the deer could have been sedated, done with caution, but they decided to shoot it dead. I don't know who made that decision, but it wasn't the best decision they've ever made. It'll run down the road. It'll get a bit confused. And people surround it. You can imagine people in flak jackets and all the rest of it. Of course the blooming thing got confused. Terrible.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. 26 minutes to 6. Still to come, the UFO investigator, don't you just love them, has urged officials to reopen the real-life X-Files as 2/3 of people believe aliens are here already. I think they're down in Brighton at the moment having a conference, but we'll wait and see. There's one here. He says, neither the UK government nor the United States has any plans for the Discovery. Why? Why would you want to? There's no point in, and they go, oh, it's all being kept hush-hush. Don't be so stupid. Of course it's not. Don't be so ridiculous. But he said it's time the government took the issue seriously. There is no UFOs. There is no other planets, where things emanate from. Don't be so silly. Nick claims that we don't know who would reply, what we would say, or even whether we would respond at all. He says 36 people, based on 2,000 people that they checked, know someone who believes they've seen a UFO. Yeah, I can also tell you the same people drink. Okay? Now, we are raising a lot of money every year. As part of Global's Make Some Noise competition, we raise millions for some very, very worthy causes. And we try and concentrate on the little charities, the little people that don't get a look in and they don't get handouts from people. They rely very much, most of them, on having to raise their own funds. And so we think it's our duty every year to try and raise as much. So far, we've raised millions. It's gone towards, helping all sorts of people, including terminally ill children and their families and people who are in dire straits. So what we do is we sort of come up with a package. I think all of our radio stations have got something going on. I believe that on one of our stations they've got signed guitars and things like that. And this morning and yesterday morning and the morning before, I've got a chance for you to win. And when I first heard it, I thought it was absolutely perfect to win a brand new Mini electric car. It's the way forward. So if you were thinking about switching your car to something more environmentally friendly, this is a brand new Mini electric, perfect car to make that transition over to electric vehicles. It's the same iconic Mini style, but with zero local emissions. Zero. So you can feel a little bit special as you zip around your neighbourhood. Now this one, the Mini electric, is a 4-seater, 3-door car. Comes in silver white and is trimmed with yellow wing mirrors for an extra distinctive... They'll all know. Yellow wing mirrors for an extra distinctive look. On a single full charge, you can get up to 145 miles. And I'm going to throw in £500 so you can get an electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. Now, the odds of winning this are good. When you think the lottery is, 75 million to 1 or something, well, this isn't. It'll be a lot less. You can get, as I say, a really good go. 145 miles is good. You're good. And also, because it's nice and comfy, I don't know if you've been in a new Mini recently, or the new Mini electric, but I mean, there's loads of room in them. Seriously, they're not like when I first bought a Mini. They were sort of little cramped things, and by the time you got to your journey's end, your back had given up completely. Now, if you want a chance to win, and I would love you to have a go, you can enter as many times as you want. Thanks to our good friends at Auto Trader, all you have to do is text MINI, 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 and send it to 84850. Don't make a mistake, because it's the word MINI, which means that you'll be entered into the prize draw. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports LBC's charities. Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 10 p.m. on the 8th of October to enter. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over, please, and you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. The rules are at makesomenoise.com. So if you want to be in with a chance of getting this fabulous Mini electric, and actually I looked at a picture of it the other day, and I remember thinking, that is pretty cool. That is a really nice present. You imagine if you win it for just one phone call, which is only going to cost you a £5. You imagine a £5 for a car. We're actually chucking in £500 for the electric home vehicle charging point. So it's in a beautiful silver white. I don't know if you've seen the colour. It's quite distinctive, and it comes with the yellow wing mirrors. And it's, as I say, I think you'll find 4-seater, 3-door. So that's one either side and the one at the back. Hence 3 doors. So if you want to be in to win, text the word MINI, MINI, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because that's a really, really nice gift. If you've missed any of those details, we'll give you the details a little bit later on. So the producer's already typing in on there just to see what his... yes, Claude. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's nice. Oh, yes. We also get, if you type in silver white mini, you get somebody in a mini dress. So just go to, it's very smart. Look at the wheels. Very nice indeed. Very, very nice. And they also do the colour coordinating. So you've got the yellow wing mirrors on our one. I do like it. And there's loads of room in them. Seriously, it's very classy. People will be very quiet. That's the one there. That is it. That is, oh, it's lovely, isn't it? It doesn't matter whether you live in the country, you live in the town, it doesn't matter where you live. Check out the terms and conditions on makesomenoise.com, and you could be driving that. I mean, I hope it's you. Yes, you. The one who's about to put in the word mini and then send it to 84850. You could be driving. It looks lovely, doesn't it? Very smart. Yeah, I wish we could. We can't enter. Even my boss said, he said, I wish I could enter for it. Bless his heart. If I win the lottery, I'll buy him one. You know, it's just like that, isn't it? But no, it's a very, very lovely present. Very lovely present. So good luck to everybody. I'll mention it a little bit later on, just so if you missed it and you heard sort of the end of it, you'll be thinking, oh yes, I'd quite like to. Oh, good. Look at that. Oh, I got 1, 2, 3, 4 notifications from the National Lottery. Good news about your ticket. Sign in, you've won a prize on the National Lottery. Listen, if it doesn't say 122 million, I'm going home now. Oh, here you go. If it does, I'm going home anyway. So I can go home and get a Costco chicken, take it home and just rip it apart like I'm at a Henry VIII banquet. I might buy 2, actually. Steve, you said Corey was going to the gym. He could be Bond. Yeah, he's going to the gym. I didn't say it was working. He said he doesn't want to look like a slug. Has he been to the gym already? Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to... I mean, I don't want him to start walking around here looking like a triangle with legs. Yeah, buff. You know, the very idea that Corey could be buff is slightly depressing. But, Steve, I get home from sea tomorrow. Will you pick me up in the Bentley, says Harry? Yeah, consider it done. Yeah, I'll be the one waiting outside. Just get in the back. Steve, after driving around over the weekend unsuccessfully, I've actually found a garage, queued up for over 30 minutes. Car in front of me had filled up and went to pay. No one can move until they come back. 10 minutes later, they come loaded with Costa coffees, juices for the kids and sweets. Yeah, Shell, I know what you mean. I said it the other day. People who go and do their shopping, they're called selfish. Okay, selfish. Vernon Kay for Bond. Well, he's very tall. Yeah. Anna said, if you have 2 James Bonds, would they each be 003.5? I wonder why he was 007. Did they all have different numbers? Was there a 006? He was about... Oh, really? Ah, right. Oh, he turned bad. 004? 005? They had them. So we get to... Oh, that volcano's still spewing out, isn't it? I've noticed. Just when you think it's going to die down, it's like sort of an empty toilet cistern. Up it comes again. What? Very similar, honestly. We do our best. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. 18 minutes to 6. So reopening the X-Files? I don't think so. I think that would be... that would just be ridiculous. The papers are full of Bond. I mean, really full of it. I've never seen so much coverage for a Bond film. Also, the wreckage of Katie Price's overturned car in West Sussex. I mean, all the papers are running with it. Her family have said she's troubled. She shouldn't have been in the car because she told us that she's not supposed to be driving till December. As far as I remember looking at the calendar, we're only just coming into October. So she shouldn't have been out. And she's bruised. She was taken to hospital, but I believe she's been released. The family say she's unwell and needs help. Well, it doesn't really solve the problem. Harvey's in Cheltenham, of all places. And she said on Good Morning Britain, he keeps ringing me saying, Mummy, I miss you, I need kisses and cuddles. So, but that's not going to be happening. I mean, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Robbie's pad is on the market. We did this story 2 weeks ago. The Mirror have only just got around to it now. This is, it's a 17th century pile in Compton Basset. You always knew it was too big. The trouble is Robbie Williams... You know, he's just a working class boy. This isn't for him at all. This is for a big family. Very big. He called it, you know, the perfect escape for his wife and 4 children. It's too posh. The gardens are all laid out to lawn and, you know, there's a lot of entertaining that could go on there. But he said, I'm not feuding with anybody these days. Well, he's too old, isn't he? He's 47 now. 47. I mean, that is ages. And Interestingly enough, Paul McCartney is behind a mysterious set of classified adverts that have left readers baffled. He took out the ads about Grand Dude searching for Nan Dude over the past week. They're all characters in his new kids' book. I mean, he is worth squillions and squillions of money, so he can afford to do things like that. Lorry drivers in Poland have given a resounding thumbs down to Boris's hopes of a rescue. We don't need you, darlings. We've got the army. The army can come in and drive. You know, even though people have sort of said, you know, Paul McCartney's worth, I think he's worth 770 million. Am I 800? I'm not far off. Rounded up. 800 million. 800 million. Alan Titchmarsh for the next Bond. I don't think so. And Miriam Margolyes handwrites letters to Charles so he knows where they come from. He knows that they will come directly from her. I can't imagine what she writes to him about, can you? I cannot imagine. Some of her stories are hilarious. Terribly rude. Sorry? Yes. Does he write back? I don't know, actually. Somebody says Nick Abbott for James Bond. Oh, Lord above, no. I mean, the car would have to go straight away. Prince Andrew for Bond. Yes. We've done all the jokes about that one. The trouble is, he wouldn't come out of hiding to be filmed. They'd have to film him secretly. But you could do it, couldn't you? Little clips of him and then put it all together and make some sort of storyline up.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Somebody suggested Courtney Act for James Bond, and we were just looking at the producer had never seen what Courtney Act looked like dressed as a woman, who went on to I think it was Celebrity Big Brother. Anne Widdecombe happened to be on there. We can imagine how frumpy it made her look. There's Anne Widdecombe, who just looked a bit dowdy, and Shane, better known as Courtney Act, who's an Australian drag queen, but I think really female impersonator, looks stunning. He was over the road here at the Garrick Theatre when they did a drag spoof show, and stunning looking. And on YouTube, you can see him making up, going from a man into this. And of course, it made Anne Widdecombe just look even worse. Poor old soul, you know, because Shane could have given her great makeup tips. And he does look unbelievable. He went singing when Conchita Wurst went to Sydney Opera House. He brought on Courtney Act, and they both sang together because Courtney Act's got a fabulous voice, so sings as well as looks amazingly stunning. Small wonder straight men get confused nowadays. We love it, but definitely not as James Bond. Joe Swash as Bond. Well, his hair could join the cast, couldn't it? Let's face it, he'd be very good there. I love the picture at home of them the other day, and he's still wearing his flat cap. Bless his heart. Vinnie Jones. Oh, no, not Vinnie Jones. Vinnie Jones is finished now. Finished. Somebody says, what about Diane Abbott for Bond? Well, yes, she could be something. She'd never remember what number she was. Who are you? 008? She'd never get it right. But it would be interesting. Apparently Ian Fleming couldn't think of an arch-villain's name, so he went to his local gentleman's club and asked to look through the membership name, says Phil, and there was the name Blofeld, the famous cricket commentator's father's name, and the rest is history. Yeah, I mean, it's such a good name, isn't it? Which was the one that they had in the film, and you can spot it when you watch it back. I can picture the bloke, but I can't remember. But he couldn't speak English, so he's speaking, I think, German, but he's dubbed. He's dubbed in the film into English because they booked him, and they went, he can't speak English. There he is. That's him. Goldfinger, played by Gert Frobe. He didn't speak English well, was dubbed in the film by Michael Collins. And so when you watch, you can see that the words are not matching up properly because they booked him because he looked right. And then somebody went, you can't speak English. And he was there pictured at, I think, a horse stud farm, and he's sort of saying the words, but the English actor, Michael Collins, is saying the words for him. Who'd have known something like that? But the Blofeld, very good, isn't it? Very good. Louis Theroux would make a good Bond. Yes, he probably would, actually. I mean, do you know, when you look at the odds of these sort of things here, it's quite hilarious, isn't it? 500 to 1 for sort of established actors. Alan Carr. The very idea. You know, I wouldn't see that ever working. Although, strangely enough, a lot of our spies are gay. A lot of them who sort of crossed over to the dark side in Russia. They were gay. There were lots of people, because it was just, I mean, they were advertising. I remember years ago there was an advert in the paper. They were looking for new spies, if you'd like to go and work for them, because I thought it used to be secret, but we all know where their building is in London. It's on the banks of the Thames. The Queen's art dealer. Yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Oh, yes, definitely. They managed to kick somebody off the Great British Bake Off, like anybody cares. And that dreadfully unfunny Noel Fielding has now got a little ponytail. Honestly, it's just past it. Absolutely past it. Goldfinger was also in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, says Scott. Really? I like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I thought it was good, mainly because I was a huge fan of Dick Van Dyke. And I thought it was absolutely wonderful. This year's I'm a Celebrity will be more gross, more vicious and more aggressive. Bring on the fermented sheep's brains. Contestants will be in for a shock, warns Vernon Kay, who was last year's runner-up. It wasn't even the winner. See, nobody's interested in the runner-up. Vernon Kay, he was the runner. He's sort of... I can't remember who won. Does anybody know who won? No, we forget these people instantly. But Vernon here's producers have decided the new lighter restrictions means they can spend more time in the wild like they would in the warmer climes of Australia. Yeah. He says, we all got on. People just do it for the money. You have to do it for the money. You're not doing it because you want to eat horrible things. He says, I've heard that the trials are going to be out and about more of the countryside. It's in Wales. It's in Wales. I mean, if you're on the way up or the way down, this is the programme to go on. Because it pays you anything from 20 grand up to, they've said, 500,000. But to be honest with you, I'd like to see which people ever got that amount of money. I should be checking people's tax returns very carefully. The most watched show on Netflix is Bridgerton, which I've never seen. You ever seen it? No. Period drama, okay. Number 2 is Lupin, Part 1. Never seen it. The Witcher, I've never heard of any of these things on here. But Bridgerton, Season 1, 82 million. 82 million. It makes... No, not the Crown. The Crown. No, the Crown's not in here. Not in here at all. The lowest one is Emily in Paris, Season 1 at number 10, with 58 million. 58 million. It makes all these other programmes, Bake Off with sort of 6 million, look a bit pathetic, doesn't it, really? Netflix have obviously sorted it all up. And a spooked mum of 2, we love that word, spooked mum of 2, feared that aliens were invading when she saw a bright rocket-shaped UFO racing overhead. Jane Dickinson had wanted to photograph the Northern Lights when she spotted the craft. She's in Northumberland. You see the Northern Lights in Northumberland, dear? I thought you had to go to, elsewhere. But anyway, this thing soared over the night sky in Northumberland on Monday. The postal worker from Linton said, I saw this bright shape. I must admit I thought the aliens were landing. She's obviously got a problem somewhere. And as soon as I got home, I checked it out. It turned to be the NASA Landsat 9 satellite, which was launched in California. See? Always an answer to it. Always an answer. And here we go. This is... wait a minute. Have they plugged the thing? Because we've got the marathon coming up on Sunday, I believe, which is very exciting. A lot of people... Me? Yeah, I thought about it. And then it vanished again. I always remember Jade Goody laughingly went in for the London Marathon. Unfortunately, she didn't get very far because the night before she'd eaten a huge curry. These people, a little bit embarrassing, isn't it, really? The diet before for this woman here, a mum of 55, swapping lasagna for salad. For breakfast, she'd have nothing. This is before. Lunch, baguette with butter, cheese or ham. Snack, a cake. Dinner, spaghetti bolognese or lasagna with creamy sauce. Yum, yum, yum. That's what she had before she decided to lose weight. That was 3,000 calories. Now, for breakfast, she has a banana. See, a banana's very good for you. It gives you a bit of energy. Not too many. 1 banana, quite enough, thank you. Brunch, porridge with fruit, which is good. What? I think 1 banana is quite enough for anybody, actually. Some people say, I can eat loads of bananas. You shouldn't do. It's very bad. Too much potassium. Lunch, salad with ham or mackerel. I hate mackerel. Snack, fruit. Dinner, low-fat spaghetti bolognese or chicken curry. And that's only 1,500 calories. But, that's day 1. Next day, Kentucky Fried Chicken, spud you like. Yeah, treat day. And as much chicken as you can shove in your gob as you can swallow at the same time. But anyway, she's going to be running. She did weigh 23 stone. And she was fat and bloated, she admits, and she's got pictures of herself here. And so she was an addict to pasta. I'm so grateful I've never liked pasta. Never been bothered about it. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. It's I did buy a packet of it the other day. I like the little one that looks like bow ties. That's quite nice. Is that pasta? Yeah, it is. What? You buy it trying to work out... Yeah, it looks like a bow tie pasta. You'll find it in there. Honestly, the things we're educating him with today. First of all, Courtney Love. Now, bow tie pasta. And you got it. There it is. Look, there it is. Right-hand side. It's delicious. And it's farfowl. Farfowl. Yeah, achoo. It's very nice. It's nice with a bit of sauce or something like that. If you get a nice sort of creamy sauce with some little mushrooms chopped up in it, that's very nice. Farfowl. I just call it bow tie pasta. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. You can get it in certain supermarkets. It's not very expensive, and presumably you just put it into the saucepan and throw something on top of it, like sauce. But unfortunately, the bad bit is the sauce that you're throwing on top of it. It'd probably be nice that with smoked salmon. You could do smoked salmon and that, and then with a light sauce over the top of it, you know. And, well, I mean, I don't know what sort of sauce I put. Whatever sauce goes with salmon, and then I just put that into it to sort of bulk it up a little bit. God, got you all salivating in there. Look at him, honestly. I can see you dribbling from here. Sounds quite nice, doesn't it, really? I might have that today. I have to go and find... I've got to get some shower gel. Not shower gel, shower foam. I'm buying this Fen gel at the moment, which is lovely to go and just cover your body in foam, in which case I look fantastic. And because I'm using another shower gel at the moment, but I like this Fen gel foam. It's very light and creamy, and you can rub it all over. It's really nice, actually. I normally have loads of it, but I appear to have run out at the moment. And Lee says, look at some of the UFO footage released by governments and the one that shut down a Chinese airport. Don't be silly. OK, don't be silly. There is no such thing as UFO footage. OK, let's try and bring yourself into the real world and back in the room. Priti Patel for Bond. Shaken, not stirred. Yes, I think everybody'd like to shake her. I think so. Tuning in from County Wexford, Steve, says Carmel. Born and raised in London. And did you ever consider writing a book? No, I didn't. You imagine, you'd have to get it seen by the lawyers. Nobody'd believe it. The exploits. I tell you, I make James Bond look like Winnie the Pooh. I tell you, I'm out there, I'm doing it, I'm having a bit of the action. I'm there throwing my hat, landing it on the hat stand. I can do all this stuff.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast till 7. And if you've just woken up, another day. The government says it's easing at the filling stations. But as I say, I've seen no evidence of it. But I think that what will happen is they're now pushing out, they appear to be pushing out more of the tankers. So they're getting there. But people have started following the tankers now to see. But of course, by the time they've pulled into the garage, and it's going to take them, a few hours to offload all the petrol that they've got there. And Mr. Johnson says he understood the frustration felt. But no, you don't. That's the trouble. You really don't. Don't tell lies, because you've never queued up to go and get petrol. You want to see. I mean, have a look in the papers at the fights that have broken out. You don't need to worry about getting the car out. Have any of your ministers had to go out and sit in a garage? No. Are all the government cars having to queue up? No. They've got their own supplies. He says people are going about the business in the normal way and things are stabilising. You need to open your eyes. You need to get out there and have a good look at exactly what it's like out there. Thank you. Had a cup of tea. Like a cup of tea in the morning. Somebody was dunking toast in tea the other day. I saw somebody dunking toast. I remember thinking, I don't think you're supposed to dunk toast in tea, are you? I don't do dunking anyway in tea. It's not a normal thing to do. People have dunked custard creams in and stuff. I thought, oh no, definitely not. Definitely not. But anyway, it is nice to have your company. I had the sense, Steve, to top up half a tank over a week ago because I noticed something amiss when I drove past 3 stations. He says, I was going to get out of bed for that. I read about one of them having fuel at 12 p.m. He said there'd be a queue. You won't believe it, there's still a queue this morning. Now I'm sat at the nearest one near my home, and even though the station hasn't got any, we've all been told there may be a delivery this morning. So people are waiting now outside stations in anticipation of a tanker turning up to deliver fuel. You know, and the government are going, oh, we think we might train up people in the army. You think, well, you better get round to it pretty quickly. Seriously, I mean, they have to sort it out before the weekend to let us know. Even though the tankers are going out there, as fast as they're emptying the fuel off, people are draining it all again. And I don't know how much petrol these tanks in the filling stations hold. I really don't know. I mean, it must. I don't know how many. I'm sure there must be some lorry driver who can tell me on exactly how many gallons the tankers are holding. Because there's no shortage of petrol or diesel or anything else like that. But for people to sit outside a garage waiting in the hope that a tanker might turn up is getting a little bit desperate, isn't it? But people have got to go about their business. There was a doctor I heard on LBC the other day who was saying he might have to sleep at the surgery because he can't get the fuel to get himself backwards and forwards. And I've got friends of mine who work in this business who drive in from out in Essex and places like that. And you think to yourself, how are you getting in? How are you getting in? I mean, because if people can't find the fuel, they were fighting down in Epping the other day. Because people have started, you know, jumping queues and things like that. Whereas, to be honest with you, if I see a queue, I wouldn't be joining it at all. I'd be leaving it alone. Let somebody else go and queue for the blooming thing. I'm not one of those people that can actually do it. The golden gown from last night was Kate with Wills, Charles and Camilla. It is a lovely dress. God knows what it costs. I should imagine an arm and a leg. It's very nice. And only she. And wasn't sure about the hair. The hair was a bit of a mess as far as I was concerned. But the rest of the people turned up. Daniel Craig wearing a pink jacket. But listen, when you earned £73 million last year, you can wear anything you like. Do they own the dresses in the royal family? Well, I think they are given to them. Because that's the thing. Did you not see the programme on the television years ago when they have the Oscars and the things like that? The celebrities will be going down. There'll be like a ballroom full of all these beautiful designer gowns. You pick out the one you want, and all these designers want the celebrity to wear them to get the picture in the paper. So people will have looked at Kate's dress and they'll be going, who made that? So the papers tell you exactly who made the dress. And people, I can't remember who it is in this particular case. Wait a minute. I shall find out, actually. But she did look absolutely gorgeous. There you go. It was Jenny Packham. This is a Jenny Packham dress. So people will be seeing it. It's the best bit of publicity you can get to get a member of the royal family to wear one of your items. And they're all told exactly who it is. So this is a gold dress by her favourite designer, Jenny Packham. Of course she won't be paying for it. Don't be silly. It's free publicity. Jenny Packham will sell tons of dresses on the back of it being worn. And all the major stars at the Oscars and at the Emmys and everything else, they're wearing a designer. And that designer will be capitalising on the fact that that celebrity will be photographed wearing it. And most of the time, people are asked, I've heard them asking it at the Oscars, sorry, who's your dress by? And they'll say, oh, it's by Steve Allen Fashions or whatever. And so in the case of this one, it gets all the coverage. I mean, sometimes you look at the dresses and you think, God, I wouldn't want to buy that in a hurry. But when you look at this dress by Jenny Packham, she's designing specifically for people who can, I wouldn't even like to imagine what it would cost, 20,000? 30,000 for a dress, easy peasy, you know. And they look for, you know, for sort of good. I mean, to be honest, the most I've ever spent on clothes. So can you imagine those? But people do that. You ask Bruce Oldfield and all the top designers in this country, and people will go there and they will design their clothes for the season. For the season. So they'll say, right, you'll be going to Henley. This is your Henley outfit. You're going to Badminton. You're going to Wimbledon. These are the outfits you'll be wearing. And people will spend in excess of £300,000, £400,000 buying their clothes for the season. Drive through Knightsbridge, and there's a couple of clothing shops there where they've got clothes that look like Jenny Packham's dress. You know, it's all gold and glittery. And people would say, the sort of people who live around Knightsbridge, they could afford to spend £20,000 on a dress. You know, for us, that would be almost like a lifetime's clothing. You know, I mean, you have to keep the receipt so you could take it back again afterwards. Put it on. But I don't think they need to take them back. The one thing you don't have, though, is certain people in the media eye who might have come off Love Island. No designer wants them to be seen wearing it because it cheapens it. So they basically keep everything quiet from Gemma Collins, because that would sort of really not be too good. So Dave says a 44-ton tanker has got 38,000 litres in it. 38,000 litres. So, in fact, I mean, the rate they're going through it at the moment, 38,000 litres, that doesn't... I mean, I can't remember how many litres I put in my car. I really can't remember. But it's... it won't be 38,000, put it that way. But there are Jaguar cars out there with 2 tanks, one either side. I always, my car takes exactly the same as somebody driving a 4x4. It's no different at all. It doesn't take sort of, £300 worth of petrol to fill it up, even though we're supposed to be using the posh petrol. But there you go. So it's 44 tonnes, 38,000 litres. Doesn't seem to go very far, does it, really? Bit of a shame. And it's pronounced farfalle. Farfalle. It means butterflies. Yeah, well, it looks like bow ties, that pattern. Either way, you can't get it everywhere. You can't. But I thought it was always called bow tie pasta. Had you seen it before? Yeah, you've seen everything because you're clever. And I just liked it because it wasn't as heavy as normal pasta, which is a bit dense for me, and I don't have it very often. On the other occasions I've had it, I put a sort of bottle of that tomato gunk in there, and I've always thought it was a bit penne is I don't like penne pasta. You like that? Yeah, I don't like that one at all, no. But you should try the little bow tie ones, but you can only get it in certain supermarkets. I think somebody told me somebody sent me some in a while ago, which was very nice, because I said I couldn't find it. It's not in Marks and Spencer or Waitrose. Yeah, hint hint. I think it could be in Morrison's or something like that. I'll have to find out later on today. I shall get on the bus for free and go and check it all out. Steve, fuel delivery to station, 35,000 litres, sufficient for 600 cars. Now, 600 cars is not many. I would think that would be approximately, for most filling stations, 2 days? 2 or 3 days? Less. Oh, would you? Oh, right. You would think 600 cars a day? No, it depends where it is. If you're in the Outer Hebrides, not really a lot. Steve, who was wearing a Victoria Beckham outfit, says Matt. Nobody. I don't think there's anybody thin enough to wear Victoria Beckham stuffs. Jenny Packham is the sister of Chris Packham, says Jeff in Wembley. Well, there you go. And Jackie says, I saw a tanker loading off last night by chance, so I waited. When it finished, I noticed a huge queue behind me, but the man said he'll open tomorrow. Yeah, because when they put it in, they go, we're not opening now, we'll do it tomorrow. Which is a bit naughty, isn't it, really? Especially as they're hiking the prices up left, right and centre, which annoys me intensely, I'm afraid. Intensely. What else we got? So 600 cars, 1 tanker. Well, most of the garages in London could get through it. I'm going to sneeze again. Blimey. It's another word. It's so cold in here today. The temperature has plummeted. Can't believe it. So 600... Yeah, a garage could do 600 cars in a day. Easy, couldn't it? Easy. If it's some of the big garages, if you're going out of town, heading up to the Hogarth roundabout, there's a big BP garage, I think, on the left-hand side, and that would take 600 cars a day quite easily. Although, actually, strangely enough, this morning I didn't see any cars queuing for it, but on the other side of the road, there were cars. I mean, somebody says 760 cars, about, on average. It won't last long with the idiots now queuing. Well, they've been queuing since I came in this morning, but apparently it's getting better. Victoria Beckham said she often eats only steamed vegetables, even when she goes out for dinner. I like things to be cooked in a very simple way. I don't like oils or butters or sauces. God, how dull she must be in a restaurant. Okay, what are you famous for? We do roast chicken. Oh, no, I can't have that. No. Could I just have some roast vegetables? I'll tell you what, love, why don't you stay at home? Cook it yourself. Fancy wasting the chef's time, the chef in the kitchen. Oh, we've got the Beckhams in. Oh, God, we've got the Beckhams in. I mean, that's all it is. So she doesn't do oils or butters or sauces. She must be so miserable. She must be so desperate to shove a quarter pounder with cheese in her mouth. She says, I sound even more boring in the food department. I like whole grain toast with salt on it. It's that carbohydrate that makes you feel comforted, and I love salt. She's quite peculiar, isn't she, really? She's not of the real world.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Apparently it doesn't take long to unload a tanker, 30 to 40 minutes. We've got 2 unleaded tanks holding 48,000 each. Steve, I'm a road sweeper for Newham, and it's very cold out here today. Well, it's very cold out here. And, Steve, I feel quite lucky. 3 months ago, I decided to give up... Oh, I've lost it now. Give up. It's probably so many of these coming in. Give up my driving licence due to seizure, so I don't have to worry about petrol, says Sarah. Where do these people get the money from to panic buy? Well, they just seem to find... There was one man filling up a big, like a drum full of petrol. I don't know why the garages are letting people do that. It really is ridiculous. And, Steve, the reason we don't have the army driving tankers is because they haven't been trained how to offload the petrol. Well, they have. They have. That's the thing. They have. Don't believe that old rubbish. They have been trained. Some of that because the army have to have petrol delivered, so that's why they've got petrol. Where do you think they get all their fuel for their planes and everything else? People are driving tankers, so they've already got fully trained drivers. They're training up more. But that's the army have already got these people. They're driving their own tankers at the moment. Just going to be transferred to driving our tankers, which is quite nice. And most garages will have 6 250,000 tanks. So a tanker holding 36,000 litres really doesn't go very far, says Chris. No, it doesn't, does it? But then you see, before, I'd sometimes go, let's put some petrol in, you go past and the tanker's there, you go, I'll leave it till later, because you don't need to worry about it, which is good. Steve and team, there are 90 litres in a Bentley, says Brian. Well, they're probably exactly the same as 4x4s. You know, I generally put £100 worth in, 90 to £100, because actually some of the pumps don't go beyond 100. You kind of have to do it sort of twice. It's a bit of a pain, really. So, yeah, it just sort of stops. But there you go, it doesn't make any difference. Just finished my night shift, Steve, at a BP garage. We had a fuel delivery overnight to fill the empty tanks, and at 5:30 this morning, they were queuing down the high street. Nearly run me over as I moved the cones away from the pump, says Chris in Surrey. I know, it's almost like, you know, when they had a shortage years and years ago, I think, of bread. People were stockpiling bread. Somebody put it out that they weren't making as much bread as they were used to making, and people were going, oh no, we can't live without bread. So that's why. Steve, I've just left, says Kevin, a big service station on the A12, A130. Nothing in the pumps. They're not expecting anything today. Tank running low. Self-employed. No van. No work. No, that's it. If you've got to drive... I told you, one of our fellow presenters who works one of our other sister stations here, he has to drive to Tunbridge Wells every day. So not only does he drive from Tunbridge Wells to here, but he's got to drive back from here to Tunbridge Wells and find a garage. So I don't know how that's going to be working. If you want lighter pasta, try gluten-free, says Richard. It's definitely better. Oh, right. And Steve, I wonder how many of these fools following tankers are following empty ones returning to the depot. Well, probably quite a lot, actually. Probably quite a lot. It's interesting, isn't it? That you sort of try and work out how many, cars are going to be using the filling stations. And in London, it just shows that we rely on petrol. We rely on everything, don't we? We rely on everything. So 970 cars filling with 20 gallons. Oh, blimey, who uses gallons now? Nobody uses gallons. Somebody says been stuck in a queue since 5:30 on Reigate Hill. On fumes, not sure I'm going to make it. I've resisted to get fuel, but taking my parents to the airport, says Lee, this Thursday is ridiculous. It is. It is ridiculous. It's a case of, the government need to get out there, but they don't need to worry about petrol. They don't have to worry about anything that we worry about because they've got their own, haven't they? And it's interesting, the army to drive fuel tank, but they drive them in the army anyway. They're not doing anything differently. Have you seen the size of the fuel tankers that they use on the bases? Most of the armies have got them. The RAF have, and the army, and they drive them. So it's exactly the same. It just means they'll be putting it, as opposed to into the aircraft. They'll be putting it. I mean, even they must have deliveries at Heathrow Airport. There must be thousands of tankers there. Are they their own tankers, or are they tankers coming in from elsewhere? I don't know. But the amount of planes that are taking off and leaving, you've seen the things out there. Apparently Fuel industry member said on Tuesday There were early signs the crisis is coming to an end. Esso said the situation at 200 sites it operates with Tesco had stabilised and things appear to be improving in terms of fuel availability. And then they show me a picture of people queuing up the road and in there, and you're going, you're telling lies. You're telling lies. Look at, I mean, I'm looking at cars here. If it was, the Petrol Retailers Association said an increasing number of its members were reporting taking further deliveries of fuel. Yes, but there's still queues outside all these garages. They're queuing 3 deep in this one here. There's people coming in from the right-hand side and people coming in from the left-hand side, and that's when you get the arguments. There's nothing you could do about it. We just have to sort of wait till it fizzles itself out, and then we go, oh, well, there's another thing we got through, like the pandemic. Gareth in Birmingham says Midland's getting back to normal, straight into the petrol station this morning, refuelled in 5 minutes. I know, actually, I haven't had any problem at all. But there again, I've had my sort of tank ready to run. I don't need to drive this week because I'm getting buses, and they've got their own separate supplies coming in. So that's all fine. And then eventually, people will sort of not go mad. Somebody says take the train from Tunbridge Wells. A bit difficult when you finish at 4 in the morning. I don't know of any trains going back to Tunbridge Wells at 4 a.m. in the morning. But Heathrow has fuel pumped directly there. Yes, I mean, but every time planes come in, they have to fill up with the fuel. You can't just sort of sit there and sort of... Did you see the picture in the paper the other day? It was quite funny. Someone had superimposed a jet fighter at a filling station, sort of queuing up for the petrol pump. Mind you, there was somebody actually in a plane, and the company that owned this particular plane didn't have any money. They had to have a whip round with the passengers on the plane with their credit cards so they could buy petrol at the airport. Yeah, it's happened on a couple of occasions. Kevin, the restaurateur, says Tesco New Malden. I've driven along a queue. I counted 215 cars queuing for petrol. Wow. Pete the pilot. Pete the pilot? You can't be really Pete the pilot, tell me. He says LHR and all airports supplied by underground pipes from refineries. Yeah, I mean, I've seen the petrol lorries at petrol tankers at Heathrow. I've seen them because I live down the road from there. And there you go. Jim says most fuel brought into Heathrow and Gatwick is brought in by pipeline. Yeah, but it's got to end somewhere. Somebody's got to fill up at one end of it, haven't they? I think. I'm an ex-soldier, Steve. Used to drive petrol tankers for the army. Guess what I drive? Tankers as a civilian. I'm actually on my way to Battersea to fill up a petrol station as we speak. But let me tell you, there's a lot of difference delivering fuel in Civvy Street compared to the army. Lots of things have to be cross-trained, all to do with the health and safety. Yeah. But that's why they've already got loads of drivers ready. They're all standing by. They just need to have the word. And they can get out there and drive the tankers, which presumably have got to have their own diesel put in. So you've got to find the tankers. You know what you're going to find, aren't you? You're going to find people siphoning petrol out of people's cars, especially families that have got 4 cars or 5 cars. If you've got a family with 3 kids in it and mum and dad, there's a chance you've got 5 cars sitting outside your house. Well, there's not enough petrol for everybody, but it's the fights that are sort of breaking out now, the panicky. But it's this bloke with the knife during a clash in Welling in Kent. Luckily, he's identifiable in the papers. They've actually got he's holding a knife behind his back. He took it out of his back pocket. You're going to be caught, pal. Not going to be your happy week, are you? Steve. Have you ever thought the garages are putting out the messages to stop the panic? Yes, absolutely, Barry. Yes. Well, put it this way, I mean, he says, and you're putting the panic in people. Now it's the media. No, we're just telling you the facts. Try and grow up, be an adult. We're telling you the facts. Do you think people are queuing up outside a garage just for the fun of it? They're queuing up for petrol. Is there any petrol in the pumps? No, Poppet. Do you not read the newspapers? Try and buy some newspapers today. Do yourself a favour. You might learn something. But obviously not at the moment. Stuart says, run out of petrol, refusing to queue. Having to spend more on a single day on a train than a week's worth of petrol. Have a word with Barry. He thinks it's all a bit of a panic put out by people. He's one of those, I don't think we'll bother getting a vaccination either.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 25 minutes to 7. So the papers, pages and pages and pages of James Bond. Pages and pages. It's the best advert the film could ever have. Charles, Camilla, Kate and William went there. They had to sit for 3 hours. That's what you call bum nubbing. Oh, sorry, 2 hours 45. But, of course, it's all the other people who had to appear in the Albert Hall but arrive in there early because you have to be in there so that you have to wait till... Because you can't, apparently, arrive after the royal family. I don't know why. And Prince William was there, and it's loads of pictures. I mean, do you think Charles has got any idea who James Bond is? Do you think he's reading... Who is he? Bond? What is he? Is it Brooke Bond? I know Brooke Bond. But anyway, she's wearing a very nice dress, and so is... Emma Raducanu, who'll obviously now turn up. They have to sort of drag them all out there, which is good. And it's got glowing reviews. I mean, literally, they've been getting 4- and 5-star reviews, which is good. It was worth the wait, say the viewers. The Times gave it 5 stars. Reviewer Kevin Marr said No Time to Die is magnificent and delivered on the potential Craig's first Bond film, Casino Royale, teased in 2006. And so it was worth the wait. But then, listen, people make up their own mind. If you don't want to go and see something for 2 3/4 hours, but you don't have to book a ticket. If you want to go see it, go see it. I mean, I'll tell you what the ending is, shall I? Okay, give you a clue. Okay, end of story. There you go. Saved you 2 3/4 hours. Swedish cinematographer Linus Sandgren was praised for making the movie visually astonishing. It's a film. It's astonishing, that film. It was marvellous. They had cars being driven very fast. The guns weren't real, but they made a bang noise, which was very frightening. And at one point, Daniel Craig threw himself over a bridge. Mars said he's a towering, charismatic presence from opening frame to closing shot, and he bows out in terrific, soulful style. His, perhaps, is an impossible act to follow. You know what Mars writing for? So he can get a quote on the poster. Well, yeah, soulful. I ask you, soulful, which is good. It's magnificent. That's what they'll put up. They'll put the quotes up. People write to be used on the quotes, which I think is quite funny. Nice to see them at Wicked the other day, getting a standing. I've been quoted loads of times on billboards, loads of times. Wicked, standing ovation in the interval, which is even better now because the interval's got the. That's all I'll tell you. If you haven't seen the show, go see, which is very good. The DVLA. Oh, you've got to be careful. Have you checked when your licence expires? People were given during the pandemic a bit of extra time. If you don't renew your licence, driving licence, you can be fined up to £1,000. It's like people. I mean, they were accused of worsening the lorry driver shortage, as it emerged that some drivers were waiting 2 months for crucial licence documents. But the licensing. Your licence, you've practically run out of time on renewing. So do check, because the coronavirus extension runs out very soon. The extension is valid from the date the driving licence expires. So if your licence was due to expire in October 2020, the time to renew would be in September 21. For driving licences that should have run out in November this year, you need to make sure it's up for date for October 2021. So check when it runs out, because otherwise it's £1,000 fine. I know people who don't even change their licences when they change houses, when they move address. Must be a bit difficult if you're in rented accommodation, because if you don't change it, you're in big trouble. So upgrade as soon as possible. If you fail to renew your licence, £1,000 fine. There's no exceptions on this one. So you don't need to apply to renew the licence until you receive the reminder before the extension expires. I get mine. They actually tell me when mine's running out, because I'm on a restricted licence. I'm on a 3-year licence because I'm diabetic. So they send you a form every year. Have you experienced, a hypo at the wheel or anything like this? And I think they can check it by writing to your doctor. And I don't, so they give you another 3-year licence, which is very nice, isn't it? Mind you, I think I'm a very good driver, apart from the speeding the other week. Yeah, it's everybody else who has the problem. Steve, morning. Took me yesterday. Had to take my daughter to school, having to change my route 3 times due to the roads being solid and blocked. My normal journey, 20 minutes. I said to my daughter, this is when the government minister should be in the car to experience real life conditions. Oh, I tell you what, we've had I think it was one person saying, it's the media that are building this up. Yeah, because we're all pushing cars to go and queue up at filling stations. Unfortunately, Mary, you're absolutely right. People are, they're not with it, are they? Oh, the media are fueling this one. No, I wish we were. I think you found it was Grant Shapps who was saying don't panic, and now people are panicking. It's got nothing to do with the media. They're just reporting a fact. And the fact is that people are panicking. People would when I was coming in this morning, there's cars queuing at filling stations. That's not the media's, decision to do it. That's that particular person getting the car out. So, some people, of course, all the people who are complaining about it. It's like when somebody writes in and going, I am a pilot, fact. And you think to yourself, yeah, probably not. If we didn't report it, we'd be accused of covering it up. People say, oh, you could be making it worse. How can you make it worse? How can you make it worse? Doesn't make any sense, does it really? Final day of the Labour Party conference. Can't wait to see how that one's going to finish up. That'll be very interesting. And a retired teacher brought chaos to her hometown with a one-woman protest and then let off. She's part of an Extinction Rebellion stunt. Fiona Pryor, 58, sat on a stool in the road with a placard and was charged with willfully blocking the highways, but in a sign that the courts are reluctant to tackle direct action groups, a judge found her not guilty. Well, I tell you what, let's let her go and sit outside your house, Judge, and block you coming outside your front door. These judges, they're so past it now, aren't they? So past it. France and us are having a bit of a row, a bit of a contretemps. The contretemps is over fishing rights and ministers refusing to let dozens of boats fish off the coast of Britain. Why don't France go and fish off the coast of France? Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? 12 of the 47 small EU vessels have applied and been given permission to post-Brexit fishing rights in UK waters. Most were denied licences because they failed to provide evidence they'd fished in the 6 to 12 mile zone in the years before, because they just tell lies. I remember seeing the fishing vessels from the French side were sort of bombarding and ramming our fishing boats. Who do they think they are? Huh, goodness sake, honestly. Let them eat cake. That's what I say. But, a load of people have been allowed to fish here. But now the French are getting all uppity. Honestly. Goodness sake, honestly. Dreadful. What else have we got here? This is, yours for 7.5 million quid. Anybody got 7.5 million quids? I might have. Who knows? I haven't checked it, no. I like to pretend. I play fantasy lottery. I've got 4 notifications that I won a prize in the lottery last night. No, I'm not going to do it, because I can have the best week of my life fantasising that I won 122 million. And then I can sort of pick out houses that I want to buy. This one is 7.5 million. Who is your next door neighbour? Charles and Camilla. That'll be exciting. Charles, you haven't got a cup of sugar you could lend us, would you? It's a Cotswold estate with 117 acres. It's very nice. Do you know, 117 acres of farmland and gardens. It's very lavish, it's very lovely, and it's only 7.5 million. Now, I say only 7.5 million. You wouldn't get 117 acres round here, would you? Nothing at all. Yes, a 2-bedroom flat if you're very lucky. Very lucky. The Del Boy DeLorean. The DeLoreans were known because they had the gull wing doors, and I always quite fancied having gull wing. They look a bit silly on my car, but there you go. 100 years, a painting was hanging on the wall of a family home. But yesterday, an oil painting by the Italian master Canaletto sold for more than £380,000. It measures 18 inches by 12. Now, that's not very big. And it is a picture of a building, the Dogana de Mar building in Venice, discovered when the auctioneer visited the home of a woman after she died in Lewes in East Sussex. They paid 100 quid for this picture in 1920, about £5,000. They said it's got a pre-sale estimate of 150,000, but the winning bidder paid £381,000. I mean, the people who are going to inherit that lady's estate must be very, very happy. Very, very happy. Also, Anthony Blunt, picture of Anthony Blunt, the Windsor's chief art curator, also one of the Cambridge Five. Now a new book reveals the secret hold he had over the royals that meant the monarch didn't betray him. They knew he was a Russian spy. Seriously, other sort of stranger things in heaven and earth. Birthdays. Today, Robert Webb is celebrating his birthday. He could win Strictly. He could win Strictly. He's a Lincolnshire-born BAFTA-winning comedian, actor and novelist. He was in Peep Show alongside David Mitchell. And he was very good. He was told that he had a heart murmur. His organ would fail within 6 months. He had emergency surgery, quit smoking, his heavy drinking, now runs 3 miles 5 times a week and does resistance training. He is 49 today.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
We were just trying to think of all the different problems that they'd had with films. Like I think there's a book out, I think it's Halliwell's Film Guide, and it listed one of them was Roman soldiers, but one of them is wearing a wristwatch, and it got caught on camera. And apparently, I believe that in Ben-Hur, well, I know that all the people when they were doing the chariot race, they didn't have, obviously they weren't going to fill a whole amphitheatre, so they had, I think, 200 people, and they just moved them around and photographed them so it looked like it was all full. But apparently if you freeze frame, there's a Mini in it. You can see a Mini car. And in Game of Thrones, there was a Starbucks cup in the background. Talking of minis, if you've just joined us, nice to have your company at 8 minutes to 7. As you know, every year we make money. You help us make an awful lot of money for our Make Some Noise global charity. And this year is no exception. And so each station have different offers. They have different prizes that you can bid for. And it's some really wonderful things. Wonderful. This year, I think we've almost exceeded all expectations. And this morning, I've got the chance for you to win a brand new Mini electric car. I've seen the picture. It's beautiful. So if you're thinking about switching your car to something more environmentally friendly, this would be the perfect one for you. The Mini Electric is the car that can make the transition over to electric vehicles. It's the same iconic Mini style, but with zero local emissions, so you can feel extra pleased with yourself as you zip around the neighbourhood. It's a 4-seater, 3-door, comes in silver white, trimmed with yellow wing mirrors for an extra distinctive look. As I say, I've seen the picture of it. You can just check it out online. It looks wonderful. So you're looking for a Mini Electric, and I think they've got the same one on there in the silver white with the yellow wing mirrors. It's quite wonderful. You get up to 145 miles on a single full charge. But just to help you out even further, I'm going to throw in 500 quid. So you can get an electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. So in other words, you bring it back, you plug it in, and you've got 145 miles. Now, for your chance to win this super prize to Make Some Noise, thanks to our friends at Auto Trader, all you have to do is text the word Mini. I spell it for you because sometimes people get it wrong. M-I-N-I. It's as simple as that. And then you send that to 84850. M-I-N-I to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports LBC's charity, Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until 10 p.m. on the 8th of October to enter. Standard network rate supply. Got to be 18 or over on this one. And you're playing across participating radio stations and regions. The rules you can find at makesomenoise.com. So for the sake of a fiver, who knows? You could be driving away in this fabulous Mini Electric, the 4-seater, 3-door. I have to try and remember how many doors it's got now. In silver white with yellow wing mirrors. It really does look lovely. You will not be disappointed in it. And it's got a bit at the front, on the front grille as well. It's very, very nice. And if you've not been in one of the new Minis, you'll like it. And we'll throw in £500. You can get the electric vehicle home charging point installed at your house. So things could not be better. Looking good. Somebody's got to win it. It could be you. You could be that one person. So text Mini, M-I-N-I, and send it to 84850. And good luck, because the other. Go on, tell you. I wish I could enter the competition. Can you imagine entering your own competition? But you can't. Apparently, a bus can be seen in the background of the film Ivanhoe. There's all sorts of mistakes, aren't there? Wasn't there one of them on the White Cliffs of Dover? I think some people were there, and somebody went over in a hang glider. In the background, there was a hang glider, but it was always the Roman soldier with the wristwatch that we thought that was sort of pushing the boundaries just a little bit. Andy wants to know why is Strictly called Strictly. I don't know, but it's been running for such a long time. And it seems to be very, very popular. Connie says, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Titanic a very long film? It is. And the funny thing is, we all knew what happened in Titanic. But what they did with the film to stretch it out is they put silly stories in, like the woman with the jewel who was painted. All of that was just made up and everything else. So because they're filling out the film. But it was. You're right. It was about 3 hours long. But what was the other James Bond film that seemed to run forever and a day? Was it Skyfall? Was that it? I didn't watch that either. I bought it on DVD and I've got it on DVD. But I think you'll find that Gone with the Wind was just under 4 hours. Avatar was 2 hours 42 minutes. And Titanic is 3 hours 14 minutes. I mean, I don't think I could last that long. I could watch it at home because if you're watching at home, you can pause it. If you're in the cinema, you can't do it. Once Upon a Time in America is a 1984 epic crime film written and co-directed by Sergio Leone and starring Robert De Niro and James Woods. And that one runs, I believe, 4 hours 11 minutes. I don't think anything. I haven't got the time in my life to spend 4 hours sitting in a cinema. Must be nice if you're retired. You can go and watch it. But it's the Bond film they're all talking about. So that's 2 3/4 hours. But the reviews it's had are fantastic. I mean, it really has. It's done really, really well. But the coverage in the papers, I mean, they can't complain. Barbara Broccoli must be rubbing her hands with glee. But the royal family, because I think that the money raised goes to William and Kate's charity, I believe. That's how they get the patronage. It goes for different people, different things. And it's the first time in a while that they've had one at the Royal Albert Hall. Normally we have them in Leicester Square because... royal premieres. We've had every star under the sun in Leicester Square. I love it when it's here. Trying to get in and out of the building is a nightmare because they've got things there. And then magically, almost like the film itself or like a Cameron Mackintosh musical. Cameron Mackintosh musicals always start the same. An empty stage and they finish with an empty stage. So it's almost as if it was just there. And they do the same here when they have all of the premieres. All this... They will transform Leicester Square. It just comes in, this army of people put up villages and this, and it's fantastic. And then the next morning I come in, it's all gone. It's all gone. Like it was never there in the first place. Lovely, isn't it? Very nice. I've got to go because it's Wednesday. And Wednesday's half-day closing. And I've got things to do. Can't think what, but I'm sure it'll be very exciting. I think today, pasta. That's right, I'm chasing pasta up today. And it'll be very nice. Steve, Justice League is 4 hours long. Oh, so I couldn't see anything like that. I couldn't. I'd rather listen to my free little bit extra podcast. You notice that effortless link there. People pay for things like that. Very good. The new James Bond film is out if you've got about a fortnight to spare. The so-called stars attend the premiere, but Judi Dench puts them all to shame, the lovely Judy. And Amanda Holden is papped, turning up to work in this building. I'm still waiting for my photograph to be... Nobody's taken my photograph, and I see all the photographers.